This story begins in an incessant fire that was taking place in the Empire of Antares, capital of Rifenheim, where enormous creatures were devastating knights, advancing over entire lines of them, who watched the gigantic beings begin to approach, and according to the old king, they were responsible for decimating his army of 2 million soldiers. And a soldier reports that a large part of the army was eliminated in the first attack and summoning, and that others were seriously wounded. This old king blamed the Demon King, holding him responsible for plunging the world into chaos, an evil for which he was determined that this would be his last fight. And with this admiration he earned the admiration of his men. And meanwhile, in the heart of the great demonic palace, a hero named Alex von Halheim released a group of heroes against the Demon King. Rafinhard Waldesantaves. Helping Alex was Sirius, a sword saint who assured that on that day they would be faithful to Rafinhard's dark empire, who was only bothered by being treated as if his empire was in shadow, and that they didn't use the name he himself had given it. And at that moment, another enthusiastic hero named the Martial King, Teslan, shouted that once the Demon King was eliminated, the demonic nature of the monsters would disappear. This bothered Rafinhar, since he didn't have any spell of demonic nature, given that the only thing he did was show them human customs, among which he found revenge, and tired and without intention to argue, he asked about his 4 celestial kings, and unfortunately for him, Ciro responded that he had easily finished off the filthy orc, which finally made the emperor react, who couldn't believe how the brave great orc warrior, Tadith, had died, since he didn't always consider this race kind and loyal, taking care of the weakest, remembering their kind smiles, annoyed that they were labeled as monsters, although he couldn't argue much about the smell. And at that moment, Tess Altanero revealed that he had taken care of the stinky troll, which made the emperor remember him as Gurur Attica, whom he recognized as ugly in appearance, but spiritual and a lover of nature. For her part, the holy sorceress Santa Elian claimed responsibility for the destruction of the evil dwarf, worshipper of the dark god, another blow to the emperor's heart, who remembered his friend Mashalin and was annoyed that they labeled him as a worshipper of dark gods, just for not following the 12 main gods. And then the Jade Archuleta mage stated that his magic had banished the corrupt elf from life, which was the last nail in Riffin's poor heart, who furiously unleashed all his power, remembering his beloved Cirrus. And the heroes were excited because he finally unleashed his evil, boasting of having finished off the dark elf he had tempted. Riffenhart became more enraged upon hearing Cirrus called a dark elf, when literally, the only dark thing about her was her tan, caused by living in an area deforested by humans, which made the heroes a bit racist. But none of that mattered to them, as they were determined to attack, although before that Antares didn't want to fight. But he knew they would never listen, until suddenly Alex lunged into the attack, accusing the Emperor of being responsible for the darkness of the monsters. And this was enough to make him explode again, since he couldn't stand them judging all the species that didn't want to be slaves as if they were dark creatures. And seeing that Alex wouldn't stop, he decided to give them the pleasure of being the Demon King they desired, unleashing his power and clearing the battlefield, and proudly bearing his name while tears fell from his eyes. And thus he remembered his beginnings as a simple, ordinary great mage. Although being a great mage, he wasn't very ordinary, and in a simpler time, where he learned how humans in the world didn't see other species as equals. And they accused elves of being long-lived servants, dwarves of being mining slaves, orcs of being foolish beings for simple jobs, and trolls as ingredients for medicines. And during his training years, he saw how these so-called slaves were much more. And he became familiar with their forgotten culture, coexisted, and learned elven spiritual magics from them, and troll sorcery, and by combining them, he was the first to achieve circle magic. Thanks to this, he began to help them. And unfortunately, the more their civilizations improved, the more humans attacked them, destroying their territories. This forced them to move constantly. And unintentionally, between each of these defenses, they managed to acquire more and more land, growing to somehow form a brilliant empire. And prosperous, which they called Antares, built on a clear principle, equality and despite never seeking to attack humans, yet it resulted in massacres. And although everyone in Antares enjoyed living there, the egomaniacal humans saw them as victims of evil spells, and that's why they sought to eliminate them. And although the emperor understood that his army made up of orcs and goblins, didn't look very friendly. He didn't think it was a sufficient reason for that war, so he was determined to protect his empire, using all his power, and thus he eliminated Alex, whom he despised for using magic and sword, but not being an expert in either. And in this way he finished off all the supposed heroes except for one, the martial King Tess, the most powerful of all, who didn't think twice before starting his attack, making Riffenhar retreat from his brutal blows. And because of this, his most logical decision was to escape. However, he didn't get far when Tess caught up with him, giving him a brutal elbow strike that crushed his skull. And yet the Emperor remained standing in battle, a bit more compacted but determined, earning the respect of the martial king. And although the Emperor hesitated, since with a broken spine and a crushed head he preferred to surrender, until Tess stressed that by eliminating him, he would also eliminate the bondage of the species. This restored his fighting spirit. Upon thinking that they really believed the natural state of monsters was to be slaves, so with his last strength, he took out the Eye of Time and Space, an artifact he didn't even know how to use. And to Tess's battle cries, Riffenhart unleashed his power, activating the time regression spell without knowing if it would work. And Tess tried to stop him by attacking, and in a huge clash of powers, the Emperor refused to die, staying on his feet as best he could. And so suddenly, it was a new day. Riffenhart felt the comfortable heat, surprised to still be alive. And although he didn't think it would really work, now he doubted even recognizing the place he was in, getting up, without noticing that he was now in the body of the youthful Tess. And thus he noticed his extremely trained body, understanding that he had no idea who he was looking at, only feeling that the excess muscle was unnecessary for a mage, who only needed his brain and not a well-defined six-pack. And he remembered that despite being a bit scrawny in his youth, he was always a magnet for ladies, and quite a heartbreaker without needing a silly and sculpted body, and for this reason, he supposed the spell had failed, thinking he had simply transported his soul into some random guy's body, until curiously he noticed that he grew a little taller and grew a beard, and he would be looking at the face of the martial King Teslan. He couldn't even process when a giant, muscular old man appeared at his door, reminding him that dawn had broken. And although the protagonist had no idea who he was, this didn't seem to surprise the old man, since according to him, he had used the amnesia trick before, claiming he wouldn't fall for it. And thus he grabbed him by the head to forcefully drag him towards training. And without giving him an alternative, he understood that this old man was Tess's master and the greatest martial artist of all time, Gerard Kromprotz, who with a huge smile tied a supposed Tess to a tree. He tried to reason with the old man, but this turned out to be too annoying, so he preferred to simply gag him. So poor Rife could only watch as the old man approached with a huge bamboo stick, which he brutally slammed into his abdomen, causing him so much pain that he almost cried, writhing in suffering and unable to suffer peacefully, as he began to be crushed without rest, unable to do anything but think that he would soon meet his beloved Cirrus. And meanwhile, his master was puzzled by his attitude, supposing that perhaps he did have amnesia, which, according to him, was usual in that brutal training, in which he himself had apparently also lost neurons. Luckily, or not for the protagonist, Gerard knew the solution: a good beating, which wouldn't stop no matter how much pity he asked for, although every so often he would stop to share his philosophy, in which he believed that those who used tools were weak, and that martial artists were the best tool. Put it on, put it on. Kung Fu lives in everything we do, Shao Kahn. All right, since they strengthened themselves through heat and blows, just like steel, which only made the protagonist think he was completely crazy. And with the philosophical breakover, he decided to resume the beating as if nothing had happened, remembering how few could withstand that level. Glad to have Tess as his disciple, getting excited enough to hit him again, asking him to draw the ocean out of him, which reinforced Riffin's idea more and more that the old man was crazy. But so many hits seemed to unlock something for him, a nice memory, which was enough to keep him incredibly alive until the end of the training, where he ended up thanking the mistreatment, only to later end up submerged in a coma in a bathtub of healing potion. Incredibly expensive without understanding why, but Gerard made it clear to him, every good steel, after being hit, had to cool down, and although strange, the protagonist understood and thus pushed his body to the limit. And then he used recovery techniques and potions to heal quickly and return stronger rapidly. Seeing that although the method seemed demented, it was functional, and remembering how strong the Tess he knew was, he supposed that thanks to all that hard training, he was so strong. And seeing that he was officially in the past, he could only think about the complications of that, wondering if there was another young Riffinkar out there, and not knowing if two equal souls could coexist in the same time, or believing that the soul of the real Tess was in the body of young Riffin. And now the next day, his master expected him to swallow it whole, referring to an insane amount of meat, which also seemed like a torture method, and Riffin observed that once he finished eating, a light trot followed to the top of a gigantic mountain, carrying several kilos on his back, with Gerard asking him if he was tired yet, to which he denied and kept training, wondering when this hell would end, and until his day ended again, completely exhausted in his bed, crawling into a corner where he suffered in a fetal position, thinking about fleeing and trying to reason about the problems he had caused. And on one hand, he feared meeting the original Riffin, out of fear of disappearing in a paradox, although he thought it was unlikely, since that one should still be studying books in a tower for at least 10 more years. And he also considered the possibility that the real Tess had possessed his childhood version, although with his scrawny body he doubted he could do anything, and he also didn't see him fit for magic. But he also thought that, as a master, he would fear meeting his muscular version body again, and full of magical power. However, he set that aside, as his main priority was to escape, and thus he ran at full speed, with nothing in mind but fleeing, until Gerard cut him off. The protagonist froze upon hearing the old man say, very calmly, that after 2 quiet months, he was trying to escape again, and thus, with no options, Riffin confessed that he wasn't really Teslan but a mage named Riffinheart, which didn't seem to surprise Gerard, as apparently the real Tess had already used that reincarnation trick several times. And before lifting the frightened protagonist, the old man confessed that at least this time he sounded convincing, congratulating him on improving his stories while dragging him back to his room. Riffin, defeated and humiliated, didn't give up and remained determined to escape. However, all his attempts by air, land, or water were frustrated by his always smiling, understanding master who seemed to have seen himself in his youth, and he affirmed every time he dragged him back that he would soon see the reward, and thus the feared Demon King. Known for giving up, he ended up giving up and seeing that the training method was as harsh as the method to prevent escapes, and he supposed that although he would succeed, he would have a muscular old man chasing him his whole life, so he preferred to finish the training. In this way, Riffin accepted his destiny, living 2 years of arduous training until after so much suffering, he managed to awaken his aura and was amazed to have even surpassed geniuses like Sirius, who had achieved this feat after age 20. And although for Gerard, it was normal with that training method since he took his life, and the body to the limit, generating an increase in power that the aura presented, thus ending the suffering with the gigantic clubs. And now he moved on to martial arts techniques, which excited the ex-mage, thinking that he could soon leave there, until he heard that his next training would be practice fights with his master. And between beatings, 3 more years passed, and thus in the kingdom of Vasily, Larsith Mountains, Riff charged all his aura into his fist to deliver a brutal blow with all his speed that formed a new cave. However, it wasn't enough, since he barely managed to master the 3rd stance of the technique of the Horn of Calamity, a blow that concentrated all his aura into one point, causing a great destructive impact. However, if he wanted to get down from there, he had to reach the 4th stance, this being a 9-stance technique, and the last one consisted of a wavy blow that eliminated even the gods, which neither the original Tess nor Gerard managed to reach. And although his main objective was to get out of there, he noticed that for the first time his master had left him alone, as he had gone back to stroll and drink in the village, and surprised by himself for having wanted to escape in the past. But now he was clear that he was determined to finish his training. However, he also tried to use his magic, dispersing a ball of energy against the trees, which didn't have half the power, atrophied by his stone body, and he doubted if at that moment he could recover all his magical power. However, all those thoughts were interrupted by a presence he recognized as non-human upon seeing an armed orc emerge from the forest, and ready for combat, with whom he exchanged glances, until the protagonist received the warning to pretend not to have seen him. Riffin suspected it, and judging by his height, he calculated that he was barely about 4 years old. And surely, he was a fugitive from some arena in the region. And for this reason, the small orc, very nervous, kept threatening him, so the protagonist, knowing that they were a race that did not seek unnecessary fights, he asked him in his language if they were being pursued. This surprised the orc, seeing that he knew his language. The protagonist affirmed that he had received the blessing, so the orc confided in him, telling him that he was being pursued. Riffin decided to help him, although the orc, with extremely refined language, recognized his good heart. But he didn't want to put him in danger, and yet the protagonist affirmed having the ability to help him. And he cast his magic into the cave he had created before, forming a magical veil. The orc was grateful, but amazed to see the unusual appearance of a mage with excess steroids. And having no more time for questions, he hid, and just as his pursuers approached, they complained about having to work just for a few pieces of gold. Upon arriving, they found Riffin, whose leader demanded information, although a kinder knight offered silver in exchange. Although in reality, it was only bait to extract the information, without intending to pay him anything. But the protagonist was very clear about that, so he didn't plan to say a word. However, to his bad luck, he had forgotten to hide the orc's tracks. So now they wanted to investigate the cave, something he couldn't allow. This ended up angering the leader. Although his partner suggested not taking the muscular boy lightly, and despite this, confident in his numerical advantage, he decided to advance, and Riffin remembered his master's teachings. That had shaped his fists into lethal weapons, so he decided to use something less lethal, summoning an enormous mace, which he considered the only way to show them mercy. And thus standing before them, simply waiting for them, with everyone confidently launching the attack, only to be repelled by a simple wave of his mace, remaining humiliated, returning with the intention to continue, which he appreciated, although he felt pity remembering that the weapon techniques from his training were not for combat, but to train his disciples, which unfortunately involved hitting them hard, until one of the mercenaries managed to attack him from behind, his sword being the only thing slightly damaged, leaving even Riffin astonished, who did not expect his body to be so ridiculously tough. So he quickly swung the mercenary through the air, and thus beat them all with such confidence that his enormous club would not kill anyone, since it only shattered bones and joints, and that's how he left them all agonizing on the ground, with the leader of the furious knights asking him who he was, but the protagonist wouldn't answer him, since he thought it unfair that he was the only one who wasn't yet agonizing in pain, then taking care of fixing that. And with everything finished, he allowed them to escape, and they all left humiliated, and as Riffin watched them leave, he felt sad. Because the fun was over, finding it satisfying, how empowering it was to take down people with a mace, thinking about getting a disciple, and thus with the sun setting, the orc bowed thankfully, and although the protagonist complained about so much respect, he recognized him as his mentor, and thus understanding the meaning of that, he accepted, and the orc asked him his name. The protagonist was about to say the name of the body he possessed, but at the last moment, he called himself Riffinheart of Antares, with the orc bowing to him again, and then Riffin asked him his next destination. But the orc didn't know, and hoped to find some place where he could live as a slave. So the protagonist sent him to a place called the Path of the Trail, where an orc village was hiding. The grateful orc accepted and set off, but before leaving, Riffin wanted to know his name, which was the heir of the Chalada. Ironically, his friend named Tahit had the same name and was one of his celestial kings, and leader of the orcs. This worried Riffin a bit, as he doubted whether the original Tess met his friend. He would help him, so he understood that he had begun to twist history. However, watching him walk away, he was glad to have done it and remembered his 4 friends, and his happy life in his empire, hoping that one day they would be together again. And so a year and a half passed since that strange encounter with his friend, and currently, the most important thing for him was to survive his master's explosive blows, who would only increase the intensity if the protagonist complained, forcing him to use the spiral defense technique. Gerard, seeing this, congratulated him for mastering the move, nostalgically recalling when his disciple wanted to escape by pretending to be a mage. The protagonist considered that a very random memory from 6 years ago, although his master remembered it with pride, since after 10 long years, his disciple had become strong. Unfortunately, The bad thing is that he ended up being short. Riffin doubted that someone 1.9 m tall was considered short, but his master told him that a martial king should be over 2 meters, and he thought he was skipping a training session. The protagonist blamed genetics, although he had indeed skipped some to avoid becoming so monstrously large. And yet Gerard trusted him for the final test. And so the protagonist, amidst the mountains watched by his master, began channeling his aura into his fist and jumping to activate the Horn of Calamity, launching himself at full speed against the mountain. And upon impact, he created an enormous wave of destruction that spread across the entire terrain. Gerard, very excited, celebrated, confident that with that power no one could defeat him, while Riffin still couldn't believe it, being in a state of shock, until his master told him it was time to go out into the outside world. Watching him with pride, seeing that his disciple Riffenhar had completed the training, revealing that he always knew it, and now he was giving him the freedom to live as he wished. Since for better or worse, he gave him free will, that being his payment for the hard training. Riffin, incredulous, heard his master say goodbye with 3 pieces of advice, the same ones his master Rastal gave him. The first was that accumulating wealth was fine, as long as it was acquired fairly. Advice that in that flashback, a young Gerard thought contrasted with his freedom to be a villain. But Rastal made it clear to him, if he was going to be bad, he had to be a villain with class. The second piece of advice was that he must always side with the unjustly mistreated, from whom he was sure to earn his respect. And Gerard at that time didn't understand what he meant, thinking it was like protecting the weak. But his master clarified that there would be many more weak people than him, but not all of them were relegated. And the third and most important, which Gerard followed to the letter, was to perpetuate the unbreakable gymnastics at any cost. In other words, he had to find a disciple to teach it to, a mission that Riffin accepted, although his master indicated that he should take it easy, since it wouldn't be easy to find a talented boy. But when he did, he shouldn't let him escape, literally, and thus throwing him some bags with clothes and a little money, wishing him a good trip. Although Riffin quickly realized that it would barely be enough to subsist for half a year as a commoner living off someone with a large fortune and a mansion, and although inflation had increased compared to what he received in his time, so he couldn't complain. Additionally, he left him a map to find a small extra gift in the Stellar Mountains, suggesting he visit him if he passed by. And so a nostalgic Riffin began to descend the mountain looking back, wondering if it was right to leave after so much time, melancholically observing his home for so many years until an enormous flash scared him, where his master said goodbye by unfolding his great aura, gradually destroying the terrain, hoping his disciple would leave without nostalgia and without regrets, and that as a disciple of the greatest teachings, he would run without looking back. Riffin certainly did, but out of fear, of course. And meanwhile in the village, a man tried to stop the innkeeper, who was confronting a base knight, to whom he was demanding payment for the food services for him and his men. But the greedy knight, annoyed by this, decided to arrogantly pay them with a paltry coin, feeling that as simple peasants, they should be grateful to see so much money. But the nervous innkeeper insisted that this didn't even cover a minimal part of the expense. This infuriated the vile knight, who claimed he was trying to swindle him. He violently struck the old man. The villagers came to his aid, enraged because the knights were more like bandits, who had hoarded their food, transport, and lodging for a meager price. And at that moment, a nobleman appeared asking the infamous knight, whom he called Sir Edward, if there was any problem with it. He replied to young Stephen, who approached, suggesting they not be so cruel to the miserable peasants, whom he should remind of their place. Meanwhile, Riffin remembered when Ceres caressed him in bed, praising his skeletal body like a sharp sword, carrying that memory with pride, lamenting that now, he was a muscular giant, who perhaps would no longer be the elf's delight. And although he found the good side to his stature, he thought about winning back his love, who at that time must be around 70 years old, which in human years was like 17, observing the city from the window, remembering that in a year and a half, Ceres could be sold at a slave auction, debating whether to arrive and destroy everything, although perhaps it wasn't convenient for him if he wanted to recover his magical talents. So in the end, he opted to use the power of money, although at that moment he was broke. So he planned to put that sculpted body and his knowledge of the future to work, aiming towards the runes of the Chatten Path, Curiously, these were also the objective of Stephen, who, along with the mage Todd from the Delphia Tower, specialist in archaeology, was sure to find the legendary place where a legendary swordsman was buried. For his part, Riffin traveled across the map looking for his next destination, and thus using his artificial flashback technique, with which he brought back memories from his past. He managed to remember the mage Todd, who should be investigating the ruins at that very moment. And these ruins in the past he had visited with Ceres, finding a huge hidden treasure that left him a lot of money. And thus he advanced until finally reaching the cattle village. There the aliens were gathered trying to resolve the request of the annoying knights who demanded a guide for the Valley of Death, a request that scared them to refuse, especially after what they did to their boss, the nobles cursing those they feared. Therefore, an archer named Ted offered to carry out this task, since he was the only one who knew the terrain, and he accepted the task amidst the crying and worry of his family, although he clearly didn't want to go, and even less after seeing the damning looks of the other cowards in his village. Luckily, a huge face in the window offered to do it. It was Riffin, who, after terrifying them, formally introduced himself to a quartet. They insisted on knowing if he knew the area. The protagonist replied that he had already been there. Even so, Ted insisted that no one had returned alive, which began to bother Riffin, since he had already explained it to them. Furthermore, they should be grateful that he was saving them, and he remembered the Valley of Death as a dungeon from a forgotten era. There a young swordsman named Kal, who awakened his aura at the young age of 45, undertook several adventures throughout Vasily, and over time, filled with fame and arrogance, he faced the Valley of Death with nothing but his servant by his side, and that place ended up being his final destination, along with the legendary demonic sword Altian, symbol of the Altian family, who hadn't stopped searching for it for 50 years. Right here in this work, they accompanied him, led by Stephen Altian, who was supposed to be the grandson of Cold, who in turn was accompanied by an elf named Lelsia, who flattered him excessively, increasing the noble's ego, so he preferred to ignore her flirtations, preferring to review the group. Like his saint, Cillian, who was extremely young and contrary to his appearance, was a boy. Get out of the way, I'll take care of it, of whom he doubted had experience with spells, so he planned to talk to Told. But he hadn't separated from Cillian for some time, talking animatedly, until the protagonist began to notice that the mage was a pervert who liked minors. And Riffin refused to have his friend handcuffed by the FBI, bringing him out of his thoughts by Edward, who told him he had made a good decision in going with them, although Riffin didn't think guiding them was a big deal. But according to the knight, no one else in the village wanted to do it, which he found curious, since they would be under the protection of the brave knights, and this bothered the protagonist upon seeing so much ego, remembering how most knights had narcissistic tendencies, and forgetting this, since at that moment, some beings descended from the sky, like whirlwinds landing on the trees. They were harpies preparing an ambush against the group. Stephen despised the creatures, sending his troops to attack. Tal repelled the monsters with a giant fire school, while Cillian granted a tremendous buff to the knights. And while Riffin limited himself to observing, amazed by everyone's level, especially Stephen's, whom he recognized as strong, but now being a martial artist, he saw his technique as lamentable. However, at that moment, a harpy went against the orcs carrying the luggage, so Riffin had to react, sending her flying with a brutal punch. And if history followed as always, the guide should be eliminated on this trip, and all that without the expedition captain even caring. His name was Stephen, someone whom the protagonist didn't really consider a bad person, but simply a selfish child who focused only on himself until analyzing more. He realized that this was precisely the definition of a bad person, and a personality that at another time would lead him to lose his guide. And for his part, Sienna asked him to hide behind them, making it clear that at least there, not everyone was selfish, although in reality he was not in danger since he didn't even feel the harpy's blows. Unfortunately, he had forgotten that his eyes had no muscles, and one of them furiously hit him directly there, reminding him that he was not immortal. However, the battle quickly concluded, with Stephen worried about his soldiers, the mage, and the saints, but ignoring both him and the ogres. And with the battle over, he proudly raised his sword, extolling the strength of his cavalry. And although Riffin took advantage of the chaos to speak with Todd, thanking him for his work as a mage, and taking the opportunity to ask him if in the tower where they came from, he knew his good friend. The current Riffenhart, he was surprised that the child had a rough friend like him, making a perverted face when remembering him, like a kind and cute boy, which worried him, and he asked him why the interest. The protagonist replied by asking if he hadn't noticed any recent changes. The mage assured him that no, the boy spent his time happily studying magic, and that his face remained as cute and angelic as always, praising him excessively. Riffin saw him as someone very terrifying, restraining his desire to hit him, while asking if his attitude had changed. The drooling mage replied that no, he hadn't noticed anything strange, and he was following him very closely. And at that moment, they were interrupted by the little healer, who asked the protagonist if he was injured. She affirmed she was fine, asking him to attend to the orcs. They humbly affirmed that they were also fine, but the healer nevertheless began to heal them, which bothered the knights, who didn't want energy wasted. They were simple creatures. Rifen saw it as kind that they were being healed, but he couldn't help noticing that they were treated like pets. And although the orcs were grateful, the beautiful, long, and harsh path to equality for the species was still long. And at that moment, Stephen remembered their existence, only to make him go back to work as a guide. So completely emotionless, Riffy decided to give them directions. And so, sometime later after fighting basilisks, wolves, and ogres, everyone arrived exhausted and traumatized, not understanding why there were so many monsters in those mountains. The reason was that Riffy had intentionally chosen the most complicated path, having fun watching Stephen exhausted, whom he asked if he wanted to rest. But he, furious, decided to keep mobilizing his troops. The protagonist had fun watching the arrogance of the knights. That's why he had led them on a faster route, which curiously was also more dangerous. And despite everything, Stephen kept advancing, now understanding why Call hadn't left there alive. And he arrived at a cliff, from where happily, he celebrated with his second-in-command that they had finally reached their destination, the enormous ruins of Paltan, and so with everyone reaching the entrance, they prepared to enter. Rifen told them he would wait for them there, but Stephen told him he could leave now, since he no longer needed his services. But the protagonist affirmed that he couldn't go back alone, so Lorder accepted, thanking him for his service, and accompanying him when they came out. And this left the protagonist cold, noticing that the initial plan was to leave him to his fate. And so Stephen prepared his troops to defeat the monster that inhabited inside to recover the sword of Altian. And so everyone, fired up, followed him, quickly ready for battle, with Riffin wishing them good luck, with a smile waiting to be alone, so that when the moment came, he could execute the true plan, remembering that, while it was true that the dungeon was infested with monsters at that time, in the Silver Age, it had simply been a military base with miraculous technology for that era. Entering the place, filled with nostalgia for the times he was happy traveling there with his beloved Ceres, who quickly, with her abilities, would have discovered a secret path, and once opened, they had taken advantage of it to do dismantling things, drooling remembering how much he gave her. However, the most awkward part of those memories was the entrance to the secret passage, which he finally found. But it was difficult for him to open it, since his body was not yet reacting well to mana. When he finally managed to do it, he decided to test his physical condition, carefully putting away his coat because he didn't want to waste money. And he began to warm up, however. While doing so, he began to hear screams, which he ignored, until he noticed they were coming from the door they had just opened, and now confused until remembering that in the past. It was a military base, and what he had just done was a form of illegal access, which had activated traps. And unlike the first time he was there, when he went alone with Iris, this time the Altium group had fallen into a trap that led them to the basement, where he unintentionally caused them to face enormous and terrifying demons, which Stephen doubted they could even defeat. And now we go back a bit. Salian was healing the wounded men after the surprising fall, receiving the gratitude of everyone. However, he is more worried about getting out of there, thanking Todd for being the one who saved him from the fall. However, Todd remains very serious, doubting that they are close to being safe, when from that enormous door, walking knights begin to shoot out, while others run away in terror, failing to fight the colossal monster that is attacking them. And the little cleric invokes the goddess Phylancy to end the evil, and envelops the battlefield with her blessing, granting the knights divine power, but the knights remain terrified, which bothers Salian, feeling pity for the cowardly knights, reinforcing the amount of divine power he injects into them until they become enraged beings, similar to berserkers who now return to battle. And Todd categorizes this as a slightly excessive drug, but functional, since the army now charges fearlessly against the monsters, while he takes care of reinforcing them using his magic to raise the fallen swords. Lelsha also enters combat fighting strongly against the creatures. However, she ends up being seriously injured by a blow that leaves her agonizing on the ground. And yet her only concern seems to be gaining the approval of her master, who practically doesn't care in the slightest. Returning to the attack, and after several accurate cuts, he managed to defeat the monster, immediately earning Andrew's admiration. And the others, but there was no time for celebrations. Still with worry marked on his face, he ordered them all to gather, as they were right in front of the place that had been capable of eliminating even Sir Claude. And at that moment the ceiling began to flood with fire, confusing everyone. The flames came from a gigantic colossal monster, which roars powerfully just before unleashing its attack against the knights, who fall enveloped in infernal fire. And although their leaders ask them not to hesitate, most seem terrified. Before the Colossus quickly approaches with a blow to the ground, it unleashes a wave of fire that absorbs many soldiers, while the others try to escape. Stephen is one of the few still standing, resisting the flames, and he regrets thinking that he could be defeated there, but he refuses to bear that dishonor, clenching his sword, determined to return to the attack, and he uses a simple knight as a stool to propel himself upwards, with the determination to uphold the honor of the Altian surname, managing to pierce the monster with his attack. Unfortunately for him, it did nothing, and he ended up simply being slapped, which sent him flying until he crashed to the ground, completely defeated before the eyes of his army. And with hope lost, Salian steps forward to invoke the blessing of his god's light. Trying to attack the monster, however, these attacks only manage to infuriate it more, and the being sets its sights on the small, terrified one, who has no choice but to cover himself. Considering himself dead, however, suddenly something hits the monster hard, making it change direction. Salian is surprised to be alive, slowly looking up, finding Riffin, who managed to hit the monster just with his fist, ready to keep fighting, until he sees the monster suddenly go out. So he supposes that he eliminated it, confused that it was so easy, now understanding how a simple blow from Tess left him very compacted in his past life, and now his priority was to get the injured ones out of there. First, he will have to pass over a large number of the fallen, and so, under the looming shadow of Toph and Salian, they see how he simply defeats them. With blows, later Stephen wakes up, seeing all the creatures defeated. Confused, he asks Andrew what happened, and he updates him. The story leaves him astonished to confirm that his guide is a martial artist. So changing his attitude, he approaches to apologize and asks his name, although Riffin almost forgot that everyone knew the real Riffinhar, so he decided to call himself just Riffin. Andrew had never heard that name, so he tries to find out if he has any family. However, the protagonist has none. This makes Stephen see him as a mere commoner, changing his attitude again and looking down on him, stating that he only finished off those that others had already left weakened, thanking him condescendingly. Riffin, tired of this, shook his hand off, reminding him that he was the one who was of little help. This infuriates the noble, who demands respect for his family. Andrew calms him down, reminding him that he is just an uneducated wanderer, which reassures him, now asking about his master, and although he prefers not to tell him, since Gerard was very well known in the world. Stephen doubted that someone like that had a renowned master, but Riffin suggested that, instead of continuing his interrogation, he better treat his wounded. And although Andrew kept observing the protagonist, noticing that his arrogance was typical of a high-ranking official, thinking he could be from the royalty of some foreign country. Although he also behaved like an old man, and Riffin, for his part, has to deal with a very friendly Cillian who admires his height and large muscles, asking him about his training method. And although he tells him it only consists of being hit, the cleric thinks he is lying, seeing him with brilliant admiration. And this little one is Ilian Fearn Marsize, a small orphan who was bullied in the orphanage because of his size and appearance, which caused him to do things he lacked, such as a deep voice and hard features. So he sought training. However, with all his effort, he maintained his same height, voice, and gray hair, which led him to despair. Although he lifted weights, his only improvement was in the healing spell he used on himself. That's why he currently admired tall and muscular people, but Riffin, without context, sees him as a simple harasser, preferring to look for a way out. The little one tries to stick to him like a tick, but the protagonist reminds him that he must stay to heal the wounded. So Steven offers to go with him. The protagonist allows him to follow, beginning to explore the corridors, where the noble remains annoyed about having been saved by a villager. And seeing him as conceited, he hopes a monster appears to show off his skills, and that they praise him, as everyone else does. However, while he is thinking, his brain shuts down, courtesy of Riffin, who, seeing that he is close to his destination, preferred to get rid of him. Just when enormous monsters come out of the corridor, which Riffin defeats easily, and now, without obstacles, he goes for the treasures, arriving at an old office where the limited bag was located, an artifact that allows storing objects 10 times their size, and reducing the weight by at least 10 times, and so he begins to find multiple faulty objects. And so once finished, he returns to Steven, who just woke up, blaming the monsters for knocking him unconscious, which makes him feel humiliated. And Simba opts to thank him for his help, but Riffin doesn't give it importance, mainly because he knows internally that it won't be the only time he knocks him out. And so while collecting treasures, he ended up knocking him out 3 times, worried about making him an idiot. Although as a noble, his life will remain comfortable. For his part, Steven thinks he is lacking vitamins, and Riffin realizes that his bag is already full. So he decides to return, and with the group reunited, they advance. And at that moment, Cillian asks him if he is royalty. And although the protagonist denies it, the little one insists, since his natural and confident way of speaking not only belittles Steven, but even Edward, who is older. With this, Riffin realizes that he had forgotten that he was now just a young man, so he decides to blame his hermit life. And at that moment, they encounter a door, which upon crossing takes them to a colossal beast called Grelbist, which Riffin never expected to find there, preferring to retreat. However, one of the knights points out the sword the creature is wielding to Steven, which is exactly what they are looking for. So Steven now, wielding his sword and disregarding Andrew's warning, denies it, complaining that Aishan's sword cannot be sullied, so he is determined to recover it at all costs, releasing his platoon, who blindly follows him under the protagonist's gaze, who only categorizes them as fools. And knowing that ruined dimensions exist, a system that automatically improves its own weaknesses, understanding the big problem, that system malfunctioned, and in the process dragged in the monsters that besieged them, and turned them into guardians, ripping away their free lives to turn them into slaves of the mechanism. And from there, they were improved again and again, until forming the enormous being they now face, powerful enough to have finished off a legendary swordsman. And yet Steven encourages his men to battle, stating that it is only a chained monster, even though Riffin clearly tells him that if they fight, they won't make it out alive. Edward thanks him for his help, but they make it clear that as a wandering barbarian, he doesn't understand what honor means, and why it is worth giving one's life for it. Without saying more, he follows his direct boss into battle, while the Proto can only stand and watch, disappointed by the lack of common sense, believing they can defeat that beast. And yet, Cillian decides to help, giving them a buff that raises their momentum. The soldiers, unfortunately quickly, all end up flying away. The protagonist insists they won't succeed, but no one seems to listen. He simply resigns himself to watching, while dodging the soldiers who keep flying through the air. For his part, Steven doesn't give up and keeps encouraging the rest, which is enough for the protagonist to give up and stop trying to make him reason, hoping Edward is more sensible, even though he admits that the noble Anisio is putting up some fight. At least he is still alive and attacking, however little damage he does. And then the little cleric invoked the power of Philiance and attacked the monster with a huge ray, which Lelsha takes the opportunity to attack the head directly. Although it does no damage, but it opens an opening for her master to connect with her, achieving some damage to the beast. And this surprises Riffin, who sees that perhaps he underestimated her, especially Lelsha, whom he now sees as the second strongest in the group. And at this point, she enters the battle, creating a gigantic tornado with which she plans to finish off the beast, achieving her goal or something like that, since she only finished the first phase of the defense system, starting the second, releasing the beast from its chains. This worries the Plota, who sees the monster jump to shatter the ground with a brutal blow, creating a shock wave, and then eliminating more knights with a tail whip. Steven tries to respond when he receives a brutal punch that makes him spit blood before being shot against a wall, where Edward worries about him. Lelsia also tries to attack. However, the beast also pushes her out of the way, and then it begins to charge its fire breath, preparing enough to unleash a brutal flame that sweeps the entire battlefield, devastating soldiers until reaching the rear guard, heading directly towards Sicilian, who resigns himself to death. However, the attack is stopped by Riffin's body, who takes it head-on, dissipating it with a simple movement, and he apologizes for not having entered the battle sooner, doubting if he can really defeat the beast. However, he also sees it as an opportunity to test his strength, releasing his aura for combat. And while remembering that in the past as a mage, he never fought with the odds against him, but now his warrior spirit was thrilled by the challenge, and following his master's advice at that time, who used to say, when in doubt, strike first, launching himself into the attack with brutal energy blows that connected against the monster, which reacted furiously, attacking with its sword. Riffin dodged, but managed to receive a small cut, realizing that the demonic sword was capable of piercing his tough body. The combat continues with both moving quickly. This time the beast wins, which sends him flying with a kick, crashing him against a wall. To Cillian's concern, Riffin gets out of there unscathed, surprising the little one. However, he is a bit uncomfortable for not having been able to counterattack, so he sees that even after his training, he keeps taking hits, assuming he will have to refine himself. And with the beast furious and the excited one, a great exchange of blows begins. All this happens before the confused eyes of Steven, who watches how a simple wandering crawler without family manifests. An aura before him, not understanding anything, watches him increasingly terrified at the brutal battle between the beast and Riffin, screaming in despair and wondering who that subject was. And the battle continues with the protagonist gaining ground, managing to make the creature retreat, amazed at the result of his training, managing to predict the beast's blows and return them. However, this is far from over, since the Ruin Guardians have a connected mania system that regenerates their wounds, making it stronger and more monstrous each time, trying to use its fire breath, which Riffin takes advantage of to move, dominating the beast's arm and propelling himself to launch a strong kick, remembering every move of his training, beginning to use the beast as a punching bag, amazing the spectators. Despite this, he knows the battle has dragged on too long, thinking of finishing it with his Horn of Calamity. But he also knows that if he exceeds his strength, they could all end up terrified, and this allows the beast to return to the attack, with the protagonist defending himself. And at that moment, Todd suggests he wrap his sword in the aura and cut it, but for Riffin that is impossible, since he has no idea how to do it. This confuses the mage, who is unaware of his clan's excessive weapon traditions. Meanwhile, the protagonist has to hold onto the beast as best he can, while Cillian seems to have a plan. Using his durable body, the protagonist accepts while holding the beast, and this serves the little one, who asks him to hold on, while releasing the blessing of Filiance, normally intended for objects, but which he throws directly at his body, loading it with such energy that it fills him with adrenaline. And this causes him to grab the beast, and with all his strength, lift it, to brutally smash it against the ground. And the protagonist trembles upon seeing how insane that little one is, for using so much power intended to be used on a sword, directly on him. And although the good thing is that it worked, if the excited one asked him to finish off the monster, he obeys the little crazy one, running at full speed to deliver a divine kick, a divine knee strike, and finally, with all his power, release the dragged divine punch, evaporating the creature, and posing epically until he realizes that everything is over. And before Cillian's celebration, he can't believe it, celebrating that everything is over, even though Steven can barely walk. Having to be helped by Edward, this doesn't calm his fury towards the protagonist, thinking that if he had that power from the beginning, why didn't he use it? Feeling his honor trampled, Riffin tells him he never mocked him, although mainly because it wasn't worth it. Turning away, Steven, furious, feels it is another disrespect, so he attacks him, only to miss and fall, straight into the hole, remaining even more humiliated. And the protagonist approaches to give him the sword he was looking for so much, affirming that he never mocked him. Andrew admired the boy's lack of greed, seeing him as a true adventurer, while Steven is left like a sulking child, and the protagonist walks away thinking that he is indeed greedy. but that sword isn't even as good as the ones his companions used to make. And with this, Stephen finally decides to leave, and back in the village, Cillian heals the sick and spreads the hour to bring more faithful to Phalantia. Meanwhile, Stephen heads towards the outskirts, suggesting to Edward to investigate Riffin, since he still hasn't gotten over being surpassed. For his part, the protagonist heads to meet Ceres, being followed by a cleric, a little flea, who is very happy to follow him, expressing that from that day on, he will be a wandering priest. Riffin calls him a pilgrim, and he knows that those usually don't survive long, and although the little boy doesn't know it, but he is determined to follow the strongest and most muscular man he has ever met, staring at him, Riffin feeling harassed and uncomfortable for continuing to encounter perverts. He thinks that the boy, being a healing cleric, could be useful for taking care of Ceres, so he allows him to guide him. So Cillian officially asks him how to train abs, although the protagonist only knows training by being hit and lifting rocks, and the little one tells him that alchemists now make whey protein for muscles, which the protagonist doesn't care about in the slightest. Meanwhile, in Shanton, a merchant named Burrith was furious because his elf refused to stop being disrespectful, thinking that although he bought her cheap, she was very defective. For this, he was determined to return her, this being the third time they returned her. And so the adventurers arrived in Shanton, a commercial nation in the north of the continent, bordering multiple cities and a place for commercial tourism, thanks to the river that crosses it. And among all its towns, the capital Cephaline stands out, the capital of commerce and Riffin's destination, who was already there, walking with Cillian, who considered it hectic as it was a market area. Riffin understood, since it was a city founded by merchants, they bought the land from the Graham Kingdom, being a good place for wealthy merchants, and where he was sure Ceres was located. And excited, Riffin leaves the little one behind, who asked him to wait, when both noticed chaos nearby. A plump noble was humiliating a poor beggar, whom he was hitting with a bat, supposedly for insulting the Raphelian syndicate. And this noble was the leader Tarek, who threw gold coins at him for every blow he gave before leaving. Cillian ran to help the beggar looking for the police, but the victim wasn't interested, since he only wanted to collect the coins with which he could settle in the city. This annoyed the little man, since he allowed himself to be mistreated for money. Riffle explained that in that place every crime was paid for with money, so no one went to prison. Upon hearing this, the boy considered it a sickening law, doubting what Riffin was looking for in such a place. Therefore, nervously, he ended up saying he was looking for an elf, so he was immediately labeled a pervert. And although he tried to clarify it, he believed that the explanation of reincarnation was not the most credible, so he preferred to remain a pervert and disappoint the mini-cleric, who looked down on men for being perverts, until Riffin reminded him that he was also a man. And meanwhile, in the Raphelian syndicate, the man complained that all the complaints about his scams were not his fault, since he considered those who allowed themselves to be scammed as fools. Meanwhile, his elf agreed with him on everything, and at that moment Beret entered, who hated meeting the unbearable fat man, who asked him how it went with the elf he bought, and the merchant told him he had to return her, earning Tarek's mockery for failing to domesticate her. And Beret challenged him to try her, since no one had succeeded. Tarek, seeing the opportunity to humiliate him, accepted the challenge. Meanwhile, Riffin witnessed the pathetic scene of Cillian trying to do push-ups with his flabby body, which didn't improve no matter how hard he tried. So he asked him not to overdo it, or he wouldn't be able to move due to muscle pain. And the boy clarified that it was impossible, and with a great purple flash, he healed his body. Riffin then understood why the boy didn't see results. Muscles must wear out to recover and grow, but with healing magic simply, they returned to the state they started in, thus wasting 5 years. Celia didn't understand why he looked at him with pity, so Riffin preferred to tell him later, asking him if he wasn't bothered by the long hair for training. The boy replied that he didn't keep it short for long, which according to Korean traditions led Riffin to think it was due to perverted thoughts. However, he put that aside to go to the slave auctions, with the cleric tick sticking to him again. And already at the auction, Riffin remembered that there was an extensive catalog of slaves, from the elves, who were the most expensive for their beauty, to the orc babies, who were the most comfortable. Of course, if male elves didn't exist, whom for some reason he preferred not to think about, having a high rate of voluntary departures to heaven, and since the female elves had a long life expectancy, it made no sense for merchants to buy them at a young age, since their life stages were as long as their longevity. Meanwhile, Cillian was excited to be in Effelheim, a place with the best elves. Riffin, for his part, thought it was somewhat sickening that they held such an auction in a sacred place for the species. But the little one remained excited, assuming that elves were better treated than orcs, although Riffin made it clear to him that they were still slaves. This didn't seem to bother the boy, as he considered they were better off like this than living in the desert. Reefer couldn't complain, since the culture made them think that way, remembering that it wasn't something he could change by force, since that would only bring fear, and seeing how he now had a second chance to improve his empire and avoid becoming the Demon King, seeking a free nation for the creatures. And at that moment, the auction manager arrived apologizing for the delay, immediately taking them to the beautiful elves, who were too sensual for the young cleric, realizing that taking a boy there was not a good idea. However, Riffin wasn't interested in any of them, since as a complete fetishist, he asked for a darker elf. Everyone noticed his curious taste, being sermonized for being the very one who complained about slavery. He tried to fix it, but again preferred to leave it like that, and the manager took him to his darkest elf, passing through all the beauty and cooking training of the elves, which quickly tired Riffin, who asked to get to the point, so the manager took him to number 148, who was in a training field. And upon seeing her, Riffin cried with emotion upon reuniting with his beloved. And so Riffenhard remembered their past together, when he constantly blew up her laboratory with the potions she invented, even against the elf's warnings. However, her clumsy innocence seemed tender to the girl, who took care of him. But despite having such a close relationship, she never changed her cordial treatment, no matter how much he insisted. And so much later Riffenhar saw his empire in flames, with his celestial kings saying goodbye to their king before his last battle. Confidently, he asked them not to worry since it wasn't the first time they saw the end near. But he was surprised how humans had gathered more than 2 million troops just to defeat the supposed Demon King, and seeing that the aftermath of the battle would also leave their countries in ruins. One of his kings stated that the demonstration was that humans preferred to die rather than accept their existence. And in this way, Tadith asked him if he wouldn't accompany them, but Riffin made it clear that if he did, he wouldn't be able to cover up his escape. And he apologized to Mashalin, since there wasn't much hope despite his god's prophecy. And the dwarf told him about a prophecy in which a man with an elf, and led by an orc, would be their savior. And Riffin received that prophecy after unintentionally destroying half of his sanctuary. And although he never managed to believe it, he received the dwarf's blessing before leaving and in this way he said goodbye to his friends, hoping to survive. And the last one to say goodbye was Cirrus, who assured him she would wait for him, although he doubted he would get out of there, hoping she would find someone else, but she insisted she would wait for him, while he kept insisting on the contrary. And finally, with a cry of sadness and rage, she repeated that she would wait for him before leaning in for their last kiss. And so they returned to the present, where the manager warned that the girl was a defective product. Since she had a terrible personality, she was given away to be a test doll for the other elves, so they would know how to cut skin, and he asked Riffin if he still wanted to buy her. He firmly confirmed it, something the manager saw as typical of a fetishist from whom he could profit, slightly increasing the price. And even so, according to Cillian, she was still cheap. And in this way, the deal was made, with the elf presenting herself to her new master. The manager apologized for her injuries, but Riffin said the cleric would take care of that, giving her his coat for the cold, looking at her nostalgically as he told her new name. Ceres. She accepted it indifferently, although she was surprised that they also gave her a surname, Valentia, which he instructed her to carry from then on, introducing himself to her as Rafinkar, and the little one as Cillian. Sometime later, Tarek arrived looking for the elf, seeing that she had already been bought, so he assumed it was Beret. But the manager told him it was a muscular boy, whom he would surely recognize when he saw him. Meanwhile, he was looking somewhat harassingly at Ceres in her new outfit, stating that she would serve until they bought her something better. Then they continued their way through the city, and he asked her if she was hungry, to which she understood he wanted her to cook. But he refused this, asking her not to treat him so formally. She then supposed that he had already tired of her, finding it strange how he treated her, as if she were a human. And the nervous one asked her to see him as his adventure companion, so the elf supposed he was a pervert with adventurer fantasies. Thinking that in their role-playing game, she would be a swordswoman, so she accepted the deal, although she didn't stop thinking of him as a mere pervert, and later the girl excitedly devoured a plate of food, which according to Refin, was the best in Zephelin's restaurant, which honored the goddess Radiant. And although Zillion also devoured the food, he did so without pleasure, as he thought that being a cult of a goddess, it should be free. However, Refin clarified that the boys' cult also traded in beauty, in an argument that the little one ended up losing. And then, Refin watched Ceres eating hastily. She thought he was judging her manners, stopping. He, for his part, thought she hadn't enjoyed the food, since that was his favorite restaurant in his past life. And he noticed that unlike before when he met her as his savior, now she saw him as her buyer. And he thought that perhaps he had rushed in meeting her. And afterwards they went to buy weapons, where Ciri chose a sword, which surprised the protagonist, since it wasn't her usual type of weapon. This annoyed her, feeling harassed without reason, so he had to feign dementia. Luckily, Ciri saved him by stating that martial artists could recognize what weapon their opponents used just by looking at their hands. This ended up saving him. Then they continued on their way, with the priest bragging about his new dagger along the way, although the protagonist didn't understand what he would use it for. However, he quickly felt the presence of a group of people approaching wanting to talk to him. Refin asked what they wanted, and their leader didn't hesitate to tell him that a noble wanted to buy that elf, offering him a good price or an exchange, which the protagonist clearly refused. This annoyed the leader, who insisted he would pay well, but the protagonist reiterated that he wasn't interested. So the group ended up leaving them confused. And during the night, Tarek was furious with that subject, who apparently was named Ramath, for returning empty-handed. He explained that he had no intention of selling her, so he preferred to leave, although his boss complained that he should have thrown some coins at them, and left, but it was too public a place to do so. So Romid suggested kidnapping the elf, and pretending she died, and then paying his compensation, and seeing that they bought her cheaply, it would be the most economical way to do it. This pleased the plump one, who offered Zerlanto to help him. Meanwhile, the protagonist reflected on how having found the girl so cheaply, he had saved a lot of money, which could be useful for investing in recovering his kingdom, and remembering that right around that time, the neighboring kingdom of Krontz, an agricultural town, would suffer a great famine. And since they had always had prosperity thanks to the goddess Redanti, they never prepared. And therefore, when the crisis came, it caused many deaths from starvation and grotesque scenes of cannibalism. So he decided to invest in cereals, and for that, he could use the Rolapane syndicates, Karen and Toabin, immediately discarding Rolpine, since that plump man was a pervert who had hurt Ceres in his previous life. And between his two options, he chose Tobin, being the largest on the continent and specializing in agricultural products, who currently had Sivolt as leader, who was annoyed by the lack of ethics of his rival, who had excessively lowered prices, causing loss of partners and an imminent crisis. And just then, he received the news of an investor's visit. But he doubted that the small amount of money he brought would be of any use, until he was surprised to see that it was 500 gold coins. And so Refin achieved the negotiation, stating he wanted to invest, all in barley for the kingdom of Corvins. This confused Sivad, who compared selling it to that kingdom with selling soap to orcs. That is something useless, and although the protagonist let slip that orcs did enjoy soap once they got used to it, although he quickly changed the subject, to continue insisting that if the investment went wrong, only he would lose, but if it went well, the syndicate would profit. Despite this, Sivad could not allow a client to make such an investment, to which the protagonist replied firmly that he would then look for another syndicate. And the merchant stopped him, confessing that he had financial problems, and that with that money he could be saved. However, he suggested other investments, but Refin was clear that was not his problem, and he hurried him to bring the contract, warning him not to try to use his money for personal gain. And the frightened merchant accepted, and Refin also asked him to take advantage of the fact that there was a branch near Delphian, to investigate the other elf who lived there. Meanwhile, Cillian watched Ceres practicing with her dagger amazed. She remembered that high elves were originally the guardians of the forest, who lived happily sheltered by the world tree of Elfheim. There they lived in peace with the animals and with abundant fruits, until humans destroyed their kingdom, condemning them to live as slaves. And so many years later, she only remembered a phrase from her mother, our dear daughter, "You must not forget our pride." This was enough for her to move forward, shedding a few tears while training. For his part, Cillian excitedly applauded and asked her how she did her moves. But she replied that she had only given her best effort. This annoyed the boy, since all martial artists gave the same answer. However, at that moment, a large number of soldiers entered led by Romid, stating that they would take the elf to her true master. Cillian quickly came out in her defense, with Romid following his threats, but the tiny cleric made it clear that the elf was not for sale, which infuriated one of the soldiers, who excessively attacked the boy. Ciri protected him, and with a quick move finished him off. The other soldiers tried to attack her, but she moved much faster than them, exterminating them one by one. And Ramin's annoyance sets in, not understanding how she could be so strong despite being a novice. And at that moment, Cillian tried to join the battle, invoking Phalantia to eliminate the wicked. However, the boy was too slow, so the elf had to save him again, from a sword thrown by the mercenary leader. The little one, somewhat annoyed by what happened, was calmed by the elf, who protected him while advancing with a firm step, looking confident and showing how well she handled the dagger. And seeing this, the annoyed mercenaries decided to retreat and let Takalta pass, a giant orc warrior whose mission was clear: capture the elf. Although in his language, he apologized for what he would do, Ciri knowing that he was much stronger than any human doubted if she could defeat him. And the orc, as soon as he received the order, launched himself directly into combat and quickly put her in serious trouble. Frustrated, she thought she should have brought another weapon, blocking the blows as best she could. And in an attempt to surprise him, she took advantage of a moment to jump, but she failed. Romandy demanded the orc to hurry up and catch the simple elf, and he, sweating at the thought that they might take his dinner away. As punishment, he motivated himself and launched himself forward with everything. Ciri felt an uncomfortable pressure, and at that moment she stopped, locking eyes with him, and both determined were ready to attack, and he unleashed his blow. Ciri didn't move and planned to take it, using her dagger as the only block, executing a quick movement that put her right in front of the orc, aiming directly at his neck. However, she narrowly missed, surprising the orc with how risky the move was, which even she considered a trick of great faith. Returning to combat, and behind her, Cillian asked the elf if she could dodge flying daggers. She answered yes without thinking too much. That was enough for the little one to trust her while gathering his power. And just then someone threw a dagger at her, but the elf got in the way and protected him. Gaining the seconds she needed to finish the invocation of Phalantia, and suddenly enormous swords descended from the sky, leaving everyone speechless to see how they were heading directly for them, causing a huge roar that shook the entire city. And Alian ran out through the dust to reach Circe, knowing perfectly well that her moves only worked against demons and monsters, so it was still a trick to scare them and make them flee. And taking advantage of the chaos, Circe took him by the hand, and using the previous sword as a springboard, they climbed up to a window, and the mercenaries thought about following her, but were stopped by an old warrior, who seemed surprised by all the fuss they were making to hunt a simple elf. And upon seeing that she could even take down an experienced orc, he got excited, and as soon as he knew the direction of their escape, with superhuman speed, he began the pursuit, leaving everyone amazed by the power of an aura user. Meanwhile, he looked surprised by the desperate hiding place of the boys, who kept running, while Cillian told Circe they should go back to their room for their things, although she thought they would be waiting for them. However, the little one knew they could deal with 1 or 2 mercenaries, which was better than fighting alone with a dagger. Ciri was surprised, since she thought the boy had no experience in the world, and so they arrived right at their room, where she knocked out the mercenary waiting for them with 1 kick. And so she began to change with all the tranquility in the world, while Cillian rushed her, annoyed that, in his opinion, they had returned only to leave quickly, not for her to get comfortable as if nothing happened. And he used his blessing to erase all trace that they had been there. Meanwhile, Lantos, a powerful expert swordsman who controlled the aura, knowing well where they were thanks to that ability that allowed him to feel people's presence, 30 meters away from him. Despite this, when he entered the room, he was surprised to see that the boy had used a high-ranking spell to erase his presence. And at that moment, Ramon arrived surprised that they had escaped, but Lantos told him they must be close, and he asked him to release the abusos. Meanwhile, the Duke hid in the alleys, and Ceres asked him if they shouldn't go out to the main street. But the little one knew well that if they looked like slaves escaping, everyone would go after them. and thinking about how easy it could have been to end everything for him, being the fate of many pilgrims in the end. And although his decision was made, since he knew he couldn't go back, or he would face an even more terrifying priestess, refusing to return to their hands, and even worse, with his fragile and delicate body. And in his desperation, he let out a scream, asking why Riffin was wandering around instead of helping them. And although being honest, Sirius doesn't quite believe that boy was that strong. And with no other option, the little cleric invoked the blessing of Phylantia again, forming a spell that extended a thread throughout the city, turning chance into destiny, basically a thread of destiny, which transformed any apparently casual encounter into a predestined one, usually used to unite compatible couples. It was a desperate measure, which however did not work, and although now they seemed calmer, with Siglin congratulating Ceres for being stronger than the only other elf he had known. She also congratulated him upon seeing that he was quite a high-ranking saint. Despite his youth and his casual way of speaking, the boy felt like he was talking to an equal, and not a slave, thinking that Ceres was truly special. Pathetically, Lantos appeared before them. Immediately, Ceres stood in front of the cleric seeking to protect him, while the swordsman congratulated them for forcing them to exercise, recommending they not run again. She understood, if they ran they would expose their backs, so with no other options she decided to take the only way out. Attack, take down, and flee. However, she was easily dodged, earning Lantos's recognition for being very strong and talented with him dodging, while watching how hard she tried despite being a slave. And Yaya insisted on her attacks, realizing that she was facing someone completely terrifying. And from a distance, Cillian recognized the subject as a high-ranking knight, who he didn't understand how he had ended up in those dirty kinds of affairs. With no other option, he used his blessing to give the elf a huge buff, which amazed both the girl and Lantos, who noticed that the boy hadn't used a simple buff, but 3 at the same time, something worthy not of a high-ranking priest, but of a bishop, to celebrated, remembering his fame in Vasily, hoping the girl would finish him, and she decisively began a sword clash with Lantos, who was surprised by her new power. However, both became overconfident, as the knight destroyed her sword with a simple movement, and then brutally wounded her, making it clear to her that she shouldn't consider herself superior just because he had played with her. Cillian lost his smile as he rushed to help Ceres, and saw how the knight was a Laura user, who was annoyed at having used her on a simple elf. The cleric didn't understand how someone so powerful could be there, being able to live comfortably anywhere, and much less hunting a simple huntress. And then the other mercenaries arrived, congratulating him for capturing her. Cillian recognized the name of Laura's master, a powerful warrior from Taken, from a noble family, and who was once the pride of the kingdom for having generated a new Laura user. However, that demented knight had a dark secret, a fetish that started with female slaves, and then extended to humans and nobles, making him one of the kingdom's greatest misfortunes. Cillian was surprised how he had been hiding in Shanton all this time, since his name was used as a kind of boogeyman among young clerics, realizing that he was as horrible as in the stories. And Romid knew it, even though the Rophelian syndicate only saw advantages in letting him go free. And he even paid him a salary, so thanks to him, the syndicate had become the most important of all by having him as their mercenary. And at that moment, Lantos decided to eliminate the cleric to avoid his annoying power, knowing how dangerous it was to let him go free, hitting his ligaments to leave him immobile. For his part, Romid asked him not to hurt the elf anymore, but Lantos complained that they weren't letting him have fun. And at that moment, everyone noticed how pretty Cillian also looked, and the situation became awkward, with everyone looking at him as perverts. He spoke again to clarify that he was a man, although the sick knight didn't seem bothered by trying new things. However, Cillian didn't give up, and before they could touch him, he used his dagger, surprising everyone to see that he could still move. However, Lantos concluded that the best thing would be to cut off all his limbs, and Cillian, terrified and cornered, he had no way out. It was then that they heard something huge fall, and from the dust, Riffin appeared, furious because they had come for his elf, distilling power and ready for combat, introducing himself in the shadow of Lantos, who didn't understand how a simple young man with the appearance of having abused chemicals could emit such an aura. Roman explained to him that he was precisely the mistress's master, which made the swordsman uncomfortable. Seeing that this man was not at all the poor devil promised, since just by watching him move, he knew his aura was at his level. And at that moment, Riffin arrived right with Cillian, thanking him for taking care of Ceres. Lantos observed him, thinking he was a master who looked young, and congratulated him for being the strongest he had seen in a long time. Riffin asked him to drop the pleasantries, even more so if they came from a dirty pervert, and so they both launched into battle, unleashing incredible power in the first clash, which generated an outward shockwave capable of destroying the terrain. And so the two fiercely faced each other, evenly matched in their brutal exchanges, confronting Lantos's madness and Riffin's tenacity, while everyone around them considered fleeing to avoid being caught in the crossfire, and while the warriors devastated the place. And at that moment, Cillian healed Cities, who watched the protagonist amazed, upon discovering that he was an aura user, something the cleric thought she already knew. And while they exchanged blows, Lantos managed to push the protagonist back with his aura, but he responded with a Kai blast that was barely blocked. The sadistic swordsman was impressed by the boy's great aura control, wondering if he had awakened his power as a child, or if he was actually an old man with a child's face, finding no sense in anything, while he continued his attack. Although Riffin was not entirely well either, because he felt the pressure from the dirty pervert, accepting that he was strong, admitting that martial arts had never given him patience, shaking off Lantos's attacks, releasing his aura all over his body, leaving the swordsman confused. Seeing his sword blocked by a bare arm, he thought that level could only come from a disciple of the martial King Gerard, doubting why someone like that would get into so much trouble for a simple slave. And this increased the protagonist's momentum, who, furious at seeing how he belittled the feelings of slaves, threw a brutal punch. Lantos dodged it, uncomfortable hearing nonsense about equality, attacking with brutal thrusts that the protagonist took without showing pain, annoyed to know that this way of thinking was rooted in the world, attacking with the idea that no matter how much the slaves laughed or cried, they were not taken into account, and Lantos proclaimed that humans were the kings of creation, and the others simple slaves, and the battle continued, and the protagonist thought that when all species were taken, humanity celebrated, but if things had been different, humans could have been slaves, asking him while throwing an angry punch if Lantos would also accept being a slave. He dodged it, calling him crazy for thinking that, and Riffin affirming that Ceres was not a slave. He charged with all his power, throwing brutal blows that Lantos barely managed to dodge. And again, he followed him, thinking that in that world low class, humans lived in semi-slavery, like servitude, understanding that the same belief had trapped humans themselves. While with a kick, he finally managed to hit the knight, cornering him, and he thought that everyone would someday live in fear of those chains, for which he decided to change all that and break them forever. And with all his power, he hit a terrified Lantos, hitting him squarely with so much pressure that it ended up shattering the wall and smashing him against a building, asserting that with his strength, he was determined to change the world so that there would be no more slaves. And all for Ceres, who ironically watched him like a madman. Then he remembered everything he said during the battle, failing to understand to what extent his strange role-playing game continued. And Ceres maintained her opinion that he was a pervert, truly incautious, although she felt strange that he knew her race as descendants of the Granada. And meanwhile, Lantos, under the rubble, begged for clemency, but Riffin had no intention of granting it. And yet, the swordsman begged him, promising to atone for his sins by doing good. The protagonist saw that from his expression, he seemed to be telling the truth. However, in the order in Delayer, to which the pardoned belonged just by going to the temple to ask for it. So he told him that if he truly wanted to repent, he should have turned himself in a long time ago. And Lantos promised him he would, begging him not to dirty his hands with him. But Riffin knew well that, since his past life, his hands were already stained with dirty blood. So he told him that the only possible surrender for someone like him was to beg for a quick death. And he kept his word. And before everyone's eyes, he unleashed a brutal blow that unearthed the warrior right there. And so everything ended. And Rifi asked Cillian if he was okay, and the boy assured him that he had left them like new, as if he were the best first aid kit one could find. Ciri, grateful but maintaining her cold tone, asked him if he was okay, which made him blush, and get overly excited, since she was finally talking to him, although to her that only made him look even weirder. And then Cillian noticed that the mercenaries were escaping, The protagonist suggested it wasn't a good idea to let them go, and asked them who had sent them. And although he knew they wouldn't talk easily, he still promised to be merciful, which generated doubts in them when they saw him invoke a cudgel in his hand. And so, after a relaxing training session that left them almost naked and beat, the protagonist repeated the question, "Who sent you?" Tired of being beaten, they not only betrayed Tarek, but also gave his exact address. Riffin remembered him well. He was the one who hurt Siri in his past life. And although at that time he intended to eliminate him, someone had gotten ahead of him, and the mercenaries warned him that if he went after him, he would become an enemy of the city. The plot was aware of it, but seemed to have a good idea. But before leaving, he decided to let her live, although he suggested she should bundle up well. Meanwhile, Beret was with Tarek, asking him how long the elf would take and why they had arrived. "2 more. He replied that this was Lantos's payment. However, he didn't understand why they were taking so long, nor why there was so much noise outside, unaware that all his guardians were being knocked out by Rifen, who couldn't control his strength, almost eliminating them. Luckily, Cillian was in charge of healing them, and by the way, erasing their painful memories. Although the protagonist thought that only worked with broken hearts, but apparently it also worked for that type of trauma. And the cleric nevertheless asked him what he would have done with so many witnesses, since luckily it was with him. And the protagonist told him to take advantage of that moment to see how to eliminate the plump one. However, Takalta stood before him, who didn't seem willing to let him pass. And despite Riffin's attempts to show that the man he was protecting was not worthy of such protection, the orc was a noble warrior who, although aware that he was a slave, did not act of his own free will. Feeling that for honor, he had to complete his task. Ceres asked the protagonist to advance with her, taking care of the orc now that she had changed her weapon. The orc saw them as weak, although he recognized that they were much better than in their previous encounter. So the protagonist advanced, asking Cillian to cover his back, and Takalta asked him if he planned to ignore him, to which the protagonist replied that his opponent was the girl, and that it would be disrespectful to ignore her. And Takalta admitted he was right. And so they reached a room enveloped in a peculiar purple smoke, which they identified as narcotics. And upon looking in, they saw a gigantic red stain on the wall and the nobles, naked with their eyes in a psychotic trance. So when Riffin entered, he admitted that despite all the horrible things he had seen in his life, what he had in front of him deserved a brutal punishment. The Fat King screamed for his guards, while the protagonist observed the hideous scene with the elves. So he decided that there were people who didn't deserve to keep breathing, while Tarek, desperate, he screamed for his orc to his guards, but no one came, and upon seeing the aura of fury surrounding the protagonist, he tried to negotiate, offering more than anyone else could pay him, but the protagonist saw him as an incorrigible being, lamenting that Siri had put up with him for so long, and with hatred, he accepted the first blow, leaving him on the ground in pain, and then he took him by the head, and told him that although he hadn't done it yet, he felt that the way he mistreated Siri in the past had been horrible. So he proceeded to slowly destroy each of the limbs that this man had used too. Herter, Beret was terrified. Seeing the state he was in, the plump one screamed murderer at him. He accepted it, admitting that he was too, although Beret insisted that he had never hurt anyone. And at that moment, Cillian and Cirrus arrived. She, upon seeing the scene, thought perhaps he had gone too far, but the protagonist maintained that he deserved even more. The little one agreed, and excitedly told him that Cirrus had defeated the orc by herself, although she clarified that it was thanks to the cleric's healing, and the protagonist remained attentive to his surroundings, making sure Takalta was still alive. For his part, Beret recognized Cirrus as the slave he had returned, and she asked him if he was the one who had left the little elf in that state, and he basically accepted it. And then, Cirrus decided to make him pay, proceeding to massacre him. Annoyed that while still agonizing, he tried to touch one of the elves he had hurt, and so amidst screams, everything came to an end. And some time later they had gathered all the slaves, the orc focus of the palace, thanks to the warrior orc, who helped them because upon being defeated by his master, he now considered Riven his new leader. And Seelan observed that it was a very varied group, composed mostly of elves and orcs, since neither male elves nor female orcs were widely used in slavery, and Sires remembered the protagonist's words, thinking that perhaps she had judged him wrongly. And just then, the protagonist appeared with the slavery contract of the Raphilians, which he had casually found while destroying a wall. And a safe. Cillian judged him for being excessive, which reminded him of his past, and he told him that he hadn't been judged like that for 50 years only to immediately retract, feeling that he was becoming more foolish, leaving his friends confused, and then he offered freedom to all the slaves. Unfortunately, this only caused fear as they had no idea what he was talking about. Cillian thought it would be best to return them to commerce, although Riffin had no intention of doing so since he could not free beings without a home or a place to belong. So, they should be educated first, and so he took them to a grounded Civalt who noticed that he was bringing Tarek slaves with him. The protagonist confirmed this, taking them there to hide them and keep them in secret, since otherwise he would also appear as a suspect, which for them was a routine threat. To compensate him, he left 100 gold coins. Seawolf, although scared, found the money very useful and thought the protagonist had stolen it from the Raphilians, but apparently he accepted, taking the slaves to a secret place on the outskirts of the city. Riffin agreed, asking that no one treat them as slaves but him, and the merchant thought he had left him too much money just to take care of them, until he explained that besides taking care of them, he wanted him to educate them. This bewildered the merchant, who thought they were already educated, but Rifle clarified that he wished for him to instruct them in numbers, languages, and other human disciplines. Seawold was confused, despite the insistence, since slaves are worth more the more useful they are. But the merchant doubted that they would really learn. But the boy insisted. However, no scholar wanted to teach them, so they hired peasants who had studied with scholars. And they needed money. SeaWorld didn't know if that was convenient, but the boy insisted with his own money, and the merchant compared it to teaching pets. Riffin already knew what he would say, since in his time, the same was said about that idea, believing that was the real reason not to try. Although in reality, the objective was to avoid rebellions, while the merchant still hesitated. But the protagonist was convinced that once they saw that the slaves were capable of learning, he himself would teach his own to make them more useful, perhaps spreading the idea through religion. And perhaps it would be the first step to changing people's mentality. And although this would later bring him problems, with the protagonist lending money to his little cleric because he had spent everything with Silbot, and Siri suggested returning his clothes, but this agitated him too much, vehemently refusing, which caused a smile on her face. And what nobody knew was that this was the first real smile since she became a slave. And so the scandal broke out the next day. 2 leaders of the important syndicate had been brutally eliminated, and the guards gave high versions of what happened. And the case ended up unresolved. And 2 weeks later, in Illusion, Cillian used his blessing to destroy the undead and give enhancements to Ceres, who took care of the rest. Riffin, amazed, watched how they formed a great team, especially because Cillian had a lot of experience on the battlefield. So he wondered since when he had been in combat, thinking that if he continued to improve, he could surpass his Archduke Saint Alin, and this one thought that if that boy hadn't become famous in his time, it was probably because he died too young. At that moment, the cleric complained, because the protagonist had promised him easy ruins, but they were even more difficult than the last time, and Riffin had entered through the easy part of the dungeons of the Kingdom of Grime, the ruins of Illusion, where they finally reached a door, sealed with magic. In front of it, Cillian remembered that he had told him he needed a mage, but Riffin assured him that he would do it. This confused the little one, upon hearing that in addition to being a martial artist, he was also smart enough to be a mage, and while he kept training no matter how much, he didn't have a single muscle. However, he noticed that the protagonist was taking too long, and it was because he was trying to gather a large amount of mana, which took him a long time and barely managing it, after a long spell and a lot of concentration. Cillian timing him at 13 minutes for something so simple, and suggested then that if that was the case, avoid boasting about being a mage. The protagonist replied that he only cared about the result, since he needed what was inside those ruins, to become the first and only 10th circle mage again. But what he found was an empty place, with nothing more than an old branch on the ground, and so he walked through the snow completely disappointed, although Cillian reminded him that you can't always win. However, the boy knew that he would be the one to discover that place 17 years in the future, so he understood that he had already changed his destiny. For his part, the little cleric affirmed that at least he had found something great. It was a small branch that Ceres was holding, which distilled a green energy called Nyalan's magic arrow. This formed a bow capable of shooting mana arrows, and although it looked like a simple, ordinary bow, in reality, it was a part of the tree, of the life of Elfheim, whose powerful shots devastated everything, leaving both surprised. And Cillian asked him how someone could have left it behind, and how Riffin knew, although he knew because Ceres also used it in the past, pretending he had only heard rumors, and the cleric asked him not to remain sad, since there were still many ruins to explore. But Riffin knew that none could replace the voice of illusion, the only artifact capable of returning his magic, and even so they reached their next destination, the village of Hehilam, where they wasted no time and had a feast, greatly enjoying the food. This pleased the innkeeper, who was grateful that they were so cordial, unlike the previous visitors who complained about everything. These had been a group of nobles investigating some ruins. Riffin didn't hesitate to offer money for information, but remarkably, she gave it to him for free. It was the Viscount of Kelver, who had come for an exploration, although he was accompanied by someone with more status, a likable man in armor with a golden sword. According to the protagonist, it was probably the Golden Knight of the Grime family, Eustace Tens, who received Kelver's thanks for helping him extract the treasures from the ruins, which he apparently exploited quite a bit. And although the Viscount was not really interested in the treasures, what he wanted was a good relationship with the famous knight. And he asked him what he had done with the materials he found, and he replied that he had sent them to the dwarves to forge weapons. This did not surprise Eustace, who knew their fame as excellent miners, but that the noble preferred to introduce his daughters to him, even if he was married. And the knight showed no interest, but the noble still insisted, suggesting them for his brother. However, a loud sound alerted that he had touched a sensitive point. Yuso smashed his glass and looked at him like a murderer, stating that he had no brother. Elvis Count and his daughters were terrified, until fortunately for them, a knight informed them that a demon named Zephyathan had appeared in one of the relics. And this demon was already devastating the soldiers, and the knight watched calmly from the window until someone appeared, reawakening his emotions. And as he went down, the knight stepped back to let the saints and mages act, and they began to summon their gods, and raised huge ice walls to stop the demon. And so they managed to trap him, trying to hold him until the commander arrived. However, from above, a knight named Ruse, carrying a sword, descended at full speed. And determined, he jumped on the demon, managing to cut the creature, or so he thought, since once on the ground, he saw Zephyathan attack him again, and he barely managed to block the attack with his sword, being sent flying, and remaining wounded, while his companions watched him like an imprudent person. And at that moment, his brother arrived, Eustace, ordering them to stop taking care of the fools and concentrate on the creature. And he looked at Ruse with contempt, annoyed at having heard him call him brother, stating that the Knights of Tens are not born from stray dogs. And then he advanced towards the demon, seeing clearly that those are not aura users and will not be able to face him. So he prepared his golden sword, which he called the Rad, and asked him to open his eyes, activating its mechanism, beginning to release hundreds of golden trails that moved through the air until they fell onto the knight's body, forming his armor and leaving him ready to face the monster. Meanwhile, Riffin listened to stories about him from Salian, surprised that he was so famous. Even Ceres had heard of him, although the protagonist was more interested in whether his pajamas suited him, until they returned to the topic with the mini cleric, not understanding how and well the magical armor was the most powerful. He still didn't understand how he had managed to surpass even the aura users. This must be because his armor and sword allowed him to elevate his power to enormous levels, thanks to his 100% real magic gold alloy, which at that moment was face to face with the demon. However, the armor only delivered all its power if the wearer was able to master it. And so Zeus jumped into the air, activating the Braham and enveloping himself in flames, activating an 8th circle spell, Material Destruction, with which he modified the entire terrain, and Riffin knew well how difficult it was to handle that armor, which surprised Cillian, as it was difficult to handle magic in that state, and they watched as many thought that the sword skills had been lost, depending now on objects that favored him. And returning to the fight, the demon let out an enormous cloud of corrosive breath, the knight without stopping. He summoned the flames, and while Riffin narrated that although having an aura user was good in any family, it was unknown if any would achieve it, but they would always have a golden knight. However, it was harder to be a magical swordsman than to use the armor, like Yuso's, who could also use ice attacks to disintegrate the demon before the victors of everyone, except for his brother, and so he posed triumphantly while Riffin wondered if he could beat him. However, this made Cillian uncomfortable, who thought he wanted to fight Yuso's, something the protagonist accepted, as it was the only way to recover the artifact. But the little one made it clear to him that although enchantment helped him punish the wicked, in this case, the Golden Knight had legitimately investigated and obtained the artifact. So if they took it from him, they would become thieves. Riffin, surprised, saw that he was right, but that wouldn't stop him, so he had to persuade him without mentioning his reincarnation, convincing him that as part of his brutal training with Gerard, one of his missions was to recover that artifact, which were left there for the disciples, and he affirmed that it was his master who left him the instructions to find it. So he knew the dungeon well. Cillian believed the whole story and understood the reason for his desperation, although he did not agree with stealing it. For his part, Yuso's was congratulated for defeating the demon. He left the cleanup to the others, not without first belittling his brother again, stating that he was no longer a tennis swordsman, which frustrated Ruse, and he decided to train tirelessly with his sword. However, his companion approached to demand his attitude from the previous day for pulling such a foolish trick and disobeying orders, and he still insisted on calling himself a TENS swordsman, which only tired his companions, who told him that if he wanted to prove it, they challenged him to a duel, leaving him alone and calling him half-breed. And he tried to increase his momentum by practicing. Unfortunately, despite his strength, he had only managed to master the decent lunge along with his breathing technique, a technique that perfectly could cut even the air. However, even though his family knew many sword techniques, his position as a bastard son prevented him from learning any technique other than that one, which was taught by his father, who told him that it was their tradition and the true path to Aura. And feeling his father's expectations, he didn't want to disappoint him. However, it was simply a movement from a forgotten art, and Yuso's also doubted that he could do much with all the other missing fragments of the Yajin sword art. And yet he saw him furious, because although he considered him foolish, he also saw him strive like a genius. For his part, Riffin was heading there, dressed as a foolish thief, uncomfortable because he had to enter the enormous castle without being seen, knocking out the guards to start his robbery. And upon entering some guards, in the hallways doubted that anyone would want to invade them, knowing that they had a Golden Knight, and right at that moment, they were being invaded, although Riffin managed to pass unnoticed, realizing he had a talent for crime, advancing to the room he was looking for, where he decided to be kind to the guards. And by kind, he meant knocking them out until they were unconscious. And so he reached a warehouse, where he found a barrier again that he couldn't break with his terrible level of magic. Luckily, he found a core in a rune carved into a stone, which he broke to enter, and observed the great variety of magical objects they had, and how well ordered and rated they were. But what interested him was a black cube called the Voice of Illusion. However, when he went for it, he ended up stepping on a simple thread that activated a bell, making a fool of himself by falling for the easiest trap in the place, alerting the Viscount and his wife, and the other guards who headed to the South Tower, from which Riffin flew out, admitting that this would be his last robbery, while knocking out guards hoping not to eliminate them. But his problems increased when the soldiers arrived, backed by the mages, who prepared their fire attack, and they unleashed it directly against him. So Riffin, apologizing cordially, took a guard to use him as a shield, and the guards saw him as subservient for that act, although the protagonist thought he only used him because his armor would leave him almost crippled. And so now he had to deal with arrows, which he knew wouldn't hurt him. However, he quickly noticed how they disintegrated on his body, beginning to crystallize, starting to restrict his movements, believing that it was ingenious, and they endured as best they could. While they seemed to prepare a fire bow, Riffin couldn't help but worry that such simple knights had so many skills, which didn't seem normal to him. But at that moment, Ruse appeared from the ranks, charging at full speed, being seen as an idiot by everyone there, even by the protagonist, who saw how he was a simple swordsman with nothing special, except for his sword swing, which was about to hit him, forcing him to step back, managing to dodge him to return with a punch that sent Ruse flying, confusing Riffin, who wondered how he had so much power to hit like that, but not to dodge a blow. And although now he had to block the Golden Knight's energy cuts, who arrived there astonished that someone so strong was a vulgar thief. Although the protagonist told him he had his reasons, which the knight didn't care about, so Riffin went on the attack. Just like the knight, seeing each other face to face, throwing a blow without any defense, which almost made them both lose their minds, only to end up separating, exchanging attacks in a strange kind of combat. That left the other warriors completely confused. For their part, both were surprised that their attacks didn't work, but Eustace returned to the attack by summoning the Howling Shadows, which Riffin, with experience in spells, easily dodged, astonishing the Golden One, who supposed he was an expert in counteracting magic, which he admitted to knowing, and so they continued in combat, with Riffin dodging the knight's quick movements, until he found a spot to hit him, which Eustace felt brutally, even with the armor's protection. So he moved away to use wind and fire as if they were daggers, trying to riddle Riffin, who had to escape, seeing how an enormous energy explosion was now approaching him, chasing him. And he began to think that if it continued like this, he surely wouldn't make it, and so managing to get out of the smoke, surviving the attack, looking amazed at the use of magic, as advanced as material destruction. For his part, the knight was also surprised that he was still alive, noticing that his speed even surpassed his eyes, assuming he was facing an aura user, so he didn't waste time and used corrosive fog, enveloping the protagonist, who confidently saw that he could easily dispel it. Stepping heavily, he shook it off to attack the knight directly, who barely managed to block the strong blows, making him retreat, uncomfortable with this, although now he confirmed that he was an aura user, so he would respond as such, activating the aura of his armor to unleash brutal cuts. With rifle dodging, now uncomfortable because it was difficult with this, seeing that in his past, he thought the most annoying thing were aura users. But now he saw that magic was also annoying. As their battle destroyed everything in its path, Eustace doubted why an aura user was stealing. Riffin found himself discovered, as he didn't want to use aura because it was too flashy, but he couldn't use it either, now that his rival knew, which made the knight think that perhaps he had awakened that power recently. Therefore he felt he had an advantage. Jumping into the sky, he used his ability to awaken the Drath and the Dran, both bursting with pure power, illuminating the sky and worrying the protagonist upon seeing how the knight charged against him, activating the light of Edril. And Riffin, feeling the danger, thanked that the light was exactly golden, which allowed him to use his aura, covering himself with it, causing an enormous flashing clash, which covered everyone. The Golden Knight retreated, surprised to see how he was blocked, while Riffin, injured, fell from the top of a castle into the river. Managing to escape, Eustace looked for him, asking his captain to check what they stole, besides preparing a group to hunt him, doubting that he could perish from something like that. Meanwhile, in Ciri's refuge, she woke up terrified, having a bad feeling. Celia asked her if she thought something had happened to Riffin, who at that very moment was sinking unconsciously into the river. And without specifying how much time passed, Ceres ran across the rooftops of the city, with Celia feeling humiliated for being carried by an elf. However, they had no time to lose, as the guards cornered them, and Ceres had to make her way with Nigeline, knocking out the confused guards. Meanwhile, the captain saw Eustace arrive, observing that he couldn't alleviate the situation, so he would take care of it himself. And Ceres asked Cillian if he could carry him again, and he accepted, annoyed that Riffin hadn't yet helped him train his muscles. However, at that moment, an enormous air blade cut off their path. However, the hare noticed immediately how the skilled elf draws a sword, and that the little one was a high-ranking priest, who was annoyed with the protagonist for letting himself be captured. And he didn't hesitate for a second, throwing himself directly with the intention of finishing everything at once. And for his part, Riffin woke up, hurt and sore, thinking that facing the human with the strongest armor in the world was a foolish idea, not knowing where he was, until a dwarf named Ethos came to greet him, who was happy to see him alive. He asked him if he wanted to eat, and Riffin supposed he could, so the dwarf ordered Tila, a dwarf woman who grew more than usual, who also greeted him happily, bringing him the only thing dwarves eat, barley. And Riffin was very confused by so much kindness from the dwarves despite being human, until an old man appeared calling him savior, according to the prophecy of Alpoth, which confused the protagonist, to whom they completely read the prophecy, which was summarized in that a muscular man would arrive floating in the river and must be saved. This was a prophecy equal to the one in his past life, which was updated 6 years ago. According to the god who gave him a second chance, happy that he continued to cover his back, promising to do better this time, and so time passed until he finally recovered thanks to Tila, who was happy to see him well, although he knew that with a little meat he would be much better. And then the girl asked him to go see the priest, and with the little one serving as his crutch and making him uncomfortable, Riff noticed that he was in the Steel Hammer tribe of Viscount Keldera, who had managed to maintain their culture thanks to their use in slavery, being basically technical users, since humans couldn't learn their skills, like the way to find minerals by listening to Mother Nature. Furthermore, that skill only worked well in a group, which is why they managed to remain as a society, being of great help in his past life to form his empire. And she took the opportunity and asked Tila how many lived there, and she replied that there were 60, all from the Viscount, also telling him that in those mines, men worked while keeping their relatives as hostages. And in this way, they finally reached the priest, who, although he still didn't understand how his savior would be, he knew well that Riffin did not see them as slaves, and he told them that he considered them equals, but he didn't understand how he would help an entire species. Chill understood, but he had full confidence in his god, trusting that his hand would save him, although he did notice that the protagonist was somewhat strange because he didn't seem surprised by the prophecy, which Riffin accepted, but the reason he brought him was because he wanted the High Priest Alpoth to see him, remembering him nostalgically, smiling upon seeing him again. Although it seemed interesting to Chill how the boy had taken all that so well, doubting that they would believe him, complicating life, trying to find a way in which all that could sound reasonably believable. But this one understood everything, remembering that although Antares fell in the past, he felt that if he spoke with the wise dwarf, he could change that, remembering that he should be in a forge nearby where they would take him with a guide. Tila being the only option, one of the few of the warrior race, and although Chill realized that even if he didn't read his truth, Riffin knew well about the high priest and his location, surprised that even knowing that he wasn't scared, he ended up scared upon seeing how much he knew. But Riffle told him that it wasn't time yet to tell them everything he knew. However, at that moment, Ethos arrived to alert the protagonist that the elf and the boy accompanying him were prisoners of Viscount Kelberin, where Usos was ordering his soldiers to use any torture method on them, seeking information about the thief, although they were amazed to have captured an elf, bearer of a high-level magic sword, and a little follower of Phylantia, with enough power to be a bishop. But the soldiers had no idea what torture was, trying to decide exactly what to do, and deciding to improvise, arriving next to their victims, who didn't seem to be afraid, but it was noticeable that they were somewhat nervous, and the soldiers Vara and Leto decide to start, and so about 30 minutes later, they heard Cillian's whole story about the protagonist, and his inhuman brutal training in the unbreakable martial gym, which was such hard training that its final exam consisted of recovering the relic, which they arrived at first, but it originally belonged to Gerard, the martial master. That's why Rifa needed that relic, being the only one that interested him, and after hearing this whole story, he agreed that he should steal it, waiting there for him to arrive, telling this whole story. And that's even though the soldiers hadn't even threatened him, talking so much that Cillian ended up exhausted, asking for a glass of water, and Vara doubted why he spoke so easily, thinking he had no loyalty to his friend. Cillian clarified that it wasn't a story he should hide, and the soldier told him he was ruining the reputation of the martial king's successor. But the little one replied that if he didn't want it to happen, he wouldn't have stolen it, leaving him silent. Although he asked him again if he knew anything else about the relic or the boy, the calm Silent clarified that besides having no way to contact him, he never thought he would fail in a robbery. So easy, leaving him silent again and the others confused, as they didn't understand how the interrogation ended like this. Meanwhile, Riffin next to the dwarf Tila, who was amazed at how good the protagonist was at hunting, they were cooking a deer, although he considered that the area didn't allow it. But the protagonist clarified that he couldn't worry about trivial laws, since his main objective in itself, freeing the species, was itself against the law, so he devoured the meat with momentum, which gave him the powers of a carnivore, starting to astonish the vegan Tila upon seeing how his body healed, releasing a golden aura, with which he was easily capable of causing great destruction with a single movement, so he considered himself ready to continue. And meanwhile, Eustace thought it couldn't have been a coincidence that he was going for that relic, remembering how a month ago, a strange hooded man came to see him with the seal of the Silver Sage, a secret that only the chosen descendants of the Ten's lineage know. This was an organization capable of overthrowing nations, whose power and knowledge were above modern societies. And they acted from the shadows, unless humanity was in danger, being above any king. Bowing before them, that man gave him orders, entrusting him with the investigation of the Ten's illusion ruins, offering him all the relics he found there, except the voice of illusion, which he had to hand over to him, or the Ten's family would suffer the consequences. And once the memory ends, his men arrived with information about the strange interrogation and the consequent but unusual story. Meanwhile, the guards at the entrance were recalling the traumatic encounter against the protagonist, hoping that now that he had stolen the relic, they would never see him again. But to their bad luck, the wind brought back their trauma, with the arrival of a far from happy and bright Riffin. Eustace, for his part, finished listening to the story, confused about why the Silver Sages would want an object that belonged to the unbreakable Jim. And although he thought Silam might be lying, although upon seeing that he was basically a priest with the power of a bishop, he doubted that they would teach him espionage tactics, supposing that he was telling the truth, and yet he thought that those two didn't matter to him, and he would abandon them, annoyed by all the resources he would have to employ in following him, with no certainty of finding the object. However, at that moment, a huge explosion occurred, and he could feel the protagonist's energy, who was there for his friends, and the commander advanced and assured that this time they wouldn't lose. Riffin also assures that they will get serious. Beres and Leto are the first to attack, only to be sent flying with a simple movement of aura. With this, the protagonist realizes that he has no idea how to fight an aura user. But even so, the knights do not give up and go directly to ask for blessings from their priests, so that with good buffs, they advance confidently to avenge the cannon fodder they sent before. But they simply end up being hit one after another, until Riffin prefers to hit the ground, sending them flying, now being attacked by ice, fire, and lightning mages, so they must charge at them, using his aura to attack them at a distance, hitting them lightly, but enough for beginner mages not to tolerate the pain well. And now he will take care of the priests, as he passes one after another, strangling them until hitting them. This causes everyone to be terrified, commonly seeing him, although he only wants to prevent them from getting any buff due to the wounds. And so the desperate troops order an attack with whatever they have, but everything is repelled by Riven's power, instilling more fear in them, as they see how much stronger he has become. And with no other options, the commander sends Ruz, who is completely motionless. Even though he always jumps into battles without thinking, this angers him, preparing a punishment for them if they come out alive. But the boy simply freezes upon seeing an aura user for the first time, overwhelmed by the intensity emanating from the protagonist, by the glow and strength he exudes with every blow. Perplexed to notice that he can see absolutely everything, every movement, its direction, and how his power flows. And just by seeing it, he understands something they had never taught him, nor could they teach him, seeing the movements of someone who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Clenching his sword tightly, his power began to flash, admiring that power he wished to achieve. Meanwhile, Riffin finally stops, when he dodges a sword slash from Eustace, who arrives in heroic form to save the day, receiving ovations from everyone, who see him as a noble gentleman ready to avenge his fallen. Although the protagonist tells him to stop acting like a hero, reaching the end of the story, because he knew well that he had been hiding in the tower the whole time, watching the chaos and his subordinates being beat, mocking it with him trapped, not knowing what to answer, and the protagonist tells him that it was quite low, using his companions as mere scapegoats just to measure his strength, and as expected, everyone begins to criticize the knight for having left them abandoned like that, and Riffin adds fuel to the fire, for not understanding how it took him so long to arrive, seeing that he is not the noble knight, and just as the stories say, to which the knight tells him that he overslept, receiving more mockery for having such heavy sleep, which annoys Eustace so much that he prefers to move on to the fight, beginning his brilliant transformation, with Riffin excited for the battle, and so the knight does not hesitate to launch himself, reciting a spell that will give him absolute strength in his sword. And this is recognized by the protagonist as the Arcane Blade, a pure mana spell, which rivals his aura, receiving it with a blow. And so the battle began, with both equalized in each of their clashes. However, the protagonist becomes overconfident, seeing that although his muscles are steel, they are no match for that weapon, which fills the knight with momentum, who reinforces his attack. Therefore, Riffin must block it with his arms, managing to push him away with a movement that leaves the Golden One unguarded, taking the opportunity to try to finish him off. Meanwhile, in the prison Cillian, he listened to the uproar coming from outside. Cirrus, excited, thought Riffin had come to rescue them, and the little one couldn't help but mock her for being so hopeful, since deep down he doubted it. She admitted that she expected it, as she remained confused by the attitude of the muscular man who was kind to her. The boy supposed that he just liked elves, and she also thought that at first, but upon seeing his determination, she began to feel that he was different, to which she jokingly told him that she was already struck by love, since the phrase is different from the others. It is what loving women say. Although she later clarified that as soon as they get married, those nice phrases turn into, "That son of a bitch lied to me." Or at least that was the information she had from a nun in her congregation, whom Ceres thought was a little crazy for teaching a child that. And he, for his part, only complained that Riffin failed the robbery, although Ceres didn't see it as annoying. And it is that the boy considered himself an accomplice for not stopping him, agreeing that one cannot always obey the law. The elf was surprised to see him, so mature for his age, but he told her that he was only 3 years younger than Riffin. This left the girl in shock, since in her calculations, he was like a newborn, and she saw Riffin as a gentleman. Luckily, the strange conversation stopped due to Tila's even stranger rescue, who arrived there with both confused to see her. And Ceres immediately recognized her as a dwarf, but Cillian saw her as very human, except for her ears. Something that the elf for some reason told him while they were escaping that he lacked maturity, unlike what she told him when they were locked up. And at that moment the guards appeared, being easily defeated by the smiling Tila, who asked them to hurry. And so they shot out through a window, leaving a flash that alerted Riffin to the escape. Although Eustace also saw it, and noticed that it was only a distraction, and so now with his friends safe. The protagonist told him he would fight seriously. The knight saw him as arrogant, deciding to attack only to be dodged, and being greeted by a brutal jab, reinforced with a Kai bullet, which sent him flying. He, in the air, desperately thought about how to turn the battle around, being unable to do anything but block or dodge Riffin's brutal hooks, which frustrated him to the point of using Eldraine, which the protagonist takes the opportunity to hit him, although he didn't really manage it, since the figure he hit vanished. Seeing how now he was everywhere, and although he was thinking that it was an illusion, he quickly discovered that they were actually clones, seeing it as a very good move. So Riffin, before the knight summoned the Light of Destruction, used his speed to find the real one, hitting him brutally, leaving him confused and sore for being discovered so easily. But Riffin knew it thanks to his experience and mana flow. Although Eustace had no intention of surrendering, deciding to unleash all his magical power, using a fire spell that Riffin dispelled with a Spiral Guard. Then he used ice and again his Spiral Guard, wind and Spiral Guard, and so many spells, against which Riffin simply keeps spamming the Spiral Guard, which began to annoy the knight, who saw how Riffin simply kept posing in his guard, and he also enjoyed it, since the Spiral Guard was ridiculously simple, but no aura user could use it, since most could only expel aura to protect their body, but only members of the Unbreakable Gym could curve their aura without shattering into pieces. Eustace felt humiliated by this and tired of this nonsense, demanding to know who his boss was, to which Riffin blamed a random from Eustace's group, which only further annoyed him. So clenching his teeth tightly, he began to summon the power of his swords again, and charging the attack, he activated the Drill Light, determined to finish off the protagonist, who saw him charging towards him, curious thinking that now he really had a problem, so he would use his most powerful ability, Horn of Calamity, and so both, determined, charged all their power, ending in an epic clash. The entire kingdom felt the energy of the clashing powers, which still have no winner, and suddenly the energy passes through Eustace, destroying part of his armor. Although he tries to stay in the fight, the energy increases the pressure on his body, leaving him vulnerable, while he watches Riffin's ability basically release waves of explosive energy, which continues to hurt him at such a short distance, resembling them to waves in water. which also form a vortex that lets him move away, receiving another impact. With that, the only thing left for him is to hope that the energy runs out, refusing to lose. But with a final explosion, all the terrain in its path is destroyed, leaving him vulnerable to a direct attack on his body, which sends him flying quickly with a whirlwind, which is only stopped by a wall, with his sword falling to the ground, and Riffin feeling that the battle is finally over. And the commander of Tino's watches, terrified as Eldrad has lost, although the protagonist notices that the sword is intact, allowing him to also regenerate the armor. Although he thinks it will take time, so taking it, he hands it over to the commander of Tens, while apologizing for all the fuss he caused over the object he stole, since he needed it, being seen as someone who was not greedy, although honestly he thinks he wouldn't like to steal it for Ceres. But he feels that would be going too far, so he will look for another one for her later. For now, he will withdraw. However, Ruz returns, affirming that he has not finished with the Sword of Tens because he is still there. Although neither Riffin nor his commander take him seriously, the latter being the most annoyed, because he thinks he will do something foolish, threatening him with despising him even more. The protagonist, for his part, seeing that he is brave but useless, decides not to pay attention to him, letting him attack. However, Roos charges against him, releasing his aura in a brutal sword slash, which Riffin barely manages to dodge, being wounded in his abdomen, and he is bewildered to see that right in front of him, the boy is an aura user, which also amazes the others, with Roos understanding that he has finally redeemed himself as the sword of the family, but Riffin can only be more amazed. Upon recognizing the imposing sky color, Tessera, having a bad memory of the old and powerful sword master Surus, who is the true name of Ruse, whom he remembers as Sirius von Tens, who for not being recognized by his companions as a knight, would be renamed by the name his humble mother gave him, Ruse, whom he had forgotten that by that time he was there, remembering that although currently the main attraction of that family is the Golden Knight, in 30 years everything will change with Sirius's ascension to Sword Saint, and the family will rise in rank from Marquis and lose the dishonor of their swordsmen depending on magical objects. That is the reason why he forgot the Golden Knight, since in his time he wasn't even that popular. Although Sirius, for his part, is not only surprised that he knows his name, but also that he gave him such a high title as Sword Saint, which honors them, so he prefers to say that he confused the person, disappointing the boy, although Riffin remembered Sirius as indifferent, seeing the great change in his time. And the fight begins again, where the protagonist seems to gain the advantage. However, the blow he thought connected ends up being repelled by the aura, leaving him surprised by how he uses his newly awakened aura, exchanging blows again, from which the other soldiers must escape, with Riffin retreating, until he stops upon seeing that Surus's movements are becoming completely unpredictable, and he saw how he moved differently from the great masters, who transmitted their teachings and attack patterns. Instead, Sirius moved erratically, carelessly, but what in theory should work against him ends up becoming his greatest advantage, since his movements are so powerful that Riffin can barely counterattack, retreating with every blow, dodging the movements, understanding why he was a genius and Sword Saint, being the same one who defeated Tadit, being this just the memory that reignited his fighting spirit, cutting off the boy's momentum, who returned with a war cry in the name of Tens, brandishing the sword and preparing that move he practiced for years, which made him seem capable of cutting ice. Riffin recognized the power of who would become his enemy again, so he decides to change destiny, eliminating him and so connecting a brutal blow, full of hatred and fury, thanking him for finding him so weak, unleashing his power in the devastating impact, thinking that he succeeded, but Ciri was still alive, standing ready to fight and with no intention of giving up, leaving Riffin confused, who knew that unlike the others, that blow was aimed at taking his life, and yet he was still standing, eager to keep fighting. He was surprised and began to doubt whether he should eliminate him since he hadn't committed any sin yet. However, analyzing and remembering Tadit, he supposed that as an honorable warrior, he wouldn't forgive him if he took that rematch away. So he decided to let him live, although the warrior wanted to fight, but Rifle asked him to live and become stronger for the sake of his friend, since throughout history, Tadit and Sirius had many battles, becoming rivals, and perhaps that was the reason why the orc would become so strong, considering that it was his duty to help them have that rematch. Being only Tadit, who had the honor of eliminating the Sword Saint, who felt defeated, he shouted, unleashing his aura out of frustration. Meanwhile, Ryfin arrived at the forest, where Tila was happy to see him along with her friends, who seemed to be fine, although Cillian, first of all, sarcastically thanked her for having helped him experience prison, which clearly could have ended badly for a pretty girl like Cities, although she felt the guards were very kind. Even so, a worried Ryfin reflected that he must take better care of her next time, although everyone wanted to know if he got what he was looking for. He simply showed them the cube. Cilia looked at him confused, not seeing any relation to martial arts, and Ryfin only replied that he didn't know either, but that his master had entrusted it to him. Of course, that was also a lie, and so without further ado, they resumed the journey. And for their part in Tens, everyone was rebuilding the castle after the destruction, talking about how Roos had managed to awaken the aura, while in the still injured castle. Eustace remembered those rumors, not understanding how a simple bastard would have achieved that power. Although he remembered that his father had always been affectionate with him, and he also remembered the elders who, although they flattered him for being the Golden Knight, also regretted behind his back having an aura user, and now that one appeared, his family's status could increase. However, then he doubted what would happen to him, so filled with frustration, he took his sword, seeing himself as the only one, and true sword of Tens, while Sirius watched the forest from the top of the mountain, happy that he had now awakened aura, completely changing his world, seeing that he still had much to improve if he wanted to catch up with Ryfin. However, at that moment, Eustace arrived, congratulating him for awakening his aura and asking to see it. Sirius, excited by this, showed it to him with his brother watching him as something beautiful, which made Sirius happy, who finally felt recognized by his older brother as the Sword of Tenes. However, he did not expect that he would suddenly stab him, seriously wounding him while remaining confused. And Eustace furiously recited the Tens motto, while Iarius, still confused, tried to defend himself, being quickly dominated by his brother. He shouted to him that he would never accept a bastard like him as the Sword of Tens. However, something disconcerted him long enough for Chico to escape, falling from the top directly into the river. Although Eustace knew perfectly well that in these types of stories, it was common for the hero to survive and return for revenge, and he decided to prepare a credible version. And when the guards arrived, he told them that his brother had attacked him, wanting to take his patriarchal position, and everyone believed him, discriminating against Sirius as a dirty blood, and began to organize his search. The Golden Knight smiled upon seeing that everyone believed him, since he knew that even if his bastard brother was powerful, he couldn't cope with the power of the Dran, celebrating with a sinister smile his victory. For his part, Ryfin's group continued their way through the forest. Their Sirius asked him how he knew Tila, and he replied that the dwarves saved him from drowning in the river, which surprised the elf, even more when he told her that they considered him a savior. Tila confirmed it, assuring that according to her god's prophecy, he would be the one to save him. Cillian was also surprised to see that the dwarves believed in gods, to which Tila replied that this is a classic human prejudice, who used to see them only as slaves. And Ryfin explained that they believe in Alpat, and the little cleric commented that this was an evil god, although the protagonist already knew it, since within the pantheon of Zaire and the 12 gods, there are two that are not recognized by the church. One is Eldia, the goddess of the elves, and the other is Alpat, the god of the dwarves, known for his reputation as an evil deity, although Cillian clearly had no idea why. And all that took a back seat when Ceres alerted them to seeing someone floating in the river. Upon pulling him out of there, Ryfin recognized Sirius, although he did not mention where he knew him from, although he wondered why he was there, and why he had a stab wound, so Cillian began to heal him. Some time later, the boy woke up inside a carriage, confused, remembering his last confrontation with his brother, thinking that although he never held a grudge against Usos, he seemed to have the complete opposite, since he only wanted his recognition. However, now he understood that he had always despised him, and even so, hurting, he got up. Outside, Ryfin and the others waited for him, his saviors, who had taken him to the barony of Vade, 3 days from Kelverin, and they planned to leave him at an inn for them to treat his wounds. But Cillian insisted that someone less experienced couldn't save him. Ryfin, for his part, told him clearly that they had already saved him, even getting him the carriage. Eris thanked him, although they also demanded that he thank Cillian, since he was the one who paid for it, being convinced that it was convenient to have him in debt, even if they became enemies someday. So they thought about giving him money to go home. But Sarius couldn't go back, and so night fell, and he finished telling his story, affirming that he had surely already been framed as a traitor. However, that did not match the protagonist's memory, who knew that, after awakening his aura, Sarius should have an official duel with his brother to win leadership, and he supposed it was his fault again. And in this way, not knowing what to do, Cyrus decided to join Riffin's group. Everyone was surprised, including the protagonist, while the boy assured that he had to repay them for saving his life. And he would do it with his body. Although Riffin did not want to accept this, Cyrus insisted, thanking him for having awakened his aura, and saying he wanted to learn more from him. Riffin remembered that now being considered a traitor, he couldn't train with any other aura user except him. Although that could be beneficial, he also kept in mind that if Eris was the one who finished off his orc friend. However, in this version of events, he was swearing allegiance to him. Riven wondered if it was really convenient, and although he thought it would be great to turn his enemies into allies, he doubted that he could achieve it completely, since the Saint Alim had not yet been born, the same as the hero Alex. And basically, he was Teslan, so only the light mage from Jade remained, whom he didn't even want to get close to, especially remembering that he was the one who ended his beloved in his past life. And in the end, he decided to accept the boy. And he, very excited, asked him to be his older brother, although this would be a bit difficult, since Riffin was 3 years younger than him. Meanwhile, Eustace knelt begging for mercy from the Silver Sage. He was very angry, thinking that he had given him a very simple task. Feeling that he overestimated the Golden Knight, although he felt belittled, he couldn't say anything. Humiliated, he just looked in silence, and he knew that for a common mage like teleportation, it was already complicated. But for the Silver Sage, that was no problem, sending an illusion to his room, leaving Usos terrified, who begged him to punish him and not his family. However, the sage made it clear to him that he saw his destiny as bleak, and hearing no more pleas, he vanished. This mage is in a study, using an orb with which he generated an illusion, disappointed with the Golden Knight, also knowing his future of being gifted by the Sword Sage, Surus. And although at that moment, he was summoned to meet someone, upon arriving at the room, an old man called him Sage Leston. This was the 7th most powerful in the kingdom, Duke Iraned, who was reprimanding him for using his divine symbol, and seeing him as a prodigy who awakened his aura at 20 years old, and highly recommended as a sage for helping them predict future problems, recognizing much potential in him. However, he made it clear to him that there would be no punishment this time, but that he should not repeat it. Leston apologized, and the Duke accepted his apologies, although not as Sting, but by his real name, Teslan, in Riffin's old body, which now belonged to the powerful organization of the Silver Sage, capable of bringing down a country if he wished. Although Tez knew well that he was simply in the lower ranks, maintaining his belief that Riffinheart was a demon king who sowed chaos in the world. And now, with his steel body and the brain of a great mage, he feared that he could stop him when he recovered his magic. Determined for it to be him, although achieving it had become complicated, now that Riffin had recovered illusion, which he remembered that this piece, along with the relics of the 4 symbols, was the reason for his power. And according to the great chief mage, he must obtain the remaining piece before the Demon King, determining to stop him. For his part, Cillian was in the middle of a girls' chat, while Ceres observed the strange interactions, confused by the group's dynamics, where he drew lots for chores instead of the slaves doing them, and he found out when he was drawn along with Riffin to clean. And while he went for water, he asked him why the slaves didn't take care of it, but Riffin replied that for the world they were. But for him, they were just his friends, wanting them to feel that way, and although this left Cyrus confused, since he had sworn to follow him, despite his strange ideas, although he had no idea what he was currently doing in the carriage. Riffin was precisely gathering mana to activate the illusion voice at his beginner level, creating a very boring virtual reality, so he improved it, generating images of excessively voluptuous elves. Enjoying the view, although for a very short time, as the mechanism seemed to activate, sending panels towards him, so he had to repel them with wind bullets, then using fire arrows. However, this increased more and more, beginning to get complicated. The elf girls aggressively cheered him on to do better, but it was too late. Riffin let the first pieces pass, seeing how the easy level turned out to be very complicated, and although in the end, he managed to pass the level. Taking the cheers of the girls in bikinis, he returned to the real world, remembering how that artifact was basically a training method that transported him anywhere. Full of beautiful girls who congratulated him for every action he did right, something used in the Silver Age, whose creators were very lazy or needed motivation, although he believed that with that, he could recover his magical power, even with Tess's brain, which was much less clever than his. And at that moment, Sinian spoke to him to alert him that they were arriving at Estrasanda, a military and commercial base on the northern routes. There he received the information he had requested from Silbot, where he saw how his original body lost his mind at 17 due to a rare illness, which convinced him to be Teslan, which was a confirmation that the Martial King had reincarnated in that world. Although he hoped that was not the case, upon reading the document, he realized that there were no more records since he was 20 years old. With this, he recognized that the new him had been more skillful in his time, managing to escape the tower, something he himself could not do, and yet he needed more information. That's why he was looking for a mercenary, although he also knew that he should head to the same destination. And later, Cillian recounted to the others his first encounter with the protagonist, whom he saw as a country bumpkin, who turned into a demon-hunting beast. If Eris thought he had hidden his ability out of humility, but the little one knew well that it was only because he was a liar, which he accepted. For the same reason, he hesitated to tell him about his destiny. In the end he did, since he considered them friends, so he explained that they would go to some ruins from the Silver Age. If Eris thought they were heading to the Terraland Mountains, Riffin replied yes, but before talking about the specific destination, he shared his dream with them, reminding them that he did not see elves, nor dwarves, nor orcs as slaves, so his dream was a world where slavery did not exist. Everyone was shocked except Tila, who was very happy if Eris, for his part, was the most skeptical, upon feeling that it was like releasing beasts into nature. Riffin corrected him, reminding him that they had emotions and thoughts, although this only left him more confused, since he understood that humans saw slaves as the equivalent of farm animals. Unlike Cillian, who understood how Riffin wanted to change the world, he affirmed it, asking him if he would join. Cillian quickly enlisted, surprising Cirrus, while the little one already knew, for a long time, that they were not only slaves, although he also considered it an impossible dream. But he decided to stay with this good group he had formed. Besides, he wanted to profess the faith of the love of philia between different species. Dryfin made it clear to them that they would be repudiated and commit crimes like freeing slaves, although Slytherin agreed, as long as they wore masks. Cyrus, for his part, didn't understand anything, but he had already sworn allegiance to him. Dryfin saw him as an honorable warrior and affirmed that everything from that point on was confidential, since their destination was the Great Forge, the place of the temple of the dwarf god. And so they arrived at the mountains, where Tyla used her natural connection to fight ogres, while Ceres also accompanied her. Riffin just smiled upon seeing the great strength of both, and joined the battle, finishing one after another, thus ending a large number of goblins, ogres, harpies, and other monsters, and in the end they emerged victorious. Although Silin complained about the excess of monsters in the place, to which the protagonist attributed the fact that few humans had reached there, being the perfect place for the dwarf temple, although Icarus didn't see it anywhere. But Riffin just asked him to trust him while trying to stop a griffin. However, those were only illusions of the original, having to find him. So he used his magic to create a huge magical shield, leaving his friends astonished to see how much he had improved in magic in such a short time. However, he asked them to do something, because he was running out of mana, disappointing them again. And Ceres saw him as adorable, but she was also worried about how long it would take them to arrive. Tyra told him that 2 weeks remained, which scared Sirius, who didn't think he could endure 2 more weeks of that. Luckily, Riffin made it clear to them that they would take a shortcut, arriving in only 1 day. And in this way, they reached the ruins of Damien. However, Seer doubted how he knew that shortcut, pretending that he had gone to talk about it. But she wasn't convinced at all, increasing her doubts about him and about what she felt for him more and more, which made the protagonist increasingly nervous, until they reached a cave where he again easily activated the door mechanism, blaming his master Gerard for having told him. And although he maintained that it was an infallible excuse, she didn't believe him at all, but anyway, it was time to enter. Inside, everyone was amazed to see the place. Immediately, Riffin noticed a mural written in the ancient Hakral language. He looked at it with some nostalgia for a couple of seconds, and then he destroyed it with a single blow, letting himself go completely terrified, and the others approached. And upon shining a huge light on him, it sprang from the site, dragging them inside, and once inside, everyone looked at the place with amazement, impressed by its architecture, and by the power it had to transport people. However, Sign asked the protagonist about the huge beams that had fallen, wanting to know if they were responsible. He replied yes, that it was due to their entry, but that there was no problem, although shortly after he began to notice it. With more concern, since in his past life, the oracle had predicted his arrival, and with it, half the temple would collapse, but now the prediction had changed, and right in front of him, he had a large number of dwarves, furious about what had happened. Riffin simply laughed, to the disappointment of his companions. Just before the dwarves immediately attacked, Ciri felt uncomfortable with how exaggerated everyone was from the beginning. But the protagonist explained to her that it was normal when someone invades and destroys their home, until Silin reminded him that the one who had done it was himself, leaving him with nothing to say. And meanwhile, all the dwarves were furious, comparing the situation to a father's anger upon finding a man in his daughter's room. A comparison too specific, Saras, tired of all that, became serious and belittled the dwarves. Ready to attack, but Riffin stopped him, asking them for a truce. They responded with arrows. Many arrows, although they didn't harm him. This only angered the dwarves more, feeling less valued and comparing him to a monster. However, Riffin shouted at them that he didn't want to fight. The dwarves, being lie detectors, accepted his words and stopped attacking, asking him who he was. Riffin, with total certainty and pity for the world, shouted to them that he was their savior, predestined by Alpa, with such conviction that Cillian felt cringe, and Saros doubted they would believe him. Luckily for him, everyone accepted him excitedly, changing their attitude to basically praising and embarrassing their savior. And so they showed them the Forca, a huge city that had a river and good heat sources. Everyone was surprisingly contemplating the great architecture, especially Cyrus, who thought they must have needed many dwarves to build it. So he doubted why they didn't rescue their enslaved companions, to which Silin amusingly pointed out that he was finally beginning to understand why they shouldn't be enslaved. And Cyrus kept thinking about that, and the guide dwarf explained that they only remodeled the interior of the ruins. However, Riffin clarified that the Silver Age was also a dwarf city, since the doors were extremely low. He asked Cyrus if such an advanced civilization deserved to be enslaved, and although he knew that he couldn't erase the brainwashing he had since childhood, the boy made him think. And the guide dwarf left to prepare dinner, while Cillian only thought and complained that he fit very well through the doors. And so they served him the banquet, which consisted of basilisk liver, which caused Ciris immediately become vegan, just like Tila, although Cillian had seen her eat meat just yesterday. However, no one seemed to want to eat the food, until the guide dwarf clarified that it was an excellent aphrodisiac, male, which convinced the boys, who ate immediately, disappointing the girls. And at that moment, a dwarf woman went to look for Riffin, who had to go with the main priest, and so they took him to the huge stairs, where he had to continue alone, mainly because the guide dwarf wanted to avoid fatigue. And so Riffin arrived before his old friend, Mashelin Pot Hammerline, seeing him with nostalgia. Then we see a memory of the future, of the Antares Empire, where Teslan and Reffingard faced each other. The muscular man warned the Demon King that with his defeat his curse would end, and decided to attack with everything. And just when Reffin was already activating the artifact, causing a huge flash just when Tess woke up. And now, with Riffin's old body, he is uncomfortable with the dream that made him think he should become stronger. And although in those 6 years, he had become the youngest to awaken Aura, even with that scrawny body that surprised the mages of the tower, managing to get out, make connections with powerful people, and become a member of the Silver Sage. Even with all that, he doubted being able to face the Demon King, since he knew that he must continue searching for his lost magic, and gather his subordinates, needing his own team to face him. For his part, Riffin greeted his old and loyal friend as if they knew each other, which confused the dwarf, who knew he wasn't lying but had never seen him. The protagonist told him that they would meet in 10 years, causing Macklin to think he was crazy, being a little hypocritical, as he himself was an oracle. But Riffin asked him to listen. He told him everything about his journey as a mage, his relationship with other species, his empire and war against humans, which caused his downfall and his subsequent time travel. That was the truth, and although Macklin knew it, it still seemed implausible to him. However, due to his god's message, he decided to give him the benefit of the doubt, so he proposed a test. If they were close friends in that future, he asked him if he knew the color of his beard. Riffin knew the answer to the trick question, since Macklin didn't even have a beard, just like 30 years later, when he would still not have one, using only a fake beard to convey respect among dwarves, since it was a symbol of masculinity. Seeing that he was not lying, he took it off, accepting the truth, so he understood that he could not advise someone who knew more than him. So all that was left was to swear loyalty to him as the savior of the dwarf race. Riffin, thinking of returning that devotion, asked him to get up, because now he needed his advice, telling him that Chantain had managed to get slaves educated, which could encourage others to do the same. He was congratulated by the dwarf for this method, but also warned that it would take a long time for a human like him to see results. And that was exactly the problem. He knew that with his new power and recovering his magic, he could raise his empire again. But that would only cause him to revert to being the feared demon king, bathing the continent in blood, and failing again. However, Macklin gave him a bucket of cold water, affirming that he underestimated this world. And he asked him if he hated humans. And although Riffin replied no, he didn't seem to like them either. And then the sage pointed out that his change was not only due to power, and that his mistake was not only that. His real failure was that he had no human friends in his past life, humans whom he mistreated while respecting other species. So he asked him why he didn't include them in his army. Riff nervously from then on told him that he couldn't trust them. Macklin questioned him why he didn't include them in the administration, to which he replied that the elves and dwarves were incorruptible, especially with the dwarves' ability to detect the truth. And he supposed he was doing the right thing, but the questions continued. Why didn't he give them positions in politics? Why did human citizens have no rights? Basically, he discriminated against them, which according to Macklin could be understandable for farmers, but not for nobles. Riffin affirmed that everything worked better that way. And with that, Macklin sentenced him, expressing that it made sense for him to be called a demon king, since that name is not given to a beast that drinks liters of blood, but to a being who only considers those he likes, taking a path that only he wants. And even with a nervous rifle, Macklin sentenced him once more, since even with his good intentions, he was definitely a demon king. And Macklin doubted why he didn't tell him that in his time. And it was then that the rifle told him that when humans met, they were massacring dwarves, which caused him to basically become his right-hand man in the empire. And that embarrassed him, having no right to scold him, and he summarized his advice as that he had failed, since he thought it was a war against humans, when in reality they are species that do not need each other to fight. And he hoped Riffin would understand the rest. For his part, in the mountains, a bestial dragon fought against a group of dwarves who were trying to stop it. Cirrus entered the battle using a Kai slash, which failed when he realized he hadn't mastered it yet. And Cirrus also tried to help, but her shots did nothing against such a large being. However, at that moment, a dwarf warrior appeared soaring through the air, enveloped in aura, and he cut the beast, leaving the humans in shock, who couldn't believe that dwarves used aura, since they saw not one, but 3 masters. And so a month passed, during which, despite cultural differences, they adapted well, especially Sirius, who learned a lot from the dwarves and all that happened while the storm continued to rage outside. For his part, Cillian celebrated having grown at least 1 centimeter, with everyone congratulating him, except the dwarves, who didn't see the point of growing. And although the group didn't know where Riffin was, who apparently had spent a lot of time in the tower that housed the power of the city, the son of Magrin, there Riffin sunbathed, appreciating the light of a species that almost forgot its traditions. And although they managed to preserve them, thanks to the power of the great relic of their god Alpoth, this, due to the slavery of his faithful, had lost much of his authority, being able to keep only that relic. which could serve them to modify the inefficient body of Teslan, needing to improve his mana. And they said that in the past, he had managed to move the power of Magrin at will, something only a god could do, thus creating a powerful 10-circle spell, comparable to a nuclear bomb, which he now remembered with shame, since he used it to destroy a kingdom in one blow. And although the main thing was that, being a state of pure mana, there should be no impurities when entering, so he took off his underwear to submerge himself, embarrassed about being naked, but grateful that no one saw him, or so he thought, since from a surveillance camera, many dwarf women watched him with desire, from his back to his buttocks, waiting for him to turn around to see his chest. Although all of them had a clearly illegal appearance, it was made clear that they were elderly dwarves and married women who enjoyed the show. And so, 40 days after their arrival, the storm continued outside. Riffin continued his objective, casting a 5-circle spell, which he considered enough for the moment. And now he had to increase his mana, although he also needed to obtain the other relic, passing through Chatten. And Kravitz, thus following Mackillen's advice, returning then to Cillian, who was training, congratulating her on having gained some muscle. She was happy about it, although it seemed strange to her to see the protagonist around, since it wasn't mealtime. And Rifle replied that he had finished his business in that place, which worried Cillian, because that meant he would leave soon. Although she had grown fond of that place, she wanted to see how his achievement would boost his faith. So Saris also had an epiphany, locking herself in to meditate, surprising Riffin for advancing so much in such a short time. Meanwhile, the children were playing, with Ceres watching them with some sadness, remembering those days of the little elves when they played, a memory she thought she had discarded. And at that moment, Riffin appeared, who saw her thoughtful, and she said she was only watching the free children, thinking that a future full of shadows awaited them, and that not all of them would survive. And then, she asked the protagonist to forget that dark comment. She was only remembering her home, which Riffin remembered as an area devastated by humans, although he also remembered that his in-laws lived there, so he thought he should visit them. And he asked the girl if she wanted to go, but she cited the distance as an impediment, but he knew a shortcut, asking her to go together. And so they literally arrived in a second through an ancient portal from the Silver Age, which Ciri knew only powerful mages could use. Riffin explained that it was complicated if one didn't know the mechanism, to which the elf, still doubting him, she asked him if his master had also taught him that. The protagonist now blamed a friend of his master, who supposedly taught him that, although she still didn't believe him at all. But first they had to deal with a huge dinosaur heading towards them, which Riffin defeated in a single blow. That turned out to be really useful, as it seemed like a good source of protein. So with his magic he created shadow, lit his fire, and extracted water from the lizard to drink, remembering how useful magic was. While Ciri only thought about how to cook it, later she served her master a good skewer, who devoured it, asking her how long it would take them to reach his home, and although he already knew he needed to improve his performance, she replied that it would take a while, but she doubted anyone would still be alive. He confidently made it clear that surely yes. However, once the night passed, they reached the town, which seemed to be completely desolate. This was a hard blow to the elf's feelings, who still held a slight hope, which was broken when she saw that she wouldn't see her parents' faces, nor hear the voices of her elf siblings. She wouldn't even be able to recover her true name, which she had forgotten due to the passage of time, feeling the shadows consume her. Meanwhile, Riffin felt that he had ruined it once again, since in his time that village should still be well, thinking that it was his fault, although he didn't know how. But nevertheless, he noticed something strange in the village, although Ceres was unaware of it, and he made it clear to her that it wasn't just an abandoned village. So he asked her if the village fell years ago, but it seemed like it was abandoned very recently. She reacted, and both heard a call for help in the distance, and meanwhile in the middle of the desert, several elves were trapped by a group of human slavers, among whom was Brigg, the hunter who followed Tadit. The latter was furious that even if they managed to sell those slaves, they would barely recover the expenses of the operation, upset because his jobs had gotten worse since the day he met that muscular boy, proving that in the end, everything was still Riffin's fault. And while his men complained about the heat, some tried to calm their boss by expressing that at least they got 3 slaves, although 2 were very young and 1 was a man. And at that moment, everyone was alerted to see an elf approaching at full speed, excited because she seemed mature enough to be worth good money. And meanwhile, Teslan was visited by a girl, surprised that he was still studying. Her name was Filna, and she asked him to stop asking useless questions. He recognized his pretty childhood friend, who was the only one who supported his madness of changing his name, and in helping him awaken his aura, so he smiled seeing her. Although he knew that in reality she was a friend of the Demon King. She, for her part, was happy to see him smile like when he was Riffenhart, and handed him information about the great martial artist Riffenhart, which turned out to be a big coincidence, although Teslo didn't see it that way, asking her if she had contacted Usus, who was basically recruited by the girl for his power, and Teslo felt he had a good ally. Besides, the girl also got him another one, Stephen von Altian, leader of the family, whom, although he didn't know yet, he thought would be useful. For all this, he hugged the blushing girl in gratitude, although in reality he was doing it with malice, thinking only that just as Rifle stole his life, so he would do the same to him. So he smiled, sadistically thinking of stealing everything he had. Now, returning to the group, they were about to confront Cirrus, who is furious, not even allowing the first one to react, when she had already split him into pieces, with everyone alerting to her power, trying to attack her. But Ciri simply blew more heads away, terrifying their leader, while the mage tried to repel her, summoning flames through a ray of fire, and the fireball seemed to scorch everything. But once it dissipated, Riffin was protecting his beloved, suggesting that she shouldn't launch herself like that, and warning the others not to move. This observed a terrified Brig, who mutually remembered his trauma, along with the trafficker, and the protagonist was annoyed that his memory had room for such guys. So evoking old times, he asked him if those elves were the only ones. Virig had no intention of answering, but Riffin suggested that he do so if he wanted him to consider showing him mercy, repeating his question, and the hunter affirmed that yes. Now he asked him how many elves he had taken the life of. The hunter replied 40. And then an enraged Riffin made it clear that he would have to pay for it with his blood, being ready for combat. And the trafficker's mages attacked, but this did nothing against the protagonist's arcane shield, leaving the mage terrified. However, Riffin didn't waste time and began to conjure, raising dark flames that finished off all the groups. And although his goal was to reduce them to ashes, he regretted not having enough mana. And now only the mage remained, who tried to beg for mercy by returning the elves. But Riffin was no longer interested. The trafficker only asked him why he wanted to eliminate him, since although the protagonist repeated it to him, he didn't understand the elf thing, supposing they were his masters, so he apologized for having thought they were savages. And that's why they had eliminated them, which only ended up enraging Riffin, who saw how they insisted that they hadn't done anything wrong just for eliminating elves. And he showed himself determined to exterminate the terrified mage, who considered him crazy. And Riffin asked him what the difference was between a human and a beast. The mage replied that it was reasoning, which the protagonist perceived as exactly the same as the elves. But the mage made it clear that there were still human slaves, this being the system that drove the world. And Riffin affirmed that he didn't want to be a slave, feeling that no one should be, and upon trying to impose that idea, the mage found him arrogant, which reminded him of what Mashaline had said. However, he accepted that he preferred to be arrogant than to agree with an idea of the world, so absurd that it would end him. And before the surviving elves, Ciri arrived to help them, recognizing her as Chilene, who was immediately identified by the elder as Serendi, bringing to the elves mind the memories that this was the name by which they all knew her. Serendi, Alalepiana, crying upon remembering it, and she was happy to see her friend again. However, she rejected her, asking the little ones not to approach her, considering her unworthy for being a slave to a human. Ceres didn't know how to respond, so Riffle stopped her, affirming that she wasn't a slave. And he asked her not to speak to her like that, asking Ceres to clarify that she wasn't a slave. However, she asked him if she really wasn't. He replied with another question, if he had ever treated her as such or done anything against her will. She replied no, so Riffin made it clear to her that for him they were equal. Ceres understood, realizing that he treated all races equally, but with her it was different. She felt that he didn't really see her, but rather projected someone else, and disappointed, told him that if she was a slave, she had no problem with him continuing to treat her that way. Riffin received a critical blow. As he understood it, he thought he had saved Cirrus, that he had rescued her from an imminent destiny, but the one he had saved was the Cirrus from his past life. The one in front of him, He had bought her and had been extremely kind, trying not to treat her like a slave. But she was not capable of accepting feelings directed at someone else. Riffle accepted it, affirming that Serendi was free, and that if from that moment she wanted to follow him, or not, it would be her decision. She thought he was asking her to leave him, but he clarified that he hoped she would continue with him, although it had to be by her own choice. She asked him for time to think about it, so Riffin asked Chillin to take her to her family. And since he knew they couldn't reveal the location to humans, he told her he would be nearby. But the elf asked them to accompany her, as she wanted to return the kindness she had received. Besides, she knew that Riffin would find them easily, even if he didn't tell her anything, which he interpreted as a sign that she was very good at using logic. And Chillin apologized to Serendi for that, although she understood, nodding with a smile when he told her he had met a good human. Meanwhile, an elf arrived before the elder Rylhard to inform him that no matter how hard they tried, they only had 1 day of water left. The old man asked for information about the humans, who, according to them, had abandoned the search. He asked him about their fallen warriors, who apparently had already been consumed by the desert. Then he ordered Rackwell to be taken to collect their spirits and guide them to eternal rest. However, his assistant warned him that they couldn't last much longer, so they should leave that same day. And yet the old man didn't really know what to do, and asked his goddess, Eldia, for help. Meanwhile, the investigators recognized Chilin, and the little ones Netina and Reader. However, they also quickly noticed the human, blocking their path, using their slingshots to launch stones, which scared Serendi, but not Rifni, who saw that they were only to intimidate him, just picking up one of them to analyze it, noting that although they were only stones and glass, they were imbued with spiritual magic, and although this was weak due to the absence of the world tree. However, after years in that desert, their spirits had merged with the spirit of fire, which explained the tanned appearance of everyone, even those who had been away from there for a long time like Serendi. She, doubting him, asked him if he knew that from his master. Riffin again blamed his master's friend, without being at all convincing, but now it was time to show that he was not hostile, raising his hands to speak in their language, being consciously hit by blows that did him no harm at all. So he was confused for a monster again, and still calling them descendants of the Great Spirit. He asked them to see him as an ally, and the old elf, noticing that he knew their language and traditions, he was confused since he still didn't trust him. Riffle understood, so he activated his aura and unleashed his power, leaving everyone confused, including Serendi, and so he calmly released his power. Aware that to humans, he seemed like a threat, and to the elves not so, since they recognized his great power. And they thought that someone so strong had no reason to lie about what he said, and they accepted without further ado what left Ciri quite confused. Later, Chili introduced Ciri as the daughter of Errol and Piana, who were lost on the Nightmare Day, to which another elder elf was happy that not only had her lost family returned, but they had even recovered a member who had been lost many years ago. Thanking Ryfin, who appeared humble, suggesting they organize everything to return to their village. And so they returned celebrating, around a bonfire where Ceres was, reuniting with old friends, all under the gaze of a worried protagonist, who upon seeing her so happy, doubted that she would stay with him. And so he got up, still having something to do, approaching the elder to ask him to teach his friend spiritual magic, since he could use it, but it was only for invocations, and the elder affirmed that without the Tree of Life, he couldn't do much with that power either, being a better option for him as a teacher. But the protagonist asked him to do it, since he considered it sad that an elf couldn't connect with the spirits, and the elder surprised that he knew so much about their culture. He asked him that if he didn't want to separate from his friend, he should stay there, considering him a brother. However, Riffin knew he couldn't do that, and although they stayed in the tribe for 3 days, waiting for Ciri's answer, who was trying to learn spiritual magic from Chilin, although she didn't seem to be making good progress, since she didn't understand what she was doing, which was normal for Chilin, as it took her 3 years to learn. However, suddenly, Ciri seemed to achieve it, leaving her surprised. Riffin understood, since for most elves it was hard to learn, but since Ciri took different types of lessons for so many years, she had the ability to learn like humans, and seeing that she had learned the basics, he approached to ask her if she wanted to stay there. Ciri replied yes, deflating the protagonist's spirits. However, the girl clarified to him that even if she wanted to help them, it wouldn't change anything, asking him if going with him would change their lives. Riffle swore to her that yes, so the elf with a big smile decided to go with him, cheering up the protagonist, who slowly began to laugh with emotion, determined to change the world, until suddenly he let out a blow to the sky, making Ceres uncomfortable, although he apologized blaming the emotion, but she believed that hitting or attacking the sky was not the best way to demonstrate it, unable to argue against that logic. And so he said that he would begin to change his tribe, right now, returning to the emergency shelter, where the old man was still asking him what brought him back. Riffle said that this emergency shelter would be from now on their village, confusing the elf since there is no water there, and so the protagonist asks Ceres for the Nylon, explaining to her that he was able to learn from the spirits through that artifact, upon being recognized by it. So now he stuck it in the floor, and reciting a spell, he made a sprout of the world tree submerge, before the astonished eyes of the old man, who saw a spring emerge from the branches. Riffin was proud to see it, and the old man was incredulous at the feeling he was experiencing that he described as that city. And unity, which according to the laws described, he recognized with tears as the Feheim, the world tree. And crying, he saw Riffin as the savior sent by Eldia, although he only said he was a friend who wanted to help them. And he also apologized to Ceres for using her mana, promising her a better one, although she still didn't understand why he was doing so much for them. And with this finished, they returned to the Great Forge. Their Cillian received them annoyed for having left without warning, so Riffin praised her muscle growth to distract her, which worked, and along with the mini-cleric, they arrived with the dwarves who called him Master, also complaining about his disappearance, but excited to show him their progress by casting a spell. Riffin looked at them surprised, remembering that he chose 20 dwarves to teach them magic, who had advanced a lot. So he congratulated them and asked them to continue practicing with the book he left them. Ceres was also there, so the protagonist asked him if he finished meditating. The boy replied that something like that, now noticing with his ability that the protagonist was very great, which worried him for having grown more. But the knight told him that rather his soul seemed to be that of an old man, making Riffin uncomfortable with the insult and the boy's new ability. And at that moment, Cillian asked him if they would leave now. The answer was yes, but first they should look for money to go to their destination, Crovence. Meanwhile, in a distant and cold land to the northwest of the Grime Kingdom, a group tried to survive a storm, with the mage trying to keep the fire stable, so as not to lose the 10 survivors remaining in his group. They managed to recover their loot from the ruins of Chakarna, especially a book containing years of lost stories from the Silver Age, with which they could reveal the history of that era. However, a noise alerted them. 2 of their companions fell to Tess and his group, terrifying everyone, and Tess sent his new allies to exterminate them all, which the Golden Knight Eustace and Stephen Altian seemed eager to do, and consumed by sadistic bloodlust. They began the massacre against the defenseless adventurers. The mage begged for his life, renouncing the relics, but Tess made it clear that he was after him, finishing him off directly, all of it, under the terrified gaze of Filna, who did not consider that this was right. But Tess reminded her that it was orders from the Silver Sage, since unfortunately for him, that group discovered a history that no one should know. But the girl supposed that the Silver Sage was a protector, not agreeing with killing innocents. But Tess saw it as a small sacrifice for humanity, and he also asked Stephen how his berserker armor turned out, which he wore with great confidence, thinking that with it, he could defeat the arrogant aura user who humiliated him. Eustace joined his thirst for revenge, but also asked what they would do with all the relics. Tess told them they would take the useful ones, sell the rest, especially those that the Silver Sage should remember, being the only ones who could contain relics dangerous to the world. And although Eustace could only be thankful for the thermal collar they gave him, very useful for the snow. And then Tess, investigating the relics, found another voice of illusion, considering it something that humanity must never see, because of how much the Demon King appreciated it. Although Filna didn't understand what this story was that no one else could know, Tess asked her not to be curious, since that was something only the Silver Sage should know. And for her part in the forge, Ceres came to Mashaline, who asked her what she needed. The elf asked to know everything about Riffin, not understanding how he knew so much about everything, and especially about her, since the day he met her, including her true name. Mashaline stopped her, since before answering anything, he would ask her a question. If she could trust Riffin, she affirmed that she could believe he could, even if he was a god from another dimension. But the dwarf insisted that his question was if she could trust Riffin, making the elf nervous. Sometime later, Ciri returned before an anguished Riffin, aware that she already knew everything. She confirmed it, remembering how Mashalin told her that the protagonist was a time traveler, being a 10th circle mage in the future. He tried to change the world with his ideals, being attacked as the Demon King, failing, and returning for a second chance to fulfill his dream, a future in which series. Valentia, bearer of the voice of all elves, 8th circle mage, user of 7th degree spiritual magic, who was recognized as Eldia's mercy by the other species and partner of Raffinheart. And then in the present, she claimed it from him, affirming that it would have been better if he only remembered an old love. Riffle apologized to her, and she assured him that she would continue traveling with him, heading for the exit, affirming that she wasn't the sires he remembered, but that at least she didn't dislike him. With that, she left, leaving Riffin blushing and confused. And later the group headed to Krontz, the kingdom that grew the most grain on the entire continent, which made it one of the most powerful nations, and it was led by King Gothram, who had been named heir Thelion. However, both the king and the prince died under mysterious circumstances, and with no one occupying the throne, the nobles sought to take advantage, with 2 candidates emerging who divided the nobility. And they provoked a war. One part supported Karses and another supported Jubal, the second prince, and son of a concubine, so he was not accepted in the royal lineage unlike Karses, who was not the king's son, but possessed royal blood and the support of Count Fernando's house. And so Kravens plunged into a civil war between the competent and beloved swordsman Karses and the useless second son of the king. And so in Kravens, in the barony of Delphinia, Juve watched pensively out the window, complaining about the unnecessary war and how now it seemed that the gods were also annoyed, damaging the crops, no longer managing to hate the idea of being king. And then a female voice asked him if he so much wanted to escape that burden, and he replied yes, but that at this point he was either king or a corpse. And the girl seemed uninterested, but Juve reminded her that if his head fell, hers would be next. The dwarf understood that destiny, having fallen in love with that man, and she was Phinea's, servant and lover of the prince. He was just apologizing for the kind of man he had become, but she tried to cheer him up, reminding him that as long as there was scarcity, at least there wouldn't be a fight. And the resigned man thought that his only salvation was that the soldiers starved to death. Phineas hugged him and suggested fleeing to a distant nation, although he, like a spoiled child, doubted being able to work hard. She offered to support both of them, hugging him affectionately, taking the mission as his slave to earn money for her master. But Juval made it clear that she wasn't a slave, becoming affectionate, although they both knew well that no matter how much they loved each other, nowhere would they be considered a couple. When a voice interrupted them, congratulating them on the mushy scene, Phineas became alert to protect the prince, seeing a huge being, who introduced himself as a mage who wanted to help the legitimate heir of Kravens. Phineas, with her ability to detect lies, knew he was telling the truth, but Juval doubted seeing such a corpulent mage. The protagonist accepted that his disguise had failed, besides receiving complaints about his previous sarcasm. Although the prince really understood him, Riffin apologized, assuring that he didn't judge him since he was also the companion of an elf, leaving the couple in shock, especially Juval, who didn't expect to find another pervert like him. But the important thing was what kind of help he offered. The protagonist replied with 1,000 gold coins. This astonished the couple, since it was half the kingdom's budget. A tempting but suspicious offer, which improved even more with the offer of 6 mana users, which surprised him since he knew that in his entire kingdom there were only 5. Distrustfully, he asked what his payment would be, so Riffin only demanded a portion of land, regardless of the kingdom's control or laws, a place for dwarves, orcs, and elves to live in peace. And so later Riffin returned to the small village where Ceres was, who asked him how it went. Apparently it went well, determined not to make the same mistake in his past life, seeking for his nation to be recognized. And Ceres doubted if she already knew the prince, but the answer was no, since in her time the king was Karses, and Jube ended up decapitated, hoping this time to avoid that destiny. And so they arrived at the inn, where the others were, to report their achievement, with Ceres noticing that since they left the forge, they hadn't stopped finding ruins, which he considered a great success. But he complained that collecting the loot was harder than eliminating the demons. But Silna remembered that none of those ruins had yielded so many gold coins. Riffle clarified that it wasn't money, but valued grain, in that amount that bought Silbot due to inflation, scarcity, and famine. Its value had increased, although Tila also thought it was a rigged deal, and the protagonist maintained that it was not illegal. And Sirius, for his part, was more worried about the fact that he offered 6 aura users when there were only 3, doubting if they had gotten any more elves. Ryfin affirmed that yes, but that they were problematic. However, his real plan was to recruit Kalkin and Estella, explaining a confused Sirius that near there was a tribe of orcs that weren't afraid like the servants, nor were they savage like the swordsmen. It was a tribe that preserved traditions, combining savagery with reason, the tribe of the Blue Bears, where Tadat should be. Although the swordsmen doubted their strength, the protagonist clarified to him that orcs were the strongest species of all. And meanwhile, in a field, hundreds of rocks were raised with magic circles on them, forming crystals that projected the illusion of the Chaos Sage, who reminded Tess of the importance of keeping the information hidden. Disappearing, Tess was annoyed by the call, only for a useless chat, thinking that with a better position he could warn about the Demon King without being branded as crazy. Remembering how, thanks to the information from the Light Mage, Jade knew about Irana and the Order, and using his knowledge from his past life, he managed to enter to safeguard a truth from 1,000 years ago, where humans were not the main ones, being surpassed by the elves and the Great Tree of Life. And the dwarves ruled the land, forming civilizations so impressive that they were named Eldrath. And Elatran, who venerated Eldia and Alpot, history that the Silver Sage hid because of humanity's ego, although this makes her increasingly ignorant. For his part, returning to the protagonist's group in Destran, a very sterile place, which he recognized as a place where the orcs, weakest of the pack, were expelled to prove their survival. That comment was enough for Tila to label them as savages, although Ceres basically told her that she spoke from her privilege as a dwarf living in a safe place. Tila affirmed that it had nothing to do with the fact that abandoning one's own species did not stop being a savagery. This unleashed a fight between species that reminded Riffin a lot of human ones, although he was more concerned about how they were going to enter, and Ceres thought that as a returnee he had it covered. But the last time he had arrived from there with Tadis, being very different now. At that moment, more problems appeared in the form of a furious pack of orcs, expressing in their language a great speech that boiled down to them killing them. Cillian was alarmed, while Riffin tried to speak in their language to calm them, but this only seemed to anger them more, with and feeling that they were already lost. And so the fight began, with Ceres dodging the orcs. Tila contained them, and Surus fought, recognizing that they were very strong, although Riffin was hit without feeling it, and he reminded them that they had a great weakness. And so, activating a magic circle, he formed a sleep spell, which knocked them out immediately. Cillian was the most surprised, since he never thought that spell would work in battle. But Riffin explained that this was precisely the weakness of the orcs against humans. They had no defense against magic. And although he also clarified that these were not warriors, but simply novice scouts, Sirius didn't believe it, since they seemed very strong to him. However, Riffle suggested that he prepare himself, because both saw how they were surrounded by real warriors. Among these, a hooded figure stepped forward to speak in human language, ordering them to leave. Riffle told them that he had come in good faith, but the hooded orc did not trust humans. To this, the protagonist asked for the opportunity to show it, offering him a battle ritual, a ritual that the orc tribes carry out to strengthen ties, being a way to gain respect, since they consider that a coward can never be strong, trusting only the brave. However, he didn't know if he would agree to perform that ritual with a human. Luckily for them, everyone seemed to agree, it being much easier than they thought. If Eris had no problem with that, although he didn't know if the girls would participate, but Rifle explained that orcs didn't distinguish between genders. So Cillian feared having to fight too, but Rifle told her no, besides that they would surely think Saul was a boy. And so Ciri presented herself for combat against the orc Salgather, although in his language, confusing her. So he repeated it in human language, now with Ciri preparing. For her part, Ciri was surprised that they knew her language, and they had doubted her, since humans only knew one language, which in a way made them foolish again, and so the battle began, with strong clashes between the elf, And the orc, although Ciri recognized the power of each blow, felt it inferior to the tough training she had undergone. So she managed to dodge and even control the orc's sword, who tried to respond. But her movement was not only dodged, but Ciri's took the opportunity to deliver a brutal spinning kick to the orc's face, who was surprised, returning with fury and recognizing her as a great warrior. Ciri's retreated from the blows, remembering that just as Riff said, orcs were the strongest among the species, observing how skillful their sword attacks were. But she thought that swords were not suitable for someone so agile, and she delivered an impact with which she once again trapped the orc's swords. But Salco used his strength to break free and attack Ciri's, who had to retreat, amazed to see how his weapons seemed to be wrapped in aura. The orc recited a verse affirming that his soul was his weapon, and how his soul could not be broken. Riffin from afar was also surprised, warning her that this technique was called spiritual weapon, a technique exclusive to orcs. And although Ciri's wanted more information, the battle continued without Riffin being able to do anything. And Ciri's retreated again, managing to stop to perform a quick movement and launch a kick. That destabilized the orc's posture, and taking advantage of the moment too, with a huge upward kick, tried to knock out the orc, who covered himself with his swords. However, the kick was so strong that it made them fly. And although he was still fine, his swords were in the air, which to Ciri's astonishment, began to descend directly towards her. At that moment, Riffin shouted that orcs could also control their swords, with Ciri annoyed for receiving that information so late, just when the sword fell, raising a large cloud of dust. However, Ciri's manages to dodge, although the swords kept after her, tearing her clothes with every move, and frustrated to see that it was an exclusive ability, thinking that she had to admit defeat. But she didn't want to do it, and even less because of such an ability. So while continuing to dodge, she remembered that elves also had an exclusive ability, summoning the spirit of the wind Selena in the name of friendship. Riffin was amazed, because although he knew she could do it, he didn't expect her to perform such a move so soon. And the spirit prepared, absorbing the air, serving as a springboard for her, rising to the very top. And on descent, she got rid of the orc's annoying swords, reaching his back, placing her sword on his neck. Achieving checkmate, the orcs were happy, congratulating the foreigner, and Ciri's returned to her friends, and Silin was worried about her, trying to heal her, and Riffin congratulated her on her victory, although the little one doubted if the spirit would be angry for having been stepped on. But the protagonist knew that they didn't pay attention to rivalries, although Silency thought that stepping on him like that was exaggerated. However, none of them knew that Riffin knew Ciri's tough love very well. And now the orcs wanted the next fight, making Tila excited, who offered herself only to be quickly defeated. And now beaten and disappointed, she had to listen to the orc language, as they criticized her for having great skills and Kai control, but not managing to use them in battle, so she was lectured, expressing that if she had tried harder, she would have won, which in their tradition seemed to be a disrespectful way. However, they appreciated perseverance, although she had to ask Riffin to translate. He summarized that she could have tried harder, which annoyed the dwarf, but the protagonist preferred to move on to the next combat, sending Arius, asking him not to eliminate the opponent. He nodded, while marching, determined for combat, presenting himself as the Sword of Tennis, who would prove his honor, releasing his aura. Surprising the hooded orc, he decided to jump onto the battlefield, introducing himself as Stala Langer, being one of the tribe's leaders, who recognized him as Karuga, the name given to talented orcs who awaken the aura, or spiritual weapons, so they admired Cyrus for this, although he felt uncomfortable, thinking that if they were already exaggerating with him, they would die when they saw Riffin, and the orc introduced herself as the tribe's matriarch. Releasing the power of her aura, Cyrus, recognizing his power, did the same, provoking a clash of auras. This ended when the swordsman cut the air with his sword, beginning the clash between them, this one making him retreat. And in every encounter, the boy recognized the great power of his rival. She also noticed it, expressing that he was good but still lacked experience. Then she had to repeat it in his language so he would understand, while increasing the pressure with her blows, from which he could barely defend himself. Estella excited about the fight. She took out her sword friends, CTA and Randar, which she threw at the boy in undulating movements. Karis had to block it, feeling how complicated it was to deal with that ability, managing to get the swords off him. But not her, who threw a direct attack at his stomach. Luckily, the boy managed to block the blow with his hands, remembering how he had already been hit before by similar attacks, thinking he could deal with it. However, he could barely withstand the pressure and defend himself from the swords at the same time, receiving heavy cuts, and Rifrin from afar regretted that the boy, even with all his experience, still didn't know how to deal with an aura user, which put him at a disadvantage. And so he watched as Cyrus fell to his knees on the ground, with Estella celebrating his victory. But the boy still didn't give up and stood up thinking about his last move, which he didn't know if it would work. Injecting his eyes with aura, and to everyone's surprise, he shook his sword, managing to create hundreds of duplicates of it, launching them directly towards the gallows, who confidently saw them as simple illusions, distinguishing the three real ones, and blocking them, congratulating the boy for such a good move for someone so young. However, he became too confident. As one of the weapons managed to wound her, it was Cyrus himself, who had camouflaged his presence, astonishing both Riffin and the orc. She affirmed that tactic wouldn't work a second time, while Cyrus tried to repeat it, forming more residual images. However, Stala calmly pierced the illusions, believing she had completely deciphered his strategy. But Cyrus's residual image disappeared completely, and he appeared from below, managing a deep cut in Stala's leg. Believing he had won, Riffin saw him as a genius, observing how he used aura to generate a distortion of reality, creating sword illusions and even manipulating the presence of his aura. However, he knew that this wasn't the end, but the beginning of the Sword Saint's main ability. The Sword of the Void, feeling a little nervous recalling such power, seeing his friend as someone truly powerful. Although Stahl seemed more interested in facing Reifnit, feeling that she should finish this combat quickly to do so. And for that she apologized, because everything would end there, releasing the birds of prey. A dozen gigantic swords positioned themselves in formation for the next attack. This terrified Cyrus, who saw Thala's swords passing around him, creating huge cuts in the earth. So he had no choice but to surrender, and Riffin tried to encourage him, asking him to show him that move next time. Although Cyrus didn't want to, since the protagonist didn't even dodge attacks, so he doubted the orc could handle him. And then Riffin revealed himself, taking off his coat, showing his musculature, causing all the orcs to fall in love with his muscles, to the point that the matriarch didn't want to fight someone so sexy, although she had to do it. The protagonist ignored all this and introduced himself. However, at that moment, a hooded giant orc who called his wife Stala asked him to take her place in the battle. She was surprised that he had made it that far. The orc affirmed that he had observed everything from a rock on the distant mountain, although she remained surprised, since he was supposed to be hunting a huge beast, which he said he left reserved for the feast, and he introduced himself to Riffin as his opponent instead of his wife, revealing himself as Kalkin. Tribe chief, Riffin was excited to face someone as great as his master, so the orc was also excited. He let out his power and charged at him, but the protagonist received him with a spell that made him sleep like a baby. To the disappointment of his friends and the complaints of his wife, Riffin only wanted to make it clear that besides having muscles, he was a mage, and while she woke up her husband, Riffin warned her about his powers. He thought he needed a nap, already knowing that his rival was a mage. He asked him to use all his abilities to face him, and although some debated whether it was valid or not valid, in the end the important thing was that the battle ritual resumed, with a clash between both warriors, and meanwhile far from there, they were collecting the great serpent that Kalkin had defeated. An orc was next to a house dog, very adorable, to whom he threw a stake. But while doing so, he saw the enormous green flash from the battle, deciding to return, this being the new current version of Tadit, and both Riffin and Kalkin excitedly headed for the next impact, clashing with similar forces, and the protagonist tried to gain an advantage with Kai bullets, which were easily blocked by the orc's enormous sword, who charged at him. Riffin recognized him as skillful, and repelled him with hundreds of blows with Kai bullets, which were blocked, but he considered that was enough to prove his worth as a warrior, using the sleep spell again, leaving him sound asleep. And he found it funny, since even being an aura user, he was so susceptible to magic, deciding to end it while he was asleep, approaching too confidently, not noticing that although Kalikin seemed unconscious, his aura was still active, and he launched a colossal cut with his sword, which Riffin barely managed to block. Everyone was astonished, especially Cillian and Saris, who thought about practicing that reflex move. And the orc woke up, realizing that he had fallen for the same trick again. Riffin, for his part, released his power, surprised to see something that even being from the future he never saw. So he supposed that was why in his time they gave amulets to all orcs to defend against that kind of spell. And yet he attacked again, freezing Kalen with a spell. And yet, although he couldn't counteract the magic, his aura fought automatically, freeing itself to destroy the spell and launching the attack excitedly. And Riffin was excited too, although he could use another spell to end the combat. His warrior spirit asked him for a real battle, and so both began to give 100% in every blow, making the earth tremble with every impact, leaving everyone astonished, and both prepared for a final blow, and excitedly Riffin used his horn blow, and Calc in his Estank cross, with both charging against each other, destroying the terrain with every step, until they finally clashed, causing a gigantic explosion that was seen everywhere. And so some time later, Riffin complained of the pain after the fight, while Celia healed him, asking him not to be such a crybaby and stop rushing him, and remembering how she had declared the combat a draw, given that both had similar auras, leaving Riffin in pain. And Tila was surprised that the healing was so painful. But the mini-cleric explained that it was because the opponent's aura still remained in him, and that aura, mana, and divine energy were different and did not interact well with each other, especially mana with divine energy. And Silen also offered to heal the orc, but he stated that he would heal himself and reminded them that from that moment on, the human heroes were their brothers. Excited to have a new family, he asked that according to their tradition, it was celebrated with swords and with drinks, thus arriving at the bonfire, where the orcs celebrated with horns of alcohol, a scene that seemed like a common celebration to most humans. And then Calcain offered his drink to Riffin, who remembered not having tolerated it in his past life, trying to refuse it, but upon tasting it he liked it. And when the orc asked for a barrel, his wife looked at him suspiciously, believing it was an excuse to get drunk. And yet Riffin finished drinking it all, gaining even more respect among the orcs. Meanwhile, some orcs insisted on calling the elf fat, and the dwarf, luckily in their language, although that bothered Ceres, and Riffin explained that's what they called anyone who didn't show their muscles. And others tried to fatten up Cillian by filling him with food, while Cyrus tried to understand what Riffin wanted to teach him with that scene. And at that moment, Calcan was happy with the arrival of the shepherd, whom the protagonist immediately recognized as Tadit. He was glad he recognized him, even with everything that had changed, calling him savior, explaining that it was precisely he who saved him and sent him there. The tribe leader, happy about that coincidence, finally asked Riffin what had led him there. So self-assured, he offered them better land to live in exchange for their help. Calcan was surprised that they wanted to give them land for fighting, which Riffin basically confirmed as correct, since his intention was to take the Viscountship of Gelpine near the mountains. Calcan asked Tadwin what he thought of that, seeing him raised among humans. He replied that humans couldn't be trusted, but Riffin could, although he suggested that for the good of all, it would be best to ask the mothers and fathers of the weapons, basically their blacksmiths, whom they considered wise, where they went directly, arriving with Galter, to whom they introduced Riffin, and his plan, asking what would be best for the tribe. Apparently things went well, later with the satisfied group, and Riffin affirming that the orcs would hide in a safe place. And time later, they would send 100 men, although Cyrus noticed that they were already taking one of them, this being Tadit, who was going to bring the others later, although the swordsman supposed that he would become part of the group like the rest of the species, surprising the protagonist with the prediction. And meanwhile transporting, they eliminated a huge convoy with military supplies by passing through one of the most important trade routes of Provence, which was guarded by Carses's army. They were disappointed by the prince's terrible administration, seeing that the supplies barely had protection. With barely a few men, no mage, and none seemed to be a warrior, they even saw them as very short, thinking they were simple children and an orc, believing that the prince had no resources to form a good group. Trusting in the attack, so determined for an easy victory, they charged with everything, making a lot of noise. But when they got closer, the hooded figures revealed themselves as well-armed dwarves, although Cars's army considered it ridiculous that someone thought that was a military army. It didn't take long before the dwarves decided to attack, causing havoc. This astonished the army leader, seeing how the dwarves quickly eliminated his men. However, the leader did not retreat, and underestimating the dwarves, he sent the rest to the attack, with 800 men charging at full speed. And although the dwarves saw them as many, the main problem was that they could not use aura by Riffin's order, so it would be a longer combat. And so Karsas's people were confident, seeing the dwarves as simple inferior beings, starting to get beaten by them, and Riffin observed everything from a farther point. And Calm, seeing that the humans had no chance, and Cillian was surprised that it was so easy. But the protagonist knew that they had an advantage in strategy and the element of surprise. Besides that, no one knew they had 3 aura users. Although the army leader despised the owner of the dwarves for allowing his knights to fall to inferior creatures, this annoyed the 3 Laura users, although they let it pass considering him a foolish ignorant. The one who didn't seem to let it go was Takalta, who fiercely attacked the enraged leader, whom he eliminated with ease. And then the orc returned to Riffin to inform him that he had eliminated the leader, although the protagonist felt uncomfortable that he even called him master, even after all of Toa Ban's education. But the fight ended like that. And back in the barony, the nobles who supported Juval met to discuss Riffin's proposals. Among them was Count Finan, the prince's grandfather, who considered the idea of hiring dwarves as mercenaries exaggerated. And although Riffin defended their military value, most nobles didn't believe that a few dwarves could make a difference. And no matter how much he tried to convince them, they still saw them as useless for war, even suggesting selling them to hire real mercenaries. The protagonist didn't like that mistrust, but the nobles didn't seem to want to back down, so he decided to give them a small demonstration by taking down Sinai Fortress with his troops. And before an incredulous Finan, who even seeing the protagonist so serious, only managed to laugh upon seeing that he thinks Sinai is like some forest bandits, this being the strongest place in the kingdom that housed the aura user, Tesbalt. Because of this, all the nobles felt uncomfortable seeing the mage's arrogance in sending so many slaves to extermination. But Juval didn't see it that way, trusting that they needed an army, not slaves, besides that they wouldn't use army resources, which Riffin confirms, affirming that they would only take food for a week, and so seeing that they would use little food. He didn't see the problem with them trying, and with some supporting him, Juval used his authority to decree Riffin the task of tearing down Sinai Fortress. And he accepted the mission, and later Riffin returned to his group, asking if Tadit had already left. And the answer is that he went to bring his troops. Although with them Saris doesn't believe that with 200 troops they will manage to tear down the fortress. Riffin doesn't underestimate Kravince's troops, given that he knows they are strong, but not for the Great Forge, and the Blue Bear. And if Leanne feels that it works that way, everyone will see dwarves and orcs differently. And at that moment, Rhaegar appeared, including the elves in that mission with gratitude for resurrecting the world tree, showing the power of the spirits by invoking the colossal fire spirit, hoping that soon the other elves would feel how Feheim has resurrected. And at that moment, Juval appeared, asking about all that fuss, surprising everyone, arriving with Finia, who wanted to meet other dwarves, although he is there for Riffin, about whom he was worried, despite everything going according to plan, but he doesn't know if they will achieve their goal. The protagonist tells him that they will if they prepare well, although Jubal seems satisfied with the fact that his beloved is happy sharing with other dwarves. So due to shared beliefs, he entrusts Riffin with the rest, and he affirms that he will not disappoint him. And so, with the arrival of spring, the war began with the first attack on Sinai Fortress. And although everyone was on high alert and visibly desperate for the aura user, Tesvault, Bon Fernando, all that tension was more than an exaggeration, since in his eyes there were no real enemies, only slaves, and supposing by their emblems that they are Prince Juval's. And although how expensive the slaves are, they think they are wasting money, so he believes it is really just a trap, so Vault will not be complacent. And he sends knights and soldiers, ready to escape, if it is a trap, and if not to get rid of the ogres, and dwarves and keep the elves, especially the warriors looking for a good profit. And the soldiers charge seeing how ridiculous that situation is, but having their orders clear. However, before they could react, the large number was engulfed in a brutal orange flash from the aura of one of the dwarves, who didn't remember if they could use it now, but his green aura companion told him he was authorized, allowing them to unleash. With this they unleashed their power, overwhelming all the knights. The soldiers watched terrified as their leaders fell, observing the dwarves as monsters, while these three enjoyed finishing off the humans, avenging their species. For his part, Vault watched terrified at this, not understanding what was happening, and then he received advice from his subordinates to protect the fortress, ordering the defense spells, forming the magic circle that activates the dome that covers the entire fortress. Riffin observes the good spell, and Cillian thinks they are at a disadvantage, but the protagonist is already prepared, sending his elves, who each invoke their colossal fire spirits, that walk imposingly towards the shield. Vault, terrified to see them, just like his subordinates think it is spiritual magic, which they have only seen in books. And although the prejudiced knight doubts that simple elves can do that, this shatters the barrier, leaving the way clear for the dwarves to destroy the gate, entering amidst the fear of all the soldiers. And Vault, charged at the front with his knights, determined to eradicate the inferior races, confident in his superiority. Meanwhile, inside the fortress Mal and Slyod protected their allies, and Carmite charged directly against Vault, starting the combat, and from the first clash Vault was astonished. The dwarf matched his strength. Even Carmite recognized him as a good warrior, especially for someone so young. And outside, Riven felt confident that Carda would win. However, he noticed that the group was beginning to get tired, and Sero asked him to intervene, but the protagonist could not do it, since the objective was to demonstrate the power of the other species. And yet his friend reminded him that nothing would be achieved if that plan didn't work. The protagonist understood, so he decided to wait for his reinforcements. They arrived just in time. Although somewhat late, led by Tadit, Riffin scolded him for the delay. But the orc reminded him that it wasn't easy to make 100 orcs go unnoticed, and Riffin admitted it, blaming the muscular brain of Teslim for not thinking about that. But now the orcs had to fight, advancing in a huge stampede, reciting their battle cries, bursting into the castle, starting to finish off the soldiers, determined to fight until their hearts burst, unleashing their brutality in every move, trusting in the protection of the warrior spirit. And all that power and euphoria terrified the knights who tried to escape. Some tried to counterattack, but ended up crushed by the enormous weapons of the orcs. And Riffin smiled from outside, remembering that at that time, no one expected the combat style of the other species. How elves preferred thin and light weapons, dwarves long weapons, trolls any weapon coming from nature, and orcs enormous and beautiful giant weapons. And besides these were enhanced by spiritual gifts that flew across the battlefield, devastating everything in their path. And Cillian watched astonished, although Riffin admitted that making a weapon fly was not always the best, since if the knights divided into two groups, they could gain an advantage. So according to him, humanity was losing due to its arrogance and ignorance. Meanwhile, inside the fortress Kalik joined the battle, while Carda continued fighting Vault. And outside, Riven watched, knowing that he didn't believe Cillian was indifferent to seeing humans die, which he confirmed. However, he also understood that they were in a war. And finally, inside the fortress, it ended with Vault's fall. For his part in Kroton, the capital of Gravance, Karza received the news of the battle. There, the king aspirant couldn't believe it, although his subordinates insisted on informing him about Vault's fall. And he fell into despair upon seeing that his army had been reduced to 12,000 people. And with the fortress lost, he knew that the capital would soon fall, so if Juval arrived and performed the coronation ceremony, he would win the support of the neutral nobles, so he had to gather his allies, surprising his subordinates with strategic skills worthy of a king. Meanwhile, on top of Sinai, Juval, still incredulous, celebrated the victory with Riffin, who had promised not to disappoint him, and the prince thanked him, asking if his men were resting well. And although he knew that this would not be to the liking of the nobles, Rifer understood that they were not happy, with slaves sleeping in beds while human soldiers camped outdoors. Nevertheless, Juval clarified that no one would complain after such a victory, which both knew inevitably had losses, including wounded dwarves, orcs, and elves, although they were few compared to the enemies. But there were still too many when there were so few soldiers. That genuine concern for them made the protagonist feel proud, confirming that he did well to support the future king. And time later, he walked through the corridors, knowing that in Juval's army there would be no discrimination. However, there were still idiotic nobles who tried to buy his friends as if they were slaves. And no matter how much the protagonist tried to reason with them, the stubbornness of some forced him to restrain his fury so as not to eliminate them. Meanwhile, the news of the victory in Sinai spread throughout the world, Some soldiers admired how a dwarf had defeated Vault, and even nobles were surprised by the might of the orcs, beginning to see them as more than just slaves, although there were still those who considered those rumors ridiculous. And they continued to treat orcs like fools. They even believed that a priest in Phylantia was controlling the dwarves. This caught the attention of a huge woman, very interested in that supposed priest, and upon hearing that it was a small cleric who looked like a girl, the girl got so excited that she smashed her glass, spilling the wine, which she savored on her fingers with ecstasy, thinking that she had finally found her fiancé Cillian. And so, on the plains of Levant, Karza presented himself with an army of 10,000 troops, and Yuval with only 3,000, and Riffin observed Karza's desperation at having gathered all his forces, and seeing comfortable among his troops, Ravan Bonparis, a Laura user who demanded a duel with someone brave, accusing them of having used dirty tricks with Vault, although Karza saw him even weaker than Vault, and he considered taking care of it himself. But his dwarf companion stops him, because apparently they had already chosen the rival. It was Cyrus who would represent Prince Juval. Raven was surprised to see how young he was, and Cyrus, aware that he was facing a tough opponent, began the duel. The combat began with brutal exchanges, equalized in power, to the surprise of Juval's soldiers, who, although they didn't know him, were happy to see a Laura user on their side. And because of this, Karthus began to feel the pressure, noting that the opposing side had more aura users than the kingdom itself, which injected morale into their enemies. For his part, Raven recognized the young man's power, and he was glad to gain experience against other users, since the sword handling was at a disadvantage, continuing and fighting fiercely with every blow. Riven watched, surprised, seeing that Serio exceeded his expectations, and supposed that soon he would become a sword saint. Raven, furious at the humiliation of losing to a child, concentrated all his power on his sword. But Serio activated the spectral dimension, creating sword illusions. Confused, Raven couldn't react and received the final blow, and thus fell to the ground, admiring the boy's great power through that technique. But he only managed to hear before dying. How for Cyrus that had been just one more failure, since he knew it was a good technique with a great name, but it cost too much to use it. And while Karsus, seeing himself morally defeated, tried to win by numbers, sending his entire army to charge with the war cry. But Juval didn't stay behind and also launched the attack along with his knights. Cyrus released the orcs, who quickly mounted their beasts and rushed into the attack. Karlsas's knights still believed they could win if they managed to knock them off their mounts. But clearly these were not horses. They were giant wolves that tore the soldiers apart. Karlsas, terrified upon seeing that the rumors were true, thought that his special operations agent should have informed him. However, now he understood. His forces remained almost intact because the 1,000 men of special operations never managed to breach the fortress, courtesy of the dwarves, and at that moment, the fire spirit Ignazes appeared on the battlefield, setting everything on fire. Karlsas tried to respond with magic, but his mages couldn't conjure due to a mana disturbance, and his surprised leaders thought the enemy had a high-level mage, and they did. It was Riffin who observed, who still had the touch, although he lacked mana, and with all this frustrated Karsus, he saw no other option but to surrender, and the troops retreated, concluding the battle, which would go down in history as the Battle of Levant, whose victor was Jubal, and upon taking the capital, he received the support of his subjects, although he knew very well that the majority had supported Karsus, and his grandfather reminded him that Karsus had returned to Coritin, still with intentions to fight. And although several nobles supported Juval, there were still many neutrals, and the need to gain their support was discussed. Although Juval was not sure how, but he clearly knew that he had to be a king who cared about his citizens, feeling that he owed them that debt. And for his part, the county of Indrik, a couple of guards stopped the entry of a paladin from Sire, whom they recognized as extremely beautiful in face, although what really terrified them was her Amazon physique. Meanwhile, inside the place, Cillian was giving his all against the lizards, although Riffin suggested that he rest his arms and do some squats, and he continued and continued, while the protagonist rambled, remembering how the boy had earned everyone's respect on the battlefield, seeing someone so young and seemingly weak wandering among the wounded, healing him tirelessly. And although he paid attention to the little one again, insisting that he stop, he knew he needed to gain muscle quickly. However, Cillian stopped when he noticed what Ceres was doing, who seemed to be trying to please the wind spirit. And Riffin reminded her that she had already been warned, but the elf suggested that it would pass in 2 days, affirming that spirits had the memory of a fish. The protagonist couldn't help but notice how unfriendly she was with her friends, wondering if in his time she only faked her personality. And at that moment, a knight informed them that someone was looking for him. Upon going to the reception, he met a gigantic paladin whom for a moment he thought was his sister. But no, it was Christine, who clarified that she wasn't looking for him, but for Cillian. Riffin understood the guard's confusion regarding the size issue, and just then Cillian entered, doubting who was looking for him, only to meet Christine's loving gaze, in contrast to the little cleric's terrified expression, who sees the girl run towards him, begging him to please stop running away from his marriage. But Cillian didn't want to give up bachelorhood, which confused his shield. That is, Riffin, who didn't understand anything, Christine intensely in love, told him they would marry with the permission of the great god, which caused Cillian later, in desperation, to pack his bags ready to flee, although Riffin tried to calm him down so he could tell him more. And that's how he learned that Christine, Sil Istana, was a woman from a renowned noble family, who dreamed of being a beautiful woman. And she succeeded, although she also overdid it with growth. Thanks to this, Sire named her his god sword, destined to be the mother of a great warrior, training her as a paladin, until one day, in the kingdom of Vasily, she fell in love for the first time at first sight with her destined Cillian, a very lively little cleric who healed men in battle, and who seemed to have everything the girl was looking for. So she returned to Sire's order, where she affirmed having found her predestined man. But unlike her in the order, they were not perverts, who approved a marriage between a 20-year-old woman and a 12-year-old boy, or at least not if her devil said so, which eventually she did. So Phylanch's order had no choice but to accept if the boy agreed, and thus Cillian's hell began. Riffin summarized everything as an arranged marriage, although Cillian only remembered the obsessive woman who followed him everywhere. And that was the original reason why he sought the protagonist, and she supposed that was also the reason why Cillian wanted to become muscular, hoping that way he would stop liking her. And the protagonist thought it was all prejudice just because she was tall. But Cillian clarified that it was because she was controlling and obsessive, to the point of already having chosen the names of her future children and their planned lives. Stain if he was a boy, a future paladin of Sire, and Eileen if she was a girl, a future saint of Sire. Griffin considered that excessive until he thought twice, and when he asked again for the name of his future daughter, the answer was Alin. That didn't bother the little cleric, but it bothered Riffin, who took time but realized that was the name of who would be his archenemy, Saint Alin, who had finished off Mashaline with such great power that she revived the fallen. She was a formidable warrior, capable of blessing 10,000 men to the point of putting them into a berserker state. Worrying that his friend was the father, and Riffin remembered that Saint Alin had not been conceived naturally, but through a forbidden Salyar ritual called Holy Grail, and that ritual in a twisted way caused the baby to absorb the father's life during conception and the mother's at birth, that being the reason why he had never heard of the little one in his time. That's why he warned his friend that if he got married, he would die, and he knew it, although not for those reasons, since he said it literally, supporting him in his mission not to get married. But Cillian had no choice but to flee, and the scene acquired a dramatic farewell atmosphere, with meddling guards observing everything, and Riffle saw him as a friend and part of his team. So he tried to convince him not to flee, but Cillian with tender eyes expressed that he had no other choice. The protagonist complained about abandoning him, but the cleric knew it was the only thing he could do, since he didn't want to be a bother. In the war, Riffle asked him to talk to her, but he knew she wouldn't listen. The soldiers, meanwhile, thought they were witnessing a romantic breakup. Just when the third party arrived, the crazy Christine, ready to take him away. Poor Cillian blamed Riffin for delaying him, finally falling into the hands of the giantess, who didn't seem to hear any of the little one's complaints, and the protagonist watched the scene. And he couldn't help but ask himself a question: why did Cillian like him? She replied that if they had children, they would have the perfect height, which Riffin found surprisingly logical. And the girl insisted that she didn't want to inherit the divine punishment of their respective heights. Although Cillian assured that he didn't feel punished, she replied that both were self-conscious about their height, and according to her, it was destiny, approaching dangerously. with the full intention of consummating the relationship destined by the gods. Cillian tried to refuse, but he knew it wouldn't work, so with his gaze he asked Riffin for help. However, it wasn't very useful either, so he had to resort to the most bizarre plan for his reputation, jumping into the arms of Riffin, his supposed true love. This shocked both Christine and Riffin, and also the guards. Brutally honest Cillian stated that Ellie and Riffin were already united by the red thread of Falange's destiny, which technically was true, since they had used it in the past, and the guards, upon confirming their suspicions, considered them a good couple, believing that just recently they were about to break up. And while both spoke with their eyes, Riffin complained about the plan, but Cillian insisted that he had no other option, because in the end, he was the only person in sight. And Riffin suggested one of his maids, but the little one knew that wouldn't work to surprise, and pushed Christine away. And yet the protagonist could only think about the consequences that this would have for his reputation. However, he had no choice but to pretend to be a happy couple. The paladin seemed resigned, which excited Cillian, thinking he had succeeded. However, all this turned out to be just a calm before the storm, since Christine, seeing this as a test of love, challenged Riffin to a duel, with all the knights joining the gossip, including Ceres. The protagonist had no intention of accepting, but Cillian had already thrown him as if he were a Pokémon, trusting in the power of his love, and although he didn't want to do it, he knew that only that way could he save himself. To make matters worse, Riffin's love problems increased when Cillian noticed the excessively good eye contact between them, considering them a couple to the protagonist's suffering. At this, Christine enthusiastically offered the first attack to the mage, and seeing that he had no other way out, Riffin decided to quickly take care of the matter, conjuring a huge storm of lightning bolts that surrounded the girl, with the sole intention of knocking her out. However, the paladin destroyed the technique with her divine light sword. The guards thought it was an aura user, but Riffin knew the truth. She was one of the few knights of Sire capable of mastering that power. Seeing that he would have more problems than expected, preparing his next spell, launching huge energy waves that were heading directly towards Cthulhu, who dodged them with great ease. Silen shouted angrily at Riffin for only using magic, but he was trying to maintain his mage facade. While the little cleric despaired, so Riffin got serious and cast a high-ranking spell, summoning a glacier that imprisoned the paladin's feet long enough for his next move. However, she didn't plan to give up, using the power granted by Sire and contracting her muscles, freeing her body from the ice with brute force. Cillian, terrified by that display of power, asked her if she was an aura user, but she replied no, although she had received the blessing to equip herself with one. Nevertheless, Riffin was the one who noticed something else, the breathing technique she used, asking her where she learned it. She then remembered her childhood, before serving Sire, when she met a muscular old man who assured her that this technique would make her healthy. And for her, it was a blessing in her life, but Riffin knew very well who it was, his crazy master, and seeing what Riffin did, he came to think that maybe he wanted Christine to end up single forever. Or maybe she was still clinging to the idea that big equals good, but he preferred not to say anything, in which the girl didn't stop and kept advancing directly towards him, while the protagonist tried to attack her with energy cuts, which she managed to repel with ease, thanks to her strength and her breathing technique. And Riffin dodged Christine's attacks, worried seeing how she kept using that breathing technique that he himself had intentionally ignored to avoid growing so much. Although he recognized that she was very talented at employing it, and thought that if it really worked worldwide, the unbreakable gym would be swimming in money because of how complicated people were regarding their height. Christine, for her part, was nothing more than furious that Riffin wasn't losing, although he didn't quite understand why. After all, he also wanted to win. According to her, it was all the fault of her huge mage mouth, with which she had surely seduced the mini cleric, demanding that he lose, appealing to the power of love. Riffin, completely lost, decided not to complicate things, and cast such a powerful spell on her that it sent her straight to the ground, thinking that with that everything would end, and she would accept defeat, which she finally did, although sadly for not having managed to rescue her beloved from that muscular giant, who, according to her, could split him in two without effort. Cillian preferred not to put more images in anyone's head, and suggested that he and Riffin were a pair of soul, and Hart, asking him to back him up. Although he didn't want to in their eye conversation, he ended up accepting. although he cried inside and out. With this, the dismissed paladin ran out, crying, while Riffin asked Cillian how they were supposed to fix that. And the truth is they couldn't, since the rumors reached the ears of the nobles and town leaders, who didn't see it as a bad couple and even showed positive acceptance. And more than that, it ended up being a curious topic of discussion and common ground between humans and the different species, opening a debate on acceptance and love. And for Ciri, Sacco represented a big step towards Riffin's dream, who embarrassedly refused to leave from under the sheets, blaming Cillian for everything, although the little one said that blaming him solved nothing. Luckily, the elf gave them a clue by mentioning that the rumor spread because Cillian looked like a cute girl, even if he was a boy. With that, both found the solution. Riffin finally entered unbreakable gym mode. He decided to turn Cillian into a true man of steel. He supported him, celebrating very emotionally. And Taddy, seeing how close they were, thought the rumors would only get worse, and Ciri supported that idea. But in the end, they knew that with time they would disappear, and now they returned to the war. Uel's army arrived at the fortresses of Croton, where the prince ordered the surrender of the traitor, Karsus, and urged him to submit to the will of the heavens, but Karsus's generals rejected the idea and the dishonor of using monsters in the army, demanding that he disband his army of aberrations and surrender. Riffin impatiently asked to go directly to the fight, and Jube charged forward along with his brave soldiers, starting the attack, and the prince encouraged them to fight, especially his allies Kalkin and Stala, who also rushed to the front. The three dwarves were also there, complaining that they were not used to riding horses, but Cirrus told him he looked very good, and the furious Karsus decided to respond with an arrow attack, which simply bounced off the confident orc and Cirrus. Then they tried with spears, but the same thing happened, advancing at full speed. Cirrus led the advance, preparing his sword, filling it with aura, until forming a gigantic spiritual blade. Or then when a surprisingly alive raven appeared, annoyed that he had stolen his technique. But Cirrus didn't stop and destroyed the fortress entrance, allowing Kalkin to enter, who didn't want to be left behind, jumping using his cliff technique, destroying everyone around. And both users showed respect for each other, fighting side by side, while the soldiers watched them terrified. Stalin admired her companions and didn't plan to be left behind, and remembered how Riffle asked her not to harm the soldiers, her priority being to tear down the walls, so she summoned her two sisters, launching them at full speed towards strategic points of the wall, charging them with power to demolish it. This surprised her husband and the dwarves for her knowledge of architecture, and Saros, who even thought about stealing the technique. Meanwhile, Karsus didn't know what to do. Raven didn't offer solutions either, simply suggesting that they escape the castle. But at that moment, they alerted them that Jubal and his troops had retreated, leaving them completely confused, since they thought they had won. And in the distance, a general from Jubal's army raised his voice, reaffirming the victory, but clarifying that he did not wish to harm the innocent citizens of the city. Therefore, he asked the traitor Karsus that if he was a true leader, to surrender. This made Karsus look like a villain, calling whoever planned that a twisted mind. This mind, of course, was Ryfin, who was congratulated by Juval upon seeing that that move was checkmate for Karsus. And so, in Karsus's noble meeting, his father, Duke Fernando, asked him if there was still any way to win. A noble was annoyed by the tricks that the inferior races used to fake being aura users. Another simply suggested retreating for a while. However, Karsus reminded him that Jubal had the crown and the seal, and that if he left in the sacred hall, he would be crowned. Some nobles wanted to ask another kingdom for help, but for Karsus, that would be the same as giving everything away. And yet they were desperate not to lose. The young man knew that they only feared for themselves, and he was deeply annoyed that even his own family supported those ideas. And many thought they should eliminate the prince, although it's not like they hadn't tried before. And it was also mentioned that Raven could achieve it, but as a knight of the kingdom, he couldn't harm a member of the royal family, although he did support eliminating someone like Riven. And meanwhile, a great celebration was taking place on the lands of Viscount Sivrin, where the nobles congratulated each other for their help in the war and toasted the true king. And although Juval didn't understand why they were toasting, since they hadn't done anything, Riven knew they needed those kinds of acts to reduce envy and gain acceptance, and so he praised the nobles for their supposed support, hoping that would help reduce the hatred towards the other races. The nobles, convinced by the flattery, considered them very intelligent and wise, something that surprised Jubal upon seeing what a great politician Riffin was, despite being a mage. And meanwhile, Riffin continues to accept the compliments with humility. For his part, Silem introduced Count Halton and Kalkin, who greeted him politely in his language. Thanks to the translator collar that Riffin had given him, the Count congratulated his brave warriors, differentiating them from the cowardly orcs, which annoyed Kalkin. Luckily, Stella intervened, being kind and cordial, assuring that they were the true warrior orcs, those who respected strength. That was enough for the Count to take it well and respect his aura. And Riffle had previously suggested to Kalkin and the others not to pay too much attention to the comments of humans, like the one he almost fell for. And so the protagonist saw how over time everyone got used to coexisting, also noticing how useful Cillian would be by representing the dwarves and nobles, and how even the refined elves seemed to fit in well. Ironically, the biggest problem was Cyrus, who seemed to have a cold personality and mysterious, although in reality he hid enormous social anxiety, and yet it wasn't disrespectful to the nobles. And now Riffin was looking for Cyrus, but first, he encountered a hooded figure whose presence he hadn't detected, assuming he was facing a ghost or an aura user. He had mastered the technique, Existence Devourer. This hooded figure was Raven, who apologized to Riffin for what he was about to do, promising it would be for the good of the kingdom. Charging him without hesitation, Riffin instinctively barely blocked with his arm, surprising his rival upon seeing his steel skin magic and his reaction speed, and with that he unleashed a brutal rain of impacts that did no damage. Understanding that no spell should be that resistant, tired Riffin launched his energy bullets, pushing the warrior back, who understands that he must be peculiar considering his slave. So now he will get serious, and Riven is worried seeing that he couldn't predict the target again. Seeing Raven go for him again, dodging the blow, and without options breaks his mage facade, landing an excellent right hook, with the warrior recognizing him as a combat mage, something that makes sense given how gigantic he is, and the protagonist just hopes to give him that information, avoiding using his aura, but threatening him with the 6 aura users in the mansion. Although the warrior is sure he will eliminate him first, Riven doesn't know if he can withstand it, seeing his rival prepare his energy for a fierce charge, impacting his arm. However, the result was his torn clothes, revealing his muscular arm. And Raven is confused by his excellent physique, but he is not interested, returning to the attack, with Riffin taking the blows until managing to jump over him, but after being safe. Raven returns at full speed, unloading all his energy in that impact, which Riffin receives fully, repelling him with his aura, leaving himself exposed to the confused warrior, while he is upset about the things that never go right, remembering how the last time he fought someone strong without using his aura, he ended up at the bottom of the river, not wanting to repeat it, and while Raven recognizes that aura as that of Gerard's successor, who is also now a mage, recognizing him as the Martial King Reefheart, with the latter asking him to get used to life's surprises. But Raven thanks him because he can stop feeling guilty about eliminating a simple mage. Reefel waits confidently, to which the warrior responds, activating the power, filling his sword with so much energy that it pierces the mansion's ceiling. And the protagonist launches the attack, generating a fierce collision that destroys the place, ending with both on the roof, with Raven seeing that he already showed his nature, but the protagonist reminds him who started the fight. It is the same one who wants to finish him, erasing Riven from existence. Riven awaited him with his spiral guard, using it to move quickly towards him and charge him with a brutal kick that resonated throughout the place, lifting Raven to the heavens and alerting the soldiers, while the protagonist finished off the warrior with a whip strike, sending him fiercely against the ground, which was so powerful that it destroyed a large part of the area, leaving the dying man on the ground, regretting not only that he failed, but that if he doesn't get up, the last aura user of the Karsa's family will end there. His last breath is torn out as Rifen falls on him with all his strength. In this way, the protagonist emerges enveloped in his golden aura, being recognized by the guards as a bearer of Gerard's light. The Martial King Rafinhar. The dwarves were confused because no one knew that their savior was an aura user. And although they knew he wanted to hide his identity, they thought it was only because of his muscular dwarves. Juve watched the Martial King in amazement, descendant of the unbreakable Jim, while everyone else began to praise him. and Riffin remembered that because of these types of reactions he used to hide. Some time later, Juve's lines advanced, with many remembering how Raven was defeated by the Martial King, considering it an honorable end. Unlike Vault, who fell to a dwarf, belittling the warrior, Cillian listened to this annoyed because they still belittled the other races. But Riffin noticed that they didn't belittle them, but rather refused to accept their strength, which was progress. And so they proceeded to the fortress of Croton, where Juval watched excitedly after a long time the castle gates. Although he was surprised that Karsus still hadn't surrendered, it wasn't like him. The protagonist supposed it was due to the pressure of his subordinates, who were surely contradicting him. Fanon suggested attacking, but Riffin preferred to enter first. Cillian was surprised, as he thought he didn't want to fight, but he told him that everyone already knew who he was, making it useless to hold back and marching to the front, with Karsus's soldiers trying to embolden themselves, ordering to shoot arrows, which didn't even prick the protagonist. Then they catapulted stones, which pricked him a little more, and fire arrows followed, which burned his clothes. Luckily, they put it out with boiling water, which ironically only made him feel like they were in a sauna. Being taken for a monster again, preparing to kick down the door, and asking them to step aside, with the full support of his soldiers, which annoyed him as he was basically doing the same thing as in his past life. But now they supported him, remembering how 2 days ago, after that incident, all the nobles were chatting happily, celebrating all the achievements of the Martial King, even being intrigued by his idea of making slaves like humans, thinking they were chosen by him, and sending him to take care of educating them. Riffin didn't fully understand it, since in his past life he called his followers evil, but Ciri explained it to him before he was a mage, someone who represented a power reserved for a few, misunderstood by the majority. That generated fear, and that fear turned him into a demon king. Instead, now he was a warrior, a role anyone could aspire to, since he didn't project fear in him, but strength. Although it seemed absurd to him that someone diverting iron with a naked body was something anyone could do, but he understood that now he could let loose in combat. And yet Ciri's was clear. He should fight as a warrior, and in the present, following Ciri's advice. He would detach himself from his mana, granted to few, to concentrate on his fists, with which he would seek to be followed with admiration, and without fear, breaking down the doors and allowing his troops to enter. However, Karsus's troops charged against them, ready to die with honor, beginning the regrettable massacre, with Riffin begging them to stop their useless resistance. Meanwhile, Juval and his knights arrived at the throne room, where Karsus was, who awaited them with a crazed smile, which reminded Riffin of his time as a demon king. Juval asked the lone knight about the rest, and he told him that his family evacuated, refusing to break their lineage. And although they told him there was no longer a place for traitors in the kingdom, he was calm. Since they fled to Chantain, Jubal didn't understand why he didn't escape, but Karsa implied it. If he had done so, a war between kingdoms would have broken out, and admiring that he thought of the people before himself. The prince accepted this, and accepted his wish. Karsa thanked him, asking who would give him his last fight. Jubal, respecting his royal lineage, put himself as his only rival, although his grandfather told him it wasn't a good idea. He was calm being backed by Riffin, so he launched into battle, a clash between the candidates for kings. The battle being tough, with Karsus annoyed because he thought Jubal was just flirting with dwarves, but now he saw that he was hiding his strength, although Jubal reminded him that he had never been able to show it, withstanding the blows behind his shield. However, his skill surprised Fian by the strength of his grandson, and Karsus was desperate not to be able to break through Jubal's guard, and even more so when he shook him off, making him retreat with thrusts, feeling that finally all that hard training of legs and hips that he needed to be with his beloved had paid off, although Fian didn't want him to talk about his intimacies, leaving them tangled up, while Riffin incredibly understood. For his part, Karza noticed that Jubal was very confident, so again, with great movements. He put him at a disadvantage, mainly because his techniques were exclusive to dwarves. So like a puppy, he asked Riffin for help, who entered regardless of any honor. With a quick move, Karza's, his destiny was coming in the form of a powerful punch, whose impact sent off a flash weapon that blinded everyone and filled the entire castle. And when the glare subsided, Riff was in front of a huge hole in the wall, holding the only thing left of Karsa's. His head, Juval sad but determined climbed the throne, with his ring and crown, ordered the traitor's head to be hung, and Phinia initiated the ovation of the new king, everyone kneeling, before the birth of Juval II. News that spread quickly throughout the world, incredulous at the final result. Furthermore, it arrived along with the news of a new hero, Riffenhart, the martial king who led an army of otherworldly species to victory, surprising the world how those beings could fight like that. News that reached Grime, exactly Teslan, who was furious about his enemy's advances, and with the fall of the one he knew as a wise and trustworthy king, worried that Riffin was eliminating his enemies prematurely. At that moment, his allies entered. Eustace was annoyed because Ceres was not only alive, but also defeated Raven, and Stephen was also annoyed by Riffin's fame. Although the Golden Knight was the most annoyed, because he expected his brother to beg for forgiveness for his betrayal, making Tess uncomfortable, as she knew who the real traitor was, although she ignored this, given that she needed him for the moment. So seeing their state, he told them with a terrifying aura that made them nervous that it was time to fight and eliminate Riffenhart. Meanwhile, in Coritin, the nobles complained about giving autonomous rights to Rifen, considering the lands they would give him sufficient, although Juve made it clear to them that he was the one who did everything, saying that if he didn't give him those rights, he would give him more land, taking benefits from other counties, which was enough for the nobles to look out for their wallets, no longer protesting, for Juve to decree him king, granting him the land, the autonomous rights, renaming the land as Antares, giving birth to a new nation within Provence, the county of Antares. And so, in his new kingdom in his castle, Karses awoke seeing the beautiful sunrise of a new day. Confused, remembering that the last thing he remembered was his fight with the martial king. At that moment Tila arrived, who introduced herself to the knight, who thought he was in heaven. Tila told him almost, since it took him a day to wake up. Karses was confused about why the pardon, contrary to what Juval would do, but Tila told him they didn't do it, since his head was hanging in the public square, being only a replacement. What did they do with the blonde? This surprised him. He supposed they used the bright aura to make the exchange. Tila was amazed at how smart he was, telling him that she was in the secret corridor, prepared to make a change, and the hole the protagonist made was for his escape. He was surprised that they knew about that passageway, which was an insult to a dwarf with knowledge of architecture. The blonde couldn't stop wondering if that betrayal against Jubal was part of some conspiracy by another nation. But Tila told him that Riffin only felt pity for losing someone as intelligent and capable as him, asking him to recover soon, and she left with Herons trying to stop her, making him more confused. Meanwhile, Cyrus, as a true noble, congratulated his master for being king of a nation, with the latter being humble, telling him that that place was too small to be a nation. The boy asked him why he didn't ask for more, but Riffin didn't care about the size. But autonomy, besides that faithful to his old habits, he could always get more land with wars, which disappointed Cyrus, and at that moment the butler notified him that the dwarves were ready for the meeting, arriving just in front of a bunch of dwarves who greeted him as their king, whom he supposed were from the previous count, to whom he would grant the freedom to leave or stay. However, if they stayed, the mines would be his property, so he would rent them, basically asking them to mine as they wished to pay the rent. Or if they wanted to buy them, he would give them in installments in exchange for the monopoly of whatever they produced. The astonished dwarves called him their savior, and seeing happily that although it was a pitiful piece of land compared to his empire, in his previous life, the beginning of that time had been much worse. And so, with all the tribes gathered, they began to distribute the lands, starting with the blue tribes. Although the elves said those were not part of the kingdom, he clarified to them that since the mountains did not belong to any kingdom, but the bear tribe conquered them, then he would annex them, although he feared that the humans living there would want to expel them. But he also clarified to them that if they did so, attacking a citizen of Antares would be an invasion, having the law on their side. With this, the orcs felt calm about leaving their lands. The elves were also excited about the distribution, although the protagonist told them that they would have to expand to receive the other elves of the continent and plant a world tree, although Rikar didn't know if that was possible. The protagonist said yes, if he knew the requirements like him, who knew where all the seeds that in his past life he had planted to strengthen the elves were located. And now with the dwarves it was less complicated, since they would build underground, although they would have to expand if their population increased. The problem was that they were far from the Great Forge. Riffin reminded them that he chose that point for a specific reason, a dungeon in the Kaltan Mountains, which had a portal that would bring them closer, which the dwarves saw as useful as another refuge, although they had to clean it, a task they would take care of themselves. However, the elves noticed that there was still an empty area, doubting why. Griffin told them that it was reserved for those with whom they had not yet coincided. And meanwhile, in the icy mountains of Gloten, an elf walked through the frozen forest. And in the kingdom of Halain, in the Gedaran Mountains, the trolls were predicting a confrontation. And so time passed in the new kingdom of Antares, where Saris and Tadith trained fiercely, although it seemed that the orc was giving Saris a lesson, and he ended up exhausted, asking the orc that he should get another weapon for when he blew up his spiritual weapon. And the orc compared that to being faithful to his friend, although the boy reminded him that Salka used twin swords, having two sworn friends. But Tadit didn't want another, which was very complicated for the warrior to understand, who was not allowed to rest by the yawns of Tadit's giant wolf, which was very lazy, embarrassing its owner, who preferred to watch Cyrus's aura. This seemed surprising to him, hoping to achieve it someday, to which the human told him that usually took decades, which was good for the orc, since he was just about to turn 10 years old, making Cetus uncomfortable. Although he told him that this was equivalent to the same age in humans, so the orc preferred to keep training. Ciri observed how both the boys and Cillian worked hard on the exercise, and Tila was on her total mission to change Kars's look, who still hadn't gotten used to his new face, and the dwarf reminded him that he had to do it, or he would bring problems to everyone. He understood this, but he wondered if the dwarf wasn't tired of watching him. She told him that he was the second person with the least work there, only surpassed by the king himself, who was still fast asleep, and Ceres tried to wake him up, but he remained lazy, tossing and turning in his bed, until with the persistent elf, they finally succeeded, seeing how she was just as bossy as in her past life, but without the benefits of being his partner, and so he went to breakfast, specially made by her, while she ceremoniously scolded him for being lazy while everyone else worked. And so he decided to return to his missions, the next one being the closest branch of the world tree, the staff of the blue sky, Gedutin. Ceres supposed it was similar to Nigel, a weapon he liked a lot, with Riffin promising an equal, with his 10th circle mage power, although the elf saw him as anything but a mage. This reminded him that he had to improve his mana, although his body was very bad for that, being stuck at the 7th circle. But now he asked Ceres to gather the group for their next destination, the icy mountains of Setherald, so the ruins of Kelton, using Damien's portal to arrive quickly. Meanwhile, 3 days later in Zarad, Teslan received the news that his target had left, apparently a few days ago, and annoyed by this, and by having to wait for them to return. Stephen was the most ill-mannered, eating like a pig and insulting Riffin, until a kind man suggested he shouldn't do it, even if he wasn't there, as he was talking about the brave Martial King, who helped build peace in the kingdom according to the Code of Knights, whose subordinates went beyond what anyone thought slaves would be, so insulting him could trigger a fight. Eustace watched annoyedly as the rumors favored them, but not everyone seemed to appreciate it. Upon seeing the giantess approach Christine with information about their whereabouts, Tess asked her what she wanted in return, and she only asked to join them to exterminate Riffin, Tess seeing that it would be useful accepted. Meanwhile, in the Setteril Mountains, 8 days later, the protagonist's group was already there, where Saris and Tadit teamed up to fight a creature, perfectly coordinated and learning the patterns. They seemed to do it with ease. And while their companions continued investigating, especially Sidis, collected the pretty relics in the protagonist's infinite bag. Although Saris was annoyed that they were still shopping while he was battling, and with the creature about to enter Phase 2. According to Riffin's warnings, which were accurate again, according to Saris, who had heard that he knew all that from his master Gerard, who was an expert in dungeons but still suspected it wasn't true. Meanwhile, Riffin was just activating a spell to cut off the mana flow, whose shockwave reached the monster, causing it not to be able to regenerate, which cleared the way for the duo to finish it with a single blow. And with the monster refusing to die, desperate until it finally surrendered, it being much more delayed, and with more complaints than Riffin expected. And right at that moment, Ceres arrived carrying something, which the protagonist recognized with a smile as his objective. It was G-tutting. Ceres thought that with this, his mission was over, but Riffin still had something else in mind, taking out the map they gave him when he finished his training, remembering how they were right in the Settler Mountain, in a place too easy to access, arriving there, seeing it as a simple and abandoned training ground. However, Sirius claimed to feel a strange energy. The protagonist thinks this will all be quick, but everyone felt nervous with every step. Riffle expressed that they were exaggerating just before falling through a gigantic hole in the ground. And in free fall, it was Sirius who managed to calm down to use his aura, while Tadith surfed on his sword. However, Cillian also tried to use his power, but Riffle warned him not to, since he was using magic. So the three of them ended up trapped in a clash of uncontrolled powers. Still in free fall, with Silent telling him to stop pretending to be a mage, and Cirrus noticing how noisy they were. Luckily, in the end, everyone ended up holding onto Tadit's weapon just before falling. And once down, they noticed that the hole they had fallen through was gone, and although the protagonist thought his gift would be there, he only saw an empty warehouse, continuing to explore the place, until being guided by strange messages to a kind of arena, where they walked confused. Seriu was the first to realize that something was coming towards them, and Cillian was the first to be terrified upon seeing it. Although Ciri, more than scared, felt a great cringe upon seeing the familiar silhouettes of the Buzz in Nindarimfin. Ghosts of ex-students who marched determined to take revenge on the Martial King and his teachings, which for the protagonist was a terrible gift. Seriu tried to respond to the attack with his aura, but the beings blocked with a spiral guard and repelled him with a Kai bullet, and Sirius also tried to fight, but his spiral attacks did nothing to the muscular ghosts, who easily surrounded them. Sirius asked how many of those ghosts there were, and Riffin commented that his master had beaten over 100 students to death, with Sirius and Cyrus complaining about the situation, and Riffin considering if it was a good idea to continue with that lineage, before ironically trying to solve everything with fists. However, all the ghosts used the spiral guard, which led the protagonist to complain about how annoying the technique was, and everyone noticed how extremely resentful the ghosts were, upon whom a desperate Cillian used his divine power, with which he managed to bring peace to all the muscular ghosts, ending up exhausted, but he was congratulated by the orc. However, that hadn't ended, as they began to feel something more physical approaching. Riffin's blood almost filled up, only imagining that his master was so deranged as to have brought back his disciples, not only as ghosts, but what appeared in front of them was much, much worse, since in front of them appeared their demons, Usos who was ready to finish the job, Stephen wishing revenge for the humiliation and Christina wanting her husband, and although Silent felt the silly one close by, the most important thing for Riffin was Filna, his childhood friend in the magic tower. Upon seeing her, he supposed that surely Teslan would also be nearby, and precisely, the latter was approaching with his mysterious and confident entrance, allowing for the first time in a long time those old rivals to cross glances with their new faces. Tess complained that they had taken his body to be that dwarf, while Riffin felt uncomfortable because he didn't even recognize his body. Now muscular and tall, and he was surprised to have always had so much potential. But Tess argued that it was the opposite, costing him too much effort for so little gain, and they got along with such confidence and naturalness that Cillian saw them as if they were lifelong siblings. For this, Tess returned to her old mysterious style, which for Filna no longer looked good. And yet, he continued to affirm that he would finish off the Demon King before he brought chaos to the world. Cillian needed the details of that, but Riffle told them he would give it to them later, and now they had to listen to the villain's maniacal speech. Who was happy that seeing him again was thanks to the master's loving gift, making the protagonist uncomfortable because of how strange the unbreakable gems were, and complaining that his brain suited him well, since the ex-muscular man was more eloquent than before, which finally unleashed the confrontation, with the protagonist planning not to hold back, and he assured that if he did, he would eliminate him. And so they fiercely charged one against the other, generating an impact that flashed around them. And the others didn't stay behind, with Stephen charging against Riffin, but Tadith would not allow him to interrupt the fight. For his part, Usus was clear about who he would face, seeking to end the shame of the family. Saris thought the same, seeing that his sister had forgotten the honor of a knight. And so their fight began. For being the sword of Tenez and Filna, he decides to help, attacking first with a brutal spell. At the most susceptible to magic, Tadith, but Cillian not only watched, but used his divine power to block the girl's magic, amazed to see a confident and powerful saint. For his part, Riffin tried to take advantage with his Fire Kai Blast, although Tesla easily dodged it, mocking his strength, and even so he admitted that he could not take blows with that fragile body, as required by the unbreakable Gym, and although the protagonist admired how agile his body was, this could only dodge. Terra responded with a spell, which made Riffin laugh in his face, and Tesla didn't hold back either, also mocking, and so they spent another type of fight, an absurd argument about who used the other's body worse, leaving their allies totally confused, not knowing whether to interrupt or just watch. And returning to the fight, the protagonist used his advanced magic to attack, surprising Tess that he could use it with his brain, while he moved at such a speed that it confused Riffin, seeing the excellent condition of his body. So he felt he would be at a disadvantage if he continued that fight because of his foolish brain, so he had to finish quickly. But when he lunged fiercely into the attack, Tess smiled upon seeing that he had fallen into his trap, wrapping his sword in aura for a mortal attack, and the huge flash of that blow left Riffin with a large wound, and confused upon seeing his spiral guard used on the sword, since his opponent knew that his body would not withstand it. And the protagonist was frustrated before his rivals, who boasted that although his body would not bring the unbreakable Gym, he was still the martial king, indomitable Teslan, demonstrating that he is also capable of fighting like that. Although Riffin is not surprised, remembering him as the second strongest on the continent along with Cyrus. And Tess is annoyed that he is right by his side now, remembering how he was the only friend he had. Noticing that in this life he had achieved much more, the protagonist understood it, since he was a very shy boy. But they talked again as if they were old friends, and Filion saw it the same way, although Filion had confused that for a long time. However, it was not friendship, but rivalry, since he was determined to eliminate the Demon King, while the latter was sure that he could not defeat him with magic, so his rival would face him with all his physical power, preparing to see who was the strongest. For his part, Cyrus had to deal with the repetitive sword attacks of Dran from his brother, who insisted on his honor. This surprised the boy, since he had literally stabbed him, but his brother did not consider it as such. And yet Cyrus did not see stabbing people as honorable, although it didn't matter anymore, because he didn't consider him a brother either, attacking him with everything. And Cyrus, for his part, summoned Selena again to use her as a springboard, putting pressure on the paladin, who didn't understand all his power and thought it was another love rival, falling even more in love with the nervous Cillian. But Ceres denied it, summoning Ignaces, complicating bad things for the paladin. Meanwhile, Cillian continued to hold back the mage, who knew very well that if everything remained so balanced, no one would win. Although next to him in love, Sok activated upon seeing Riffin and Tess very close, rolling on the ground, in a kind of Tess's submission hold, who knew the weaknesses of the unbreakable Gym very well, and had dedicated his life to learning Greco-Roman wrestling, and with this, he had Riffin well subdued, who remembered that among his master's teachings, that was never an option, and although Riffin tried to apply brute force, Tess counteracted him in the same way, increasing the pressure on his leg, blocking his Kai conduit with a crab hold, resisting as he could with both, giving everything with his aura in a tremendous power clash on the mat, which Riffin was clearly losing, becoming desperate, until he remembered he was a mage, using a spell to become slippery, like grease, freeing himself from the grip. This shocked Tess, who didn't believe that should work on humans. Luckily, Riffin, thanks to Cillian, had discovered long ago that this body was not very human. However, his rival took his back again to subdue him and tried to escape with magic once more. But that spell was counteracted, having to sharpen Sonner as Gerard's disciple. But he was no longer one, and he was willing to humiliate himself a little for the peace of the continent, although the protagonist didn't take him seriously, seeing where his arm was now. And Tess tried to explain to him that it was an advanced jujutsu technique. However, Filna kept seeing it as something much more erotic, which all the girls there thought, embarrassing him enough for Riffin to manage to break free. However, the battle continued, with him being trapped and freeing himself again and again, noticing that he preferred to fight as a mage, uncomfortable because clearly, everyone was in their respective fights, seeing himself without help. And although what worried him most was that an enraged Stephen, in berserker armor, was about to defeat Taddis, with Stephen boasting about his power, demanding the Alorgonil before him. But he had no intention of doing so, for his honor. The boy, driven mad by his status, saw him as a simple wild beast, determined to exterminate him. However, Tadit had no intention of surrendering, using his magic sword to attack him, yet Stephen confidently used a single move to destroy everything, hitting the orc hard. The warrior mocked the orc for having lasted so long, approaching him with a look full of contempt and disdain, which Tadit recognized as the way humans had always seen orcs. And he remembered his time as a gladiator, when with a simple rusty sword, he entertained the masses by exterminating demons, members of his own species, and simple prisoners, and he watched how those enraged human gazes were entertained by the growth of his honor, since an orc would give everything before dishonorably losing his life. And that thought brought him to his feet again, recovering his trusty friend and weapon, Dakar. Once together with his aura, he began to shine, with his honor based on being a member of the bear tribe, not on being a gladiator, remembering the day he was saved by Ryfin, releasing great power from his weapon, proud of his descent before the terrified gaze of his rival. And Tadit awakened his aura and stood up again, ready for the fight. Stephen, desperate and furious to see that an inferior being was imitating the aura, he prepared again. Tadit awaited him, ready for combat, and so their confrontation began, which left the berserker increasingly agitated. By not understanding how the orc, not only was he giving him a battle, but he was also an aura user. This only enraged the orc, who saw him as a coward for not admitting it, and he threw a strong blow that the boy barely managed to contain, becoming more and more desperate, shaking his sword in frustration. But the orc was already tired of everything, and he decided to end it, filling Dakar with power to deliver a destructive cut, with which he finally finished off Stephen, who ended up falling to the ground. Cyrus happily celebrated that he had finally taken down the berserker. Eustace, for his part, didn't understand how an orc could use the aura, but his brother made it clear to him he simply could. This enraged the Golden One, who unleashed his power in powerful cuts and flashes, and Cyrus blocked them all. But he noticed that the armor was so resistant that no matter how many times he hit it, he couldn't hurt him. However, observing his movements, he seemed to have an idea, and when Eustace charged against him, Cyrus dodged him easily and responded with a flurry of quick thrusts, and his brother let out a mocking laugh, convinced that his attacks had nothing to do against him. But Saru wasn't trying to hurt him directly. It was then that Eustace noticed a blue glow right in the center of his chest, and before he could react, Saru snapped his fingers. At that moment, his aura exploded in a devastating explosion, and Eustace ended up on the ground after the explosion. And although Saru won, he felt that his technique still left something to be desired, since it wasn't even close to Stala's level. And Eustace fell under the worried gaze of Filna, just like Stephen, who lay on the ground before the imposing orc, and the paladin being held by Ceres. Seeing this, the mage had no choice but to inform Teslan, who continued to make the protagonist sweat. And at that moment, Cairus appeared behind him, but Tez reacted in time to dodge the blow. And so Riffle's friends bought enough time for him to be ready to fight Tez again, and stop interfering with his dreams, with Tez seeing that he greatly underestimated the protagonist's friends, deciding to surrender to fight another day, leaving with his companions. However, Riffle didn't plan to let him escape easily, although it wasn't as if Tess didn't have a plan. Summoning the unbreakable Jim, awakening the vengeful ghosts again, curious because it was his reward for following that path, which unfortunately for Riffin, they only attacked him, and with the rest escaping very hurt, Filna apologized for not being as useful, and this reminded Tess that in the past she was a friend of the Demon King, just as Cairos was his. And with the changes that occurred, there was no turning back, arriving at an ancient rune, which according to him, it was the only way to pass to the 5th stage of the Horn of Calamity. And at first, he feared that Riffin had lit it before their confrontation. But upon seeing that he didn't destroy it, happy, because although he lost the duel, Riffin also lost the objective of his journey, both remaining incomplete, and meanwhile, the unbreakable ghosts continued to cause problems for the group, until Cillian used Filna's love to ascend them all, although he ended up exhausted from it, annoyed by having to deal with such strong ghosts, and Riffin understood these specters, since leaving the world with fists must generate a lot of resentment, feeling that this feeling was capable, even of deforming reality. And although his objective now was to follow his enemies, if Eris asked who Teslan was, the protagonist told him he was a friend from his hometown, with whom he had a huge disagreement in his treatment of the different species. And so they followed him, noticing that once a mural was destroyed, he was gone, and Riffin supposed it was simply Tez's bad temper ignoring the creatures. And with this, Siri felt that he hadn't found anything, although the protagonist felt he gained a new Laura suitor, with Tadith happy to be blessed. According to the protagonist, 10 years before his fight with Cameron of Hallion, he felt that with the root, and the orcs' victory was enough, and everyone decided to return home. And meanwhile, in a forest, several trolls ran terrified, fleeing the terrible fate of being turned into potions, courtesy of a group led by a knight named London, who saw trolls as walking gold for being useful for healing potions. And the elder troll protected the young ones, feeling guilty for having descended to a forbidden region. Faced with this, he saw no other option than to become the distraction, like a bird that shows itself to the predator to protect its eggs. And he showed himself brave before the knights, but he wouldn't leave without a fight, using the energy of the poppies. And Cotton, filling himself with power and launching the attack, and he was received by a desperate cut from a terrified soldier, followed by many arrows, and upon seeing that it was still regenerating, he decided to look for a net to trap it and burn it, but it furiously began to fill with power, starting its gigantification process. Since trolls, being the most peaceful of intelligent species, were also the fiercest when cornered, turning into a monstrous giant ready for battle. And so, in a rural village on the outskirts of the Param forest, the villagers were worried about the noises from the forest, although they thought it was simply the hunters luring the trolls, and one woman seemed uneasy, wondering if the magic circle would really trap them, although her husband tried to reassure her. And meanwhile, an old woman named Mrs. Tess begged them to stop bothering the trolls, since they were the protectors of the forest, but no one paid attention to her, considering her a superstitious old woman. And they continued with the preparations for the circle, although the villagers would have preferred this to take place far from the town. And yet they hoped that Landon would bring something good, as they had invested a lot in the circle. Right at that moment, they began to hear nearby sounds, and the younger hunters were being chased by an enormous troll heading directly towards the town. The mage Rose saw him preparing a spell and threw a fireball that cut the troll's advance for a moment. And although it began to regenerate, it was bombarded by more attacks, and that gradually led it to the circle where a spell finally imprisoned it. And chaining it up, the hunters prepared a huge crossbow to stab the troll. And so, badly wounded, another mage used a poisonous essence, finishing off the poor troll who ended up yielding on the ground, and his body returned to its original size in the middle of the circle, from where the hunters pulled him out tied and ready for transport. And all the citizens were convinced that they had been saved from the monster's clutches. However, Mrs. Tess, completely terrified and full of fear, reproached them because they had just awakened the wrath of the forest that would fall upon them. But they only saw her as a crazy old woman. Meanwhile, in the south of Highland, Getterin Mountains, the group of hunters was transporting the troll, confident of earning a lot of money once they brought it to the alchemists, sure that they would soon reach their camp. However, one of them seemed to hear something in the forest. The noises increased, putting all the hunters on alert who didn't understand what was happening. And suddenly, one of them disappeared, which alerted everyone. However, they couldn't see who had attacked them, and so they began to be decimated and disappearing one by one, all falling into confusion upon seeing the blood of their companions flying, quickly blaming the devil. And one of the most experienced prepared himself, claiming it was a monster ambush, but he couldn't do anything else. When his head was crushed, everyone took formation, trying to defend themselves, sending their mage to try to detect the attack. However, when he cast the spell, it quickly returned to him, making him cough blood and fall to his knees without understanding what had happened. Landon then remembered the old woman's words, but tried to ignore them, asking the mage what was happening. It was then that, from the forest, a voice reproached them that although they had never harmed him, human greed had harmed their species. This terrified all the hunters, Lando jumping forward, annoyed that a simple monster damaged Sire's order. But that only caused them to lose more soldiers. And one of them finally saw who they were facing, the Ivory Fang, a troll that seemed demonic. Very tall, strong, and with large tusks, a recognized monster that had massacred hunters and alchemists, who approached dangerously asking if their greed truly surpassed their fear, just before staining a rock with his blood. And so 8 days after the encounter with Teslan, Riffin's group returned to Antares, where many things happened, establishing the Blue Tribe in the Gloat Mountains, and despite the fear of unleashing a conflict with the local brothers, they were protected by the county's jurisdiction. Meanwhile, Gerutin was planted in the elves' forest to live in peace, and the dwarves of the Great Forge formed a trade agreement with the Tauben Syndicate, so they no longer needed to hunt for food. And little by little, the kingdom of Antares was gaining new life, and if the world doesn't want to see you happy, then happily you must change the world.